The 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 will be held in Jakarta, Indonesia from June 2nd to June 7th. Top teams from around the world have qualified from their respective national and regional tournaments to secure their slots in this coveted main event. This is the final stop on the road to the PMGO Season 1. 32 teams have emerged from millions of competitors. The first 2026 PUBG Mobile World Champion will emerge right here. This is the grand global stage where every player has the chance to shine in the eyes of players across the world. These 32 teams from 8 regions will play in 2 days of group stages. Group A playing on June 2nd and Group B playing on June 3rd. Each group will play 6 matches and the top 6 of each group will advance directly to the grand finals. While teams in rank 7 to 14 from each group move to the survival stage on June 4th. The remaining 16 teams play 6 more matches to keep their dreams alive, but only the top 4 will advance to the grand finals. The stage is set for the epic conclusion. The grand finals will take place from June 6th to June 7th. Day 1, 6 matches, pure fire. Day 2, the smash roll is activated. The smash point will be determined by the total point score of the Day 1 leader plus 10 additional points. Once any team achieves the smash point, they just need a winner-winner chicken dinner to be crowned the champion. If no team wins via smash rule after 6 matches, the top team of the leaderboard will secure their title as the champion. Teams will be competing for a massive prize pool of $500,000. The journey to greatness begins here. The first steps towards the one and only PMGC. The results of PMGO Season 1 will also determine the participating teams for the upcoming PMWC, so make sure you stay tuned.
Drops begin to glow, flame on and go. The soul is from the draw to the last one standing show. A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark, the fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas, a million stories in a single squad. No royal blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Indonesia, kami datang dari Spa. Congratulations on the start of 2026 PMGO Jakarta. Good luck to all the competing teams and prove that you're the best team because you guys are on fire. Focus on the zone, which will go all out for the victory.
Let's support your favorite teams until they become champions.
Who's going to take the trophy in Jakarta? Keep going, don't give up. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. ESPA supports PMGO Jakarta, Indonesia champions. Enjoy the PMGO to the fullest and keep the vibes going with our new album Lemonade. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome to the grand finals of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 main event. Hello, I'm your host Donna Vizca and I'll be bringing you all the excitement live from here, from the very grand stage of tennis indoor stadium Senayan in Jakarta, Indonesia. Well, Jakarta has waited long enough for the global event to come home. 1,245 days to be exact since the last PMGC 2022. Do you remember that iconic global event? Yes, that was us. And now let me remind you the hype that Indonesian live audience can bring. Oke teman-teman semuanya, halo Jakarta. Kalian masih ingat PMGC 2022 nggak? Oke, jadi aku mau di sini kalian coba untuk keluarkan suara kalian, keluarkan semangat kalian, dan kasih tahu kalau misalnya supporter Indonesia adalah yang paling energik, oke? Siap? Jakarta, are you ready? You can do it better, Jakarta, are you ready? That's what I'm talking about. Well, now the 16 best team remaining will battle for glory, the championship trophy, and of course, their place in the PUBG Mobile history. And now, let me introduce you our 16 grand finalists.
Sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we come. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime.
I would never drop the ball, I know I make it look easy. Yeah, Mayweather with the defense. I don't care what a critic gotta say, I got him picking up the pieces. That to me, you really playing with your life, I'm about to come and run it all back. I'm the new era, about to snap back. You ain't fitted for it, cause you all cap like.
The third global stage runner-ups representing EECA. Go team!
I ain't gonna let that slide. Think you fly, huh? Me and stay wheels up, it's a ride off. Ain't no shortcut, heading to the top bros. Me and too smart to drop costs, and I got two fists, I'm a problem. Nuisance, who's with anybody not me? They losing, I'm proof that. Even when you down, keep it moving. Let's fire with us. I said, go and line up.
Representing Saudi Arabia, they are resilient. They are DK Esports.
I don't got time for the messing of gold. If this the Olympics, I'm taking a gold. I'm taking a. If this the Olympics right now, and I might just glow. Got a brand new whip with some brand new clothes, and y'all black dog, got me feeling whoa.
The leaders of Group A from Nepal, make some noise for Hore Sports!
Yeah, let's go. You know I'm about to lock it. I'm the monster they was looking for, just like the Loch Ness. They think they gon' knock me off the throne, they better stop it. They can never. I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Yeah, I'm untouchable. Yeah.
The new rising stars in EECA from Kyrgyzstan, TT Project. Brazil, and entering as the South America champions, Furia Esports!
Incredible survival stage run and the Southeast Asia champions from Vietnam, Team Flash!
Yeah, gotta aim for the top like, hold up. You could be a friend of me, an enemy, keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy, I'm in my element. Never switch up, never switch up, never switch up. Keep that same energy, never switch up. I'm in my element.
Up of Group A and one of Thailand's powerhouses, E-Arena!
The second of Group B and the champions of the Tour TA Finals, PMGO Esports!
Proven as a strong contender from Turkey, please welcome S2G Esports!
Lego. Why they be down the boy? Tell them it's part of the plan. I'm just the underdog feeding them slaps. The gains in the palm of my hand. Whoa, they want me to fail, this is personal. They sleeping on me, this is perjury. You making nobody else heard of you. Tell them that the pregnant be for the surgery. Killing it, they ain't gotta gas me up. Do it myself, I'm drilling it. How many times did they pass me up? I'm cool. Can't walk on my shoes, I'm kicking it. Wanna jump in cause they see that it's working. Grow from the L's, they see wins on the surface. Flaunting my wins, I do it on purpose. Playing with you till you cry to the circus. Motion, okay.
Asian from Mongolia, Aurora Gaming!
Bring it on, let me do my thing. I'm a giant, they can't move the king. If you never risk it, then you never know. If it's holding you back, you gotta let it go. You gotta give it all you got, you gotta let them know. You are on another level, you are ruthless. Switch it up, it's the new flex.
Representing Pakistan and entering as the South Asia champions, Forthright Esports!
And finally, your Group B leaders and one of Indonesia's most iconic team,
Bigatron by Vitality!
Got my heart no barging in from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Bars from a copy my steel.
Got my heart no in the bed. Break you in then. Get us every day.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. Ain't no cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap.
Well, the time has finally come. We are live and in front of a sold-out crowd here in Jakarta, Indonesia for the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 Grand Finals. I'm your boy Hot Jukes, and next to me, I got Max Man and the 7WG. Boys, we're here. It's Grand Finals time. Let's get it.
I can't wait, man. It's so great to have, an event like this with a local crowd, but they don't have one team, two teams, no, they have three local teams to support today going into the Grand Finals in Boom Pandem and BTR. One win from those three teams, 7. The crowd is going to go insane.
Especially if it's going to be BTR, because, man, that team left just so much to be desired here in the Grand Finals. They performed so well during their groups, and I can't wait to see what they're going to do here.
Of course, so we're all waiting, we're all excited, but before we get into that, we gotta, of course, give a big thank you to the Infinix GT50 Pro, guys, with real liquid cooling. You wanna be gaming at the best of the best, you gotta get that 120 FPS, and you're gonna be able to do that with that device right there. So boys, right, we saw BTR straight crush their group, okay? Pandem started off insanely strong in theirs as well, so the local teams right? They got to be so hyped going into this.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Rondo, right? Pandem
Yes.
have been doing really good on Rondo. We do have the smash rolling. We'll talk about that a little bit more in depth later on, Mike, but with Rondo being so important for these grand finals, Pandem could have a really good bit and also a little bit of a home advantage, right?
Yeah, I mean, they had 19 eliminations, the most we have seen so far at PMGO Season 1. But the only problem with Pandem is that they kind of disappear after that for my liking. I'm hoping that we see some consistency if they do start strong in Rondo as well.
And Rondo's going to be, I think, one of the most essential maps here, right? Because of that smash rule that you're talking about. As a matter of fact, this is the first time in a grand finals we're actually going to be seeing that smash rule.
Yeah, unless you're S2G, then you're going to focus a bit more Miramar. But, smash rule is going to be very exciting here for PMGO Season 1. Keep in mind, last year PMGO over in Uzbekistan, no smash by Regnum Karya. They won without it. But I feel like this could be the first global event where smash does occur.
Well, Max and Blank were outside. They were talking a little bit about what was going to happen here. Let's go ahead and send it out over to them before we get this show started.
Welcome to Jakarta, everybody. It is day one of the 2026 PMGO Season 1. I'm Blank, here with Waxman, and right now we are sitting in the calm before the storm.
Exactly, we're right here at the PMGO Carnival area, right outside the tennis indoor Senayan. And the crowd outside is going absolutely crazy already. And you know what, before it gets a little bit crazier, how about we take a sneak peek at the grounds right here at PMGO Season 1. Let's get walking.
PUBG Mobile has built an absolute playground here at PMGO Season 1. We have the community 1v1 arena where fans can test their skills all weekend long.
But that's not all. You also have the official PMGO merch store. And I'm telling you, you better get in line right now. That's what I'm going to do to hopefully get my level 3 backpack and a pan before things get a little bit hectic over there.
You better be fast though, because we've got the giant airdrop photo zone here and all the cosplayers are getting into gear to get their shots on board. So make sure you jump down towards the carnival when you can.
It really is an ultimate celebration of the game, and you can literally hear the fans chanting outside the gates right now. It's probably going to get a bit louder if a local team does get chicken dinner today.
Well, would you look at the time, in just mere minutes the grand final's going to get kicked off.
Before the audience comes flooding right in, we better head to the caster's desk, otherwise we might just get lost.
So, let's get in there, flame on, and go.
Let's get it. Yo, that carnival outside is so sick. It was jam-packed while I was navigating through it. And I even got some real good food. There was a Indonesian fusion burrito that I tried, and it was out of this world.
Didn't share.
You gotta come get us next time, bro.
I just heard burrito, and I was like, I'm in, baby. And it was awesome, dude. But yeah, dude, you were out there. You got to see everybody out there. It was pretty awesome, right?
Yeah, a little bit warm is all I'm going to say. It was a little bit spicy outside, but no, so many activities if you come here before the show. Come a few hours early because otherwise you won't have time to do everything. There's so much to do here at PMGO Season 1.
You are currently wearing 2 shirts too, so it doesn't help with the heat.
A bit warm, yeah.
Gotta double it up as we go into our first graphic here. The most used weapon that we saw in the first 3 stages. I wonder which one it is here, Max.
Which one is it going to be? I mean, right now, the AUG has been becoming even more meta here, Seven, and it's very close to the initial M4 that was meta for years now.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised, and I was pleasantly surprised, too, to see this head-to-head right here, baby. Bigatron versus Hora Esports, the 2 top teams from Group A and Group B. And for these squads, if they do end up duplicating the performances that we saw out of the groups, I think it's going to come down to the Rondo, as we were talking earlier, because these squads, they both got 7 eliminations on their respective Rondo. And if they can get a little bit more than that, we might get a smash rule from one of them.
Smash rule indeed, guys. This is what it is all about here. This tournament can be done in 8 matches, Max.
Yeah, it could end instantly going into the second day tomorrow. We'll see how things go down. I'm actually going to be paying attention a bit to E-Arena, who did smash last year. Slight change of players, but E-Arena, they've smashed in the past. Who knows, maybe they can make it happen here on the biggest PUBG Mobile stage at the very start of 2026.
Yeah, and just to elaborate just a little bit more, you go after day 1. Let's say that the top team ends with 60 points. And that next day, if they get 10 points in that rondo, they will pass the smash point threshold. They win that next game, and they are automatically the champions.
That's right. Those 70 points, hypothetically speaking, right?
Yes.
It's going to be plus 10 points. But out of all these squads, these are the participating teams. You saw them walk in, and I'm looking at a couple here, and I'm just going to straight up say it. I'm hoping that Aurora becomes the champion, Max. That is my pick to be the champion here at PMGO Season 1.
Oh, the full MVP roster, right? But
yes.
Reefus has yet to secure a global MVP award. Maybe it's going to make it happen at PMGO Season 1, but they did smash back in PMGO EECA. with that insane 1v4 grenade onto Vicious from Reefus himself. Something similar, man, I'm sold.
Another team that was able to smash in their region is Furia. And the Alpha 7 is not here. I mean, they didn't even qualify to the survival stage. But I can't wait to see what some of the squads that have experience with this kind of format, especially in such a compact format, can do.
And here are today's matches, guys. We're starting off in that Rondo. We're going to be talking about it a lot because of just how much of a game changer it is. 3 Aaron Gales, 2 Miramars, but the big difference here in the grand finals is it ain't just one day. We're going to have 2 days worth of matches.
Yeah, we talked about Rondo a lot, so I'm going to talk on Wrangle. Man, our playing paths have been brutal. Like A, B, and survival stage. Hopefully, we're going to have a bit of a sense of normality throughout today's 6 games. But out of this, we do know that teams need to be ready to adapt. You're throwing a bad circle, a bad plane 7. No excuses. You need to bring your A+ tier here in terms of rotation.
And when you were talking about plane path, I mean, we got to see that double plane path at one point for Rondo, and it definitely affected how some of those teams were dropping and how some of those teams were fighting. Is it going to happen right here today? Federales is ready, the crowd is ready, and I'm definitely ready to see what they got in Rondo.
Hey, you got to put that fan on you, baby, because the heat is at an all-time high right now. The pressure is on. I was talking to some of these teams going into today, and they were just straight up telling me, man, we spent 6-8 hours last night studying, putting in the work, making sure that we're prepared for today.
I mean, really talking at the overall scheme of this tournament, PMGO Season 1, $500,000 on the line, but also PMWC. 2 regions aren't decided yet when it comes to PMWC points, and that's going to be ECA, Eastern Europe, Central Asia, between the side of Vicious and TT Project. If TT Project 7 rank up in 11th place or above, Vicious are out, TT Project will be taking their spot at the PMWC over in Paris.
Which could be doable. Remember, one of the strongest maps that TT Project had was in Erangel. We will be playing 3 Erangels, as you saw earlier, and they were able to secure a 2nd place finish. They're a very strong team when it comes to Elims too.
Well, it's time, folks. Let's get in match number 1 of the grand finals. We're going into Rondo, and we can just see these players. They are locked, loaded, ready to go.
It starts up northwest and it's going to go straight down to Tin Long Garden, meaning Yulin 7 is going to get busy, and a team that dominates in Yulin is Aurora Gaming.
And I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to do. Are they going to be starting off hot? I got a chance to talk to their coach, and Archer was telling me the strategy for today is full aggression, and boy, do I want to see it here in Rondo.
Yes. They were aggressive already on their first Rondo. If they're even more aggressive, how many limbs are they going to get?
Hey, you know what? As many as it takes to get that lion's share of that $500,000 on the line here, guys. But this is about to get started. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Looking for some violence over in Yulin. Let's kick it off with a big one here on Rondo. I'm already seeing a big belly full of teams drop it on in.
Getting themselves straight over towards the map as soon as possible. Neox a little bit further away, but looks like a lot of teams aren't even heading in that direction to start things off. But E-Arena dropping on top of Ulf. 2 very, very strong teams here at the PMGO Season 1, but we're here in Grand Finals, and every single point counts from here on forward. Sky opens up to Federales.
Oh, and Crazy as well is going down. Aura really rinsing the hometown heroes right now. Having a terrible time. Meanwhile, on our screens, it seems like Aaron is giving it a good go over towards the stadium. E-Arena having trouble dislodging the brutal powerhouse of the roster. Aaron holding the door frame and looks for more, runs out of ammo. Is going to go down. That is not nice. Western circle blank, and it's pretty hard to the west.
Yeah, very hard to us. We're already cutting out like 15% of the circle here on this one. Flash starting out very early towards the center. They have control over towards the res beacons too. Eastbound Boy opens up over towards Horror from Sky. But you know what is surprising? Just one team currently over towards Neox Factory. All the actions happening elsewhere. 7-2-1 also getting stuck into the thick of it.
Oh, seems like Aurora as well. Joker holds the door frame. That is too swift for it, and Scarface can't control the pace. Aurora, they've been dominating in this area, blank. Over in Yulin, they have had so much already handed to them. They're on 3 eliminations. They're looking to keep this one going. But Aurora, okay, they've navigated over. Has that found the outpost before Thrives? I think he might have done.
Flash lose 2 to Masku. With the help of a very, very nice Molotov here. Doc finding 4 Thrives as well. 4 Thrives really suffering at the hand of a lot of teams at the moment. Doc will take down Falak. Zias win down, but Bozy, Top Z, a deadly duo to be sure.
Someone you can't trifle with. It's going to cut the mustard. And Team Flash, you lose another. Don't worry, though. A lot of these teams will be able to get these recalls. Aurora, in the meantime, with T24 on site. For 4 thrives, they're back up to 3. They have full control over Neox Factory, which I don't know how they managed that. It seems like nobody wanted to go near them on that spot. Everyone else is much more preoccupied elsewhere. But the roll back on in towards Yulin has seemingly gone quite well to open it up.
T24. Kind of an astonishing good performance from him. I think there was a lot expected out from the likes of Falak, but T24 stepped up where it's really counted. BTR coming in with the shots over towards 7-2-1. You can probably already hear the crowd silence. Will quiet it down over here. Fury of the 2 elims on the game. Full 4-man squad. Horror looking over towards Kevin here from DK. The M249 extended battle here will be prevalent for him.
Looking to keep that suppressive fire down, and Sky darts for the cliff face, needs closer range. That UMP can come into effect, and that's what you're looking for. Horror, they were able to top Group 1 blank. Many purported it to be the group of death, and it looks like they're trying to keep that roll going with 4 eliminations already. This is a good start. They do have a lot more still to fight through, though, in their area.
Snaf G getting caught up between the likes of Fury as well as Horror. Love that run out from Sky, though. Really just takes the time to go for it. Versus M249, that's a really risky play, but sort of hides himself along that ridge side and is able to get up. And obviously it does take the gun skill to make it happen, and he still keeps going. Chiefs down next, and Horror's opening up a big way on this first match. 5 elims.
Still yet to conclude over towards Yulin. This is all off the hot drop blank. It looks like they are fully committed now with all of their players on spot, I believe. Or maybe actually they have a...
What is going on with this guy?
Sky is just on a beam right now. He is lasering down anybody who steps into his sight lines. I think actually it might only be 3 players from Honor here, and they're South Point, Honor, and Jang, if I'm not mistaken. That is still, out to the winds, but there is a little bit of a threat down on that south side near Injang. Got a team rotating down there too.
Sky's doing this with no helmet, level 1 vest. Has himself the 6x as well, and making some insane sprays off the back of it. 2 nades in hand. Hasn't gone for the first aid kit yet. The bounce is good. Sky is high like a G6 this game and refuses to come down. It is not happening. Horror might just be gliding into an insane first game.
You step onto Sky's screens and he sends you to the clouds, blank. You are not coming back from that one. An 8 elim opener coming through, and a huge impact, a huge blow dealt to the rest of the lobby here from Otter very, very quickly. And they didn't even need their recall down on the south side. Jiggle wants to get stuck in, but he needn't bother. They're just going to chill out. 3 players take control of Yulin, and now nobody else is in zone. Look for the rotations.
Just incredible stuff coming through from Sky here. For Horror, eclipsing the 1 elim per minute mark here over on Rondo and looking to only go further. Aurora trapped upstairs versus Boom. Underneath, taking a bit of shots here. Molotov doesn't quite spread far enough. Top will get down the stairs. Refirst now, looking for a side angle. The nade's not great.
Going to connect, fully healed there with that first aid as well. Just a little ball bounce on the window drop from top. And now Refus on the sideline could have an impact here, but just back off the angle. The nade still able to land, and top goes down first. Aurora, they might have been thrown a lifeline low. There are third-party angles on towards Boom. Refus could go for this res, but there's still more nades, and that's what he's worried about here. Doc goes down in the offline. Boom are doing work here against Aurora. And Refus really needs to stand up tall on the defense with Doc down, Zyol and Refus. This duo needs to come in clutch.
Zyol's going to drop like an anvil here versus Octa. Doesn't quite find the bounce on it, and now he's surrounded all angles. Moves out, will get at least a knock, but Octa will finish him off here. Immediately in the midst of the chaos, they're going to go for the res upstairs. The nade looks pretty decent. It heads in, and it's a double. Aurora is out on the first 7 minutes of Rondo.
Boom goes the dynamite, and Aurora go down. What a massive turnaround. They said they wanted momentum here on Rondo. It is not to be. Oh my goodness me, what an exciting opener here for the grand finals. And now with 7-2-1, solo on location, Team Flash have been scrapping in this area for quite a while in Jaltin.
No Fear still going, or up to 9 eliminations now, and they don't look to be dropping anytime soon. Nate goes up, he's round the corner, Rahan tries to hold, and will make it happen. This is the man that battled off the boards, grabbed them by the tusks, and is doing it once again here.
Looking to extinguish on Team Flash, but there is still a recall opportunity.
No way,
Soke
no
goes
way.
down. Sky is just a beast. He is a monster. This man is unbelievable today, and if on form like this, there's no stopping Horror.
Sky is what goes bump underneath the bed right now. Horror looking to move out towards the western side of Jiaotin. Definitely possible. We'll look towards Pandem right now, a winner from their first rondo. Controlled over towards that western side, a team that definitely got most of their success out of that one rondo game. Malaku, good shots, but will get taken back out again. Scarface. Pitch is safe. Malik's coming through, but it's a little bit of just bumper cars at the moment.
Not really going too much further. Getting the flush is great news. It looks like Ulf will protect their res as well, which does remove a point from 7-2.
Oh, will they?
Damage still pouring in. Malik has got a high ground angle, but there are off angles to deal with as well. Scarface able to keep his team safe for the time being. Rayhan's there, but Malik has fallen.
Palak again down to Horror of all people. This is a very much insane first game coming through from Horror, coming off the back of their last group as well, where you always wonder, was it just a good day for them? But this is no fluke.
Great rondo is absolutely how you want to start your ascension as well. Of course, it is only one map, and we do now have that 12-match set starting to round things out. Obviously, on those 6-match sets that we've seen over the last 3 days of play, it's been so much more impactful having these massive openers. It's still brilliant, but for Horror, they do need to maintain consistency. So they can't get ahead of themselves just yet. A real long shot to find a nice pickoff on towards Eren, and the flush there as well. Players are coming out to play today, Blank.
They are, and they're having a good time of it. That is an incredibly long shot coming through from them. Scarface heads over towards the side. Solus up to the wall now. Pagoda. Rahan, some much needed safety. The nade goes up, a half HP. The second is good. Solus will be taken down afterwards by Malik, though. Seems to be on a tear at distance.
Get it done. These ranged engagements, Blank, have been really pretty from a lot of these players on their accuracy. It has definitely stepped up. Beautiful stuff coming on through. For Ulf, they're on 2 players now with Ketch and Scarface. Both of them are going to have to try and maybe find a recall tower, although your options are starting to slim down. 7-2-1 have the control of the one up to the northwest, and I don't think they're going to let that go for free.
Yeah, getting through the test track over towards E-Arena on that north side also quite difficult. You've got to push through 7-2-1, who are continuing to surround because they had that control over towards the res beacon. Has to be a big clutch coming through from Scarface as well as Ketch going forward. But players coming into this finals just look to be on something very different today.
Bumping all the way up on the west side of the map, Blank at the moment with the circle. See if it keeps going out that way. It gives Boom a little bit more power. It does indeed.
Goodness
on
me.
the southwest side, look at Goat Team's position. That is so huge on the high ground there. Boom as well on the north.
2 really big bits of high ground here. You also have the compound that sits over towards that western side, and all this ridge line down towards the west. We do have at least 10% of the circle, which is just unplayable right now. A very, very tough circle to start things off. Horror's already profited in a big way, though, and they're currently looking to hold on that northeast side, get some more points off the back of this one. They have lost 1. Now S2G, the Miracle Marathon at the end of their group, now looking to convert.
Furia spotting a player from BTR and taking them down. Fourth Rise making their move in. Push their way through. At the moment, underneath Goat Team as well. This is a difficult area now to start to establish yourself. Those high grounds that you were talking about, Blank, such great outlook across so much of this zone. And the southwest side is going to be very, very tricky to try and find your feet in towards. As S2G trade nades. Back and forth with TT Project. First player to face, Ephius wants to get this knock into the area, but back into the vehicle, doesn't dodge that one. And a second to immediately blast him away. S2G lose 1.
Not likely to get that res up either, so S2G will have to figure this out versus TT Project. Kamikaze in the back lines here, along with Lost, currently on a scouting mission in the vehicle. Solkay still up. Losing Hamzy G is rough. One of the better players on this squad, I would say. A lot of time in the game, and a lot of time at the highest levels of PUBG Mobile too. So him going out and being unresable is a bit of a gut punch here for S2G.
BTR now in an engagement. They did manage to get the recall off, and they are rolling in towards Furia. They want revenge, but no! Igor's there, fine. The re-knock though, and they may just be able to pick that teammate up. In stage 3, it's Red in the zone still. Razak can't quite thread the needle there. The backup for BTR is going to come on in. Furia taking damage, but they keep dishing it out. In response, another, and the spray down. Razy can't connect either. And it is almost all over. It is
dear.
Furia roll them down. And BTR, the second team to fall out here in Rondo.
A really good comeback there coming through from Furia. Hard fight to go up against. Razy was looking on fire, but Furia hold on. There's no one really else in that area either, so they can get a full team reset here. S2G, like we were saying before, Gaming Stars on the up and up. Looking to finish them off. It's Turkey on Turkey action.
Popping in and out of the windows. Maniac has the sideswipe back up, but Solkay's trying to roll in for the assist. 3 players to handle on spot, and it's all too much to bear. S2G need a miracle now to keep this one rolling. I don't know if they've got it in the tank, but we'll see if Solkay can dish out the damage. The nade not going to connect there. Stops the push, though, and may force them into the open sightlines of a shotgun, and S2G will not do so. Solkay down, and that is another team, a 3rd team to fall, as Pandem are in danger too. A 4th team evaporate.
Huge shots from Ephius. Zerich now looking to keep things going for the squad. A couple of his players are in trouble. Ephius backing up, he understands he needs to get outside the sidelines. Zerich doesn't even attempt to go for the res. As Rolex from Gaming Stars will keep putting the pressure on, keep sending those rounds down range. Goat now open up over towards 7-2-1. It's getting messy, it's getting conflicted towards the center, but Goat still hold that high ground.
They really have some strength there. Geek as well on this western side do have one of the better spots as well to be playing into this one. Not likely that they need to get stuck in until a little bit later into this game. They're on 0 eliminations, Blank, but they have real survival potential here. They've got legs to go the distance.
They can run this one back. Horror, 11 eliminations. It definitely has slowed down just a little bit here for this team. Currently trying to clear the northeast side of the map. Gaming Stars are heading in. TT Project move up. Jiggle opens up on the first. Just one more to find here in Zerich, and he's already incredibly low.
Stay behind cover, but the bullet pinging off the boot there, or the trunk if you're from one of the alternate English-speaking countries, but he's not speaking anymore. As he goes down on the rotate, TT Project eliminated. Otter on the northeast side, they started off super strong. They're looking to try and transition now, but they do have a little bit of a tricky approach here on the northeast.
Here's E-Arena cleaning up versus DK, or at least trying to. SafG's got a nade in hand, looks to pull the pin on it. It looks decent, goes a little bit too far. Immediately pulls another, has 3 more to work with here. So for Tony K, he's on a bit of a clock right now, but the misses keep coming through from SafG, giving a bit more time for Tony K to try and turn this one around.
Oh, that definitely keeping him safe. The previous explosion working in their favor, but there's shots from a third-party angle. Geek are playing now as 2, and they're rolling up. Both of them now on spot. Tony K has to go for the heal. Lest he find another nade set his way. Tries to step out for it. Does find a knock, or at least an assist on one. But Geek will find E-Arena, take them down. In the meantime, this is Ora over on the northeast side Blank. They've been an absolute terror in the early game. This mid-game now on the menu.
14 eliminations, 28 still remaining in the lobby. There's so much more for Horror to do, and they have come out swinging on this map, looking to bat a home run on the first game here.
From that northeast side, you're right, there is so much distance for them to go. A lot of runway. Just be a little bit tough here with Goat Team holding the angle that they do. They haven't put anyone all the way up top there, Blank. They've not actually committed anyone to the peak of that mountain, which can be a really dominant sightline, but is also a big risk, so they are opting instead for a little bit more flexibility.
Go, it doesn't really make sense to go up here just yet. You need to maintain sightlines, maintain control around this area. Good thing that Force sends downwards towards that southeast side, knowing that this road is going to be a little bit of a contention for them. Luckily, finding the last player here from Boom. Now just El Baril on that north side. They were very split before this. Furia tucking themselves in towards the southwest, and surprisingly, Ulf still going here with just Ketch and Scarface. We talked about a bit of a clutch up here required. Not quite into top 8 just yet, though.
A little bit further to go, but of course it is match 1. On a 12-match set, things can much more banked on towards consistency. Get a big blast out at the start. That's what you're looking for. No doubt about that one. Sky living up to that, definitely having a good time. And Nade over onto Furia. Furia now have 2 knocks sent towards them. Not easy on the southwest side. It looks like they should be able to find those reses. The emergency cover is doing a lot of work, though. That heavy lifting might just be too much. Straight down from Yusuf, still just peppering around their feet. I think the first res has come through for Furia, and they're looking to build back up to 4.
Igor trying to find a more sustainable place on the map to play at the moment as he moves down towards the southwest. For 7-2-1, got to give him credit. In terms of map knowledge, I think this team is very good, right? They know all the spots on the map where they can play, where they can stand across to, and they're pretty brazen in that fact as well. 4 thrives. T24 takes the first knock here from Maniac, but not before he immediately goes down. Gaming Stars looking to dislodge 4 thrives from this position so they can cross the road.
IQ and Hazaifa now, the 2 players remaining for 4 thrives. Gaming Stars wanting to change that, wanting to take them down a notch or 2. IQ doesn't fall to the first nade and gets the flush over onto Maniac. Nades now being traded back and forth. Yusuf trying to dance around it, but dishes out a lot of damage to IQ, and a nade from up on high does manage to connect. Swash able to sweep him aside, and Hazaifa very, very low down. IQ now the last to stand. Swash on high. Does he have the angle? Not quite to connect there. And Yusuf, does he get the heal? No! IQ keeps them in the running, but for how much longer?
Swash Gaming Stars, a couple more nades to work with here. He's just sending them in the slightly wrong direction. Needs a bounce on this. It's good damage, but it's not enough. Right now, Yusuf behind the smokes. Swash, a couple more nades to work with. 4 thrives, desperately hanging on, but that's not before Furia rocks up, starts to play.
They want to crunch this one down. 4 thrives eliminated. Now Gaming Stars under a lot more pressure from this western side, playing under the sightlines of GOAT Team, but this cliff is keeping them nice and safe because GOAT Team don't have super hard control over this zone right now. They can't stop them pushing up on the south. It's a lot better over towards some of those other angles, but GOAT Team definitely a force to try and dislodge.
Ulf managed to make it up towards the slope here. They've got Geeke on their south, playing as 2. Got an even fight to work with. Ulf just needs to win this one, but playing uphill is a really difficult prospect for them. Got a need to wait for this next circle so they can take the fight as they both rotate in. Because right now, Geeke just has superiority on that high ground. El Baril starting to wander up. Horror refusing to move.
Ooh.
And with a shift over towards the northeast side, this is some disgusting stuff for Horror. Nepal looking real strong.
Result, finishing anywhere in the top 4 blank would be beautiful for them to come.
Sky's
on
9 limbs. He's looking for the 10 of this game.
He's actually done as much or more than every other single team on his own. On his own right now.
Yes.
Fury are on 9 eliminations versus Sky. Who wins? Well, I have to give it to Sky right now.
A good first opening here from Gaming Stars over towards Furia. Silence should be pretty resable though. We'll see how Gaming Stars want to approach this. Rolex has 8 grenades. I think I know how they're going to approach it. It's with ordnance. That dribble is crazy.
That looked so close, but I think it was just the other side of the cover. Unfortunate. A second to follow it up. Doesn't quite connect either. Furia, by rights, maybe should have gone down there, but somehow they were able to evade the damage. The shrapnel not quite getting around their cover that they had. And they will stay as 4, but they have to go further.
A hole-in-one there coming through from Gaming Stars. Would have been great if that nade dribbled a little bit further down towards them, really using the terrain to their advantage. Ulf now playing a 1-1 split. Scarface currently watching over towards Geeke. Kedge is already inside the circle. Kedge opens up over towards Jiggle. I mean, I don't know how good of an idea that is right now.
Spotted. It wasn't actually coming through from Horror, though, in response. Through from DK. There's trades going back and forth across most of the map here. The western side, I think, yeah, okay. Losing 2 players very, very quickly. As GOAT team now with their first real challenge to their position around the edge of this rock blank. The nades have already found an opener. They desperately want to get this one back under control, keep themselves alive. Furia aren't going to waste any time either on this south side. They know these nades are starting to find knocks, and they can take the alternate side. The difficulty there for Furia is that off angle coming through from 721. Horror are covered off from this one, but they have to go for a res, and GOAT team have got a challenge on their hands.
GOAT team desperately trying to recover. Fury around the side, Gaming Stars in front of them. They need to poach these two teams up against one another and get some casualties in the process. Nade's been pulled by GOAT, wanting to take down at least 1 or 2 players from each squad, but the nades are going long. They're not quite sure how close they are, and it's Ayala who's doing more work over towards Furia than GOAT ever could. And with Force going down, this opens something up big here for Furia.
There's a real big opportunity, a really nicely played position as well. They let Gaming Stars go first. They actually sauntered in behind them, backfilled them, and forced them to go into an unfavorable fight. They know that angle is exposed to the north, where Otter is going to sit, as well as GOAT team, who would just lob those nades in. A real nice chokehold coming through from Furia.
7-2-1 doing their classic sit-it-out play. Get far into the game. You go down to 2, play on the edge. It's worked out for them. Seems to be working out here too.
Furia open up with a pick off towards 721. Of course, 2 players now left for 721. The first will go down. There is an answer though, and that shot does shut down cheap on the angle. Ayala wants to get stuck right in though in response, and will suppress GOAT team around the edge here. Furia and GOAT team, the 2 teams playing on this summit, but Horror have yet to step foot.
Sleepy saunters up on the north side of all of this. Igors finds focus, but Horror is in position to strike. Sleepy will find Force, knocks down Moxie. GOAT is in trouble.
Another nade over the top from Sleepy, posts it right into the gap, nearly finds 2, but they go very, very low. 1 player now standing alive for GOAT team, desperately trying to find those reses. Horror up to 16 eliminations now, Blank, and they are starting to crest this ridgeline. Furia have got all 4 players alive though, and they are all live and kicking, looking pretty healthy. GOAT team fall. They couldn't bear the pressure of maintaining that summit. And Furia are on 14 elims, Blank. The hot drop, hot shots from Horror did well in the early game, but Furia are a mounting pressure to deal with.
The rage is building in the boys. Now looking to take things a little bit further. The limbs nicely spread across the team. Everyone is warmed up and ready to go. A battle for PMGO Season 1 history here. If Horror is able to get the win, it's going to set themselves up in a massive way going through into tomorrow.
Theme is true for Furia though. And with 3 players alive on Horror, they do have the numbers advantage. Horror are also more exposed to those sneaky little snake angles from the solos. Ulf have Ketch still in action, and 721 still have their solo representative too. And those angles are more towards Horror.
Because the Fury has to peak first, and right now Horror's got a lot of high ground, a lot of control to work with. Without having the 2-man push either side of the mountain, like GOAT did, Horror is suddenly in this position now where they can live it out almost quite comfortably. But you are right. It's those backstabs that are going to be very nasty towards them. Ketch is coming through like a ninja alongside with Masku. Got to be careful.
I'm looking at the utility, Blank, and this is something that's quite interesting. Obviously, Otter earning a lot of their points rather, in the early game meant that they go to their looting phase afterwards and pick up those nades. Furia have been using their nades in this late game to pick up those points, which means they're only on 1 in the pocket. Horror, they're on 6, and that could be a massive difference maker.
Well, the big difference maker is that they had so many loot crates to grab on the high ground. There was all of GOAT to take out there and just pilfer through, and they've happily gone for that one. I'm sure there was still some left remaining on the side of GOAT team. Horror in a position to try and open up. They know Fury's got to come to them. They're all on the same side. Sky throws the first. It's a little bit too close, and the nades start to fly over the top here, but Furia, stay patient, stay calm.
Managed to find a second nade as well, which means they're onto the boxes. Can start to pilfer through them, potentially resupply a little bit better. Ora dead center on this circle, and Ketch yet to really step up for an engagement. Being so far downhill does mean that he's somewhat isolated, but sooner or later, either he is going to catch sight of Ora or Ora are going to catch sight of him. It's only a matter of time. Igor tries to roll forwards, get a little bit more info.
I mean, he's doing great here. He is pulling out nades from Ora that he desperately needs. So now they're dead even on the nade count. Masku just going to deny the point outside. Will grab themselves a 4 for 9 eliminations. Not a bad first game for them. I think that might be the last nade coming through from Ora now. They found another. Furia also down to 0.
Got those 3 Molotovs though. Of course, those smoke launchers not appearing. We don't have an exact count on exactly how much smoke these teams are playing with. Ketch, I mean, they should know that there's a solo survivor, and they are being wary. And I think this is a big part of why Ora hasn't started to get a little bit closer to this ridgeline. Next circle closes dead center blank. We're into the final stage. Ketch is still alive. Sky can't quite find the angles.
Oh, desperate for a second place here. Silence finds a good amount of damage with the DP. Now looking to move around the side. The emergency cover flare is giving a little bit of respite to the team. A big nade does a fair bit of damage. Do they have the meds, the supplies to get back on board? But for Ora, they're looking mighty fine in terms of the health count.
Ora, if they clear this lobby, they get a 21 elim game blank. It is a potentially terrifying summit to try and battle against. Furia now, they're all grouped up. Luckily, there's no nades on side, and Ora are just going to have to shut it down with raw firepower, but they do have plenty.
Ketch just grabbed himself a P90, gifted by the loot crate. In comes Furia. They're just going to send a little bit further up here. Sky's on the first to face, but he has been magnificent today. Opens up with some massive damage. There's an evener. 3 versus 3, but a good pick up coming through. And Ketch also moving in with a P90.
Leaving Ora now just with Sleepy alive. Ketch is spotted on the back lines. He's down now. And a 3 versus 1. For Furia to run through. Ora denied at the very last. Maybe, unless they can find something miraculous here. Chief has gone down. Silence is low. Oh my goodness me. Sleepy stepping up. Igor now. A 1 versus 1. Ora to claim it. Ora to claim it. Where's the ammo? Did he find it?
Furia take
shut
it.
him down in the final moment. But it was down to the wire.
Felt very close there at the end. 2 Titans going against one another in those final moments. But Furia will pick up the first chicken dinner of the day despite an incredible, dastardly start coming through from Ora.
Some magnificent point scorings to launch us into these finals blank. A huge hot drop coming through from Ora. Sky was a standout in those scrappy little engagements. Later on, if they'd have had that 4th player, if they'd have been able to get rid of Ketch, maybe.
Hey, maybe. P90 though, grabbing the level 3s as well, just the gift drop that you wanted. I respect Ketch for going for it. He was like, look man, I'm kitted out. I'm just running up. You can see Aaron there at the end smiling, showing off the POV from his side of things. So cool.
Beautiful stuff. Furia open up with a big chicken dinner on Rondo. They've got their fangs out.
We've been talking all week about how the grand finals were going to turn things up a notch. And match number 1 didn't disappoint one single bit. What an insane finish from Furia.
It definitely delivered. I haven't been able to do this for the previous days, but I can finally say it. do Brazil coming in and getting the win. Unexpected and just pure aggressiveness out of Furia. The way that they were able to play that there at the end as well, just pushing up from outside the circle, playing that edge, waiting for the right timing as well to disrupt Go, to disrupt all those other teams. At the end, though, I must say for Furia, it did get sketchy, Max. They were sending one by one. I thought we were going to see the likes of a bit of a choke.
No, a little bit of a clutch coming out from the Nepali side almost, but no, it did not go the entire way. But I'm telling you, Alpha 7, watching this, I'm really happy this isn't Loops. Otherwise, that would have been a completely different ball game. But no, as you said, the way they were able to play from the edge, and especially I loved it how they outplayed Gaming Stars. They let them push first onto Goat. The moment they get a little bit too far away from the edge of the circle, Furia coming from behind, sweep the entire area clean, Hot Jukes. That was literally the push to secure them that chicken dinner.
Oh, we can see this right here. Yeah, I mean, talk about close. This was way too close for comfort. And yeah, Catch. Shout out to Catch right there. That was a huge assist.
He just got that P90 from the airdrop too. That was his lifeline.
Oh, unbelievable. Wow.
Nessa nele, nessa nele. Tomei, hein? Boa, tô não. Mais um 10. Toca comigo. Comigo. Vou fazer um nesse cara, velho. Levanta. Som. Da ponta. Deixa eu. É só ele? Vai ele. Até eu. Vou travar ele. Eu dei um tiro nele, eu tomei no pego. Até eu.
Igor clutching it up right there towards the end, and look at those points from Furia.
I'm especially happy with Silence. With the DP28, I'm having Powerboy vibes right now from like 4 or 5 years ago. This is madness, but Higo and also I think Ayala for you, Seven, were clear standout players.
Ayala was definitely the standout player. When it came to the fight that they had against Gaming Stars, his grenades actually exceeded expectations for his team because it opened up just them being able to push. He was able to knock 2 players. He was actually able to finish 2 players with those nades from Ayala and Igor. I mean, what a performance here.
Oh, some grenades were just insane. By the way, if you're playing Ultimate Royale later today and you want to have a proper tip on how to play Edge, rewatch this game because that was just peak Edge gameplay.
Well, you can just take a look at this right here. The match MVP from Hora Sky. Look at that, 1,700 damage.
Oh my goodness, 9 eliminations. This guy is an absolute menace from the very start of the game, right, Seven, going into Yulin. Eliminated so many players, so many squads. It's not called Yulin anymore. It's called Hora City now because, oh my goodness, Sky was bringing the heat.
We saw them fighting early on against BTR, and then we saw them just taking the fight to any team that was near them. Boom as well. I mean, that team was something, and no surprise here that the top 4 players are going to be from Hora and Furia. And Sleepy, I got to give you some props because you almost clutched up right there at the end. All the Furia fans were shaking in their boots.
That was way too close for comfort. As a matter of fact, the editors would just have diamonds in their eyes just thinking about that clip of Revo putting Hora all the way down at the bottom, right? Because, I mean, this is just crazy fuel to the fire here. I mean, what a start. Oh, my goodness. 20 points from 2 squads to start things off here in Rondo.
26 and 23, they're looking really comfy. We keep talking about how important Rondo is as a map. If you get this amount of points in one game, you're going to be set for the next games to come. But you know what? With Wrangle on the menu, if they can replicate it here, Seven, that's going to be a different ball game. Keep in mind that Hora will have to go back to the secondary drop of apartments because they can't go to Yaz because of Team Flash.
And from this page right here, one team that I'm going to be looking at is Boom. Oh boy, did they disrupt early on.
Yes.
The strategy that Aurora had because they decided to land on top and make sure they eliminate him. Now, why is that important? Because top is usually that recall player, and I felt like it threw away all the aggression that Aurora wanted to have. It threw it completely out the window. We saw Seoul having to run away, and that's why Aurora, it's currently the second page.
Oh, you kept theorizing about it, right? Since last year, since the Smash ruling has been effect on the global scene, and they chase down top, they get him instantly, and you could see then the POV of the players back in Yulin. They were like, oh no, we lost our lifeline. If we get fully eliminated, that's a 0-pointer coming our way. Luckily enough, as you said, Zjol does get the full recall. But even after that, Boom, chase them down, eliminate the entire squad.
And for a team that wants to be aggressive in regards to Aurora, that's a massive surprise. I don't think that we're expecting anybody to challenge them that early on in regards to top. And then on top of that, just chase them.
Oh, man, I mean, you said it earlier, Seven, right? That Aurora were going to get more aggressive, and boy, did they get some aggression. That is what we like to see. Looking on down that page, though, we saw S2G, rough start, but, I mean, no surprise. I mean, that's kind of what they did.
Miramar.
Yeah, it's not Miramar. So.
Actually, talking about teams, and I'm going to throw this over to you, Mr. 7WG. 4 Thrives didn't have the start they were hoping for, right? They kept talking to you, right, of how important really Rondo is for the entire game plan going into these grand finals, and here, not even double digits, super low on the rankings. This is not the start they were hoping for.
Only 2 eliminations out of that squad. The positioning that they had, too, just wasn't what they expected to be. I don't remember the exact team. I think it might have been Gaming Stars, if I'm not mistaken.
Gaming Stars and Furia.
Yeah, that ended up nading them and just peppering them in a bad position. For 4 Thrives, I think is now to just showcase those skills that we've been wanting to see. You cannot just keep using the excuse, oh, they didn't perform well in Rondo, so there goes their whole day. If you ever want to be able to be a champion, if you really want to fight for that championship, you got to make sure you bounce back, and you bounce back in the second game in the first Erangel.
Oh, the best map of 4 Thrives was that Erangel win next to Potato Hill back in the survival stage. You know what they've done in the past? Can they do it today?
Let's see here, and one way they're going to be able to definitely get that win in Erangel is by getting some of them loot trucks, Max, man, because we have seen just how much of a game changer they have been here in this tournament.
You just saw with Ketch, right? One P90, how much damage it could do. What if you had 4? And an MG3 at the ending, right? So it's definitely going to be very important for these teams to try and get it, especially Team Flash. They've been able to get it a lot of times back on the eastern edge of Yasnai Poliana. We'll see how that's going to be working out for themselves. And actually, because we do not have Enigma Galaxy this time around in the finals, Pachinki is going to be free for the opening here. And you do have an early loot truck over there. I do wonder how that's going to go down.
I love that loot truck because in Pachinki in particular, the loot has always been kind of, well,
wait, no, because Ida's not here too, so yeah, who is going to be going to take that
That's where my eyes are going to be then, right dead center in Pachinki. Which team is going to take it? Because, yeah, Pachinki, loot became okay, but once that loot truck came out, man, it has become a dominant spot, yeah. I mean, that last game was incredible. We saw Aura Sky get that 1v2 on the Furia, then Furia being able to come back and get that win. One team that I was really expecting something big in Rondo was going to be Pandem, right? Because they did so great in their stage. This time, not able to replicate it. How bad do you think that's going to hurt them, Seven?
In a big way, because remember, as you just mentioned, that was their big game. Can you actually step it up here in Erangel? Because that wasn't one of their best performing maps when we went to the group stages.
Well, they're going to have to step it up big time as we go into match number 2, the first Erangel of the Grand Finals. The pain plat here is going to be a little bit to the a little bit to the south side. Oh, actually, there it is, right dead center. This is what I'm talking about.
Ooh, hey, Bigatron doesn't have anyone to hot drop in Zark anymore. There's no RQ happening this time around. But no, these drops are going to be good. But really, Pachinki is one going to pay attention because it is fully open for the taken.
Now, nobody has been able to kind of call it. We could be looking at a possible unexpected hot drop in Pachinki because of what you were talking about. Enigma Galaxy's not here. Ida's not here as well. Who is going to be taking Pachinki?
We're going to have some madness in Milta again. That was very random, right? Back in survival stage. But
hopefully it doesn't
survive it, so maybe someone else is going to look to try and contest that position away.
That's the way you win a Grand Finals, folks, is being able to adapt. And we've seen how much teams adapted in Rondo with stepping up the aggression overall. How are they going to adapt here at Erangel? And you can see Pachinki is looking wide open as we go ahead and take it on over to our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Okay, it looks like we've already got some action on some of those drops. Going to take shots to players grabbing some vehicles, but in Pachinki, I thought 4 Thrives were going to go over there, Blank, but they've actually gone long on this one. And Pandem also seems to be on a split, so Pachinki maybe deserted this time around as we get another West Circle.
Oh, I think Pandem did think about going here beforehand. I think it is something that was agreed upon before this actually started. So Pandem wanting to take Pachinki early. I think a lot of people gave that one away. For BTR, on the other hand, Lipovka being their alt drop, that makes sense for them to go there. I think the big one was definitely go as well as Geeke, because this is a team that we expected to clash over towards Nova Rep Noya. I think for S2G, they get caught off guard there, because this is a weird drop from Go. Dropping Mini Milta is sort of out of the ordinary. I genuinely think it's because for Geeke going down to Nova Rep Noya, Go's like, we'll give it a try. If it's not meant to be, we'll drop Mini.
Could have been, maybe you have a backup dropper somewhere like Primorsk if your GOAT team, potentially, obviously not based on any on any actual fact, but it's the sort of thing that maybe you were trying to go out there, but the plane path didn't really help you out on that location. You know there's going to be a lot of teams grabbing those vehicles, and it's going to be a difficult place to access. So yeah, I think Mini Milter, unexpected, it's safe to say, coming through, but S2G do manage to escape with all of their players alive, Blank. They did take a pretty hefty hit on the damage, but they are 4 players, and they will keep on rolling. No other drama. And we do, okay, so we do have Pandem regrouping to Pachinki after grabbing vehicles and bringing them in.
Yeah. For S2G, I mean, starting on 0 points here, we can't really say much because they've done this before. They've been in 16th place and they were suddenly in top 4. So I think for S2G, certainly team, we still can't count out just yet. I do think that you have this situation where for S2G, though, did have some lackluster games. Some of the matches that actually were decent were sort of gifted, almost.
I mean, getting the circle always helps, right?
Yes.
And it has to be said, we always have to caveat that with, you still need to be able to win the game at the end, right? You still need to have that that little push, that little bit of power towards the end. But
yeah,
if you're only taking one test where everyone else is taking 20, it's much more likely that you're going to be able to see it all the way through the distance. Taking a look at our top 5 eliminators here. Sky actually topping the tables there with 24. I believe this is, so, well, it's certainly over the previous couple of days because he only got, I think it was 9, I say only, he got 9 in that previous match.
Okay, so Furia, Isla inside. Big top contender from that last game. S12K Silence, one of the most gorgeous sounding weapons in the game, opens up for 1, now looks for the 2nd. It's all going a little bit crazy, but Ayala starting off with a massively strong performance. In comes the backup, the boys have arrived.
From Brazil, you never let your teammate down, and they will sally forth. The player on the outside, I don't think they know about it.
He's desperate.
Grumble, Ayala stunning on him, and Furia swiped them aside. It looked all too dangerous, but they had no idea what was waiting for them in the attic.
S12K Silence sounds gorgeous, but that's the first time I've seen it look just that gorgeous in play. Ayala wipes the floor with S2G, and all they have to speak for it is a hovercraft.
Floating on a cushion of air and maybe feeling a little bit dizzy after that one. Hamzy needing to get away. And of course, no recall towers anymore. This ain't Rondo. We are going to be seeing S2G try and truck forwards as a solo. And to be honest, as a solo, a hovercraft is a very dangerous vehicle to be trying to use, right? It's so obvious, it's so big. You're going to get spotted, you're going to get noticed.
Well, look, a lot of teams use the hovercraft to play around it, play off the back of it. You've got no teammates to play off the back of this one anymore. Basically just going to be used as a roving tank. Without the cannon, of course. Oda trying to wrap over towards the southeast side of Pachinki here. Gaming Stars do spot them, gets a little bit of damage across. Now Rondo is very beneficial. It's even more beneficial when you can open up with an extra 3 elims on your next game, sitting Furia at currently a margin of 29. Almost a 15-point average here for them over 2 matches. Let's see if they can keep that up.
And then
doubtful, but
yeah, it would be.
You'd love to see it.
Absolutely. I mean, for Brazil as well, being denied 2 of their other representatives who were pretty hopeful of getting towards the finals, having Furia sit at the top of the pack early is good news. And it's a roster that is much more familiar with this style of format, right? This 2-day smash rule style. It's something that they've played quite a lot back in their region. And we were hearing from their coach yesterday, and they were saying, you know what? We know what mistakes we made. We're used to this format. This is going to be a very comfortable start to these finals. And it certainly seems like they are looking to show that that's true here.
Which is very typical Brazilian playstyle as well. It's quite aggressive, but there is these tones of global gameplay within that as well. Because I think that a lot of times Brazilian teams at the highest level, I mean, just going back to the likes of Influence Rage, yes, some of the best gun skill we have seen on a squad. But when it came to that macro, when it came to that patience game, that's where they sometimes fell down a little bit. I think Fury is kind of marrying the best of 2 worlds right now, from that Brazilian aggression to what you need in a global format on that macro side of things. It's very nice to see, and this is the best time to be pulling it out.
A lot of other teams kill for pressure like that. Furia able to kill because of it. 3 eliminations already earlier on. Into this match, they managed to get to a decent position to the east point of Quarry, which gives them access towards those Gatka fields later on into the circle. We're still in stage 1. Nobody really taking too much ground at the moment. No wild splits like we've seen from Balls and from Enigma Galaxy in previous days. They have long since fallen by the wayside.
We do have to say, though, there is a lot of water in this one, right? We have the Georgia Pole Delta over towards that, or estuary? Estuary, probably.
Estuary, yeah. Delta is when it's like lots of little rivers going up towards the edge.
We've got the Georgia Pole estuary over towards that north side, and then a ton of water over towards the coast on the west. E-Arena currently playing in those buildings that sit on that far west side, but more and more teams trying to cram their way on the east towards Gatka Field, etc. Primorsk fully open and was unlooted, so always a place you can head to if you need a little bit more gear later on.
Circle coming on through. Goat team very late into this one. BTR on the north side, and that might help them out because we've gone all the way up towards South George.
Yeah, that's a very, very nice circle shift here for BTR. They make their way over towards Lipovka. It's a long journey for them. This makes that journey so much happier overall. But Everest is going to get a little bit populated. You've got the likes of Hospital, Rich Sides around there, which are very, very good to play in from, to kind of catch some teams off guard if we do head a little further over towards that eastern side. E-Arena just plowing it down on that western edge, trying to get further and further into the circle. They know they have priority here.
Everybody making their move. Pandem regrouping, trying to move in past the swamp. Playing in the hook of that road can be pretty beneficial, but a lot of angles can see you. Got to stall a little bit further down towards the south, up towards that observatory. And we'll be able to chill out here for a little bit, but they are now much more towards the edge than they were previously. A lot more central on that one, as BTR have made their way across that bridge to the east side of Georgia Pole. We'll actually send in towards the crate, send a scout out towards Everest as well. Pandem spots as they try and roll down the edge. As we hop back on board, we've got on our screens, DT Project doing a lot of damage. In fact, able to find one, and Pandem are going down. Goodness me, what a lot of damage sent on their way. A flush, at least one has come on through, and another knock is there, but not quite enough. But there is an answer. Leon gets the flush.
Pandem able to find effect there. He was sort of like the backstop that they sort of really, really did need in those final moments to step up tall. Not the case here, sadly, not the case. For Pandem, though, they get themselves on the other side of things. Down towards that south side, just on the edge of Swamp. Good shot coming through from Reefus, as well as Top. That was a coordinated assault.
Real hard hitter. TT Project go down. Aurora denied on their first match, but this time around looking to try and gather that pace back. They're up to 3 eliminations, Blank, and they do have their 4 players alive. They unfortunately, of course, went down fairly early on in that rondo, and Gadesk was looking for them to do a little bit better, to find a little bit of aggression into the early stages of that game, and they went down very, very early.
That they did. I think the TT Project going early down like this as well is pretty rough for them. It's a team that I think a lot of people banked quite a bit of hopes on. They have some real old members on this team who have been phenomenal in the past, with some added players that have come fairly recently. I mean, Neos, you could probably call him a veteran, I guess, but around about the last 3 years that he's really popped up and started doing a lot of work. I think I'm most sad not seeing Neos and Freezer on the same team, though. I mean, Freezer was just one of the best rookies in the world when it first came through. I think that title is very much in the hands of Aaron at this point, though.
I don't know if we can count him as a rookie, though.
Oh, when he was on his up and up, I mean.
I see, yeah, okay, that's fair enough. A big Western shift, Blank, as we refocus onto the proceedings on this game. A massive Western shift. Keeps so much of that water rate on the west side, puts E-Arena in a very survivable spot. There is that sort of uphill threat from the positions out to the east of it, though. So the question is, how well can they hold on to that area?
Well, your biggest difficulty right now is that you have this horrible entry on the southern side. And a lot of teams did end up on this south side. A lot of teams didn't want to head all the way on that northern edge like BTR. So you're trying to get through this field. This big field here, John, is the major issue. Driving through it is a pretty horrid option at the end of the day, where a lot of teams will have sightlines over towards you, and Gaming Stars have set themselves up in a pretty annoying position for quite a lot of squads where they'll be able to take shots as they move through. So what you're going to have is a big old traffic jam down towards the south side with 4 Thrives, Furia, Aurora, as well as Go, and even Ulf in this instance. It's a tough position to rotate in from.
I mean, Pandem's also got their 3 players still alive in the hook of that road. As we take a look, and they shut down from a group of Doc. This was earlier on. A replay of how TT Projects got taken down. 2 teams really chiming in. Of course, Pandem able to hold their position, losing 1 player, but with Aurora being that counterpoint to it, just unweatherable. TT Projects do fall down earlier on. Ulf looking to try and make their way through it, and this is what you were talking about, this location on the south, so brutal. And they actually, for Ulf, may be looking to go through that open field.
Can wrap past Everest. I mean, that is an option here, but where do you go from there? It would have to be a bit of a mad send over towards Crates potentially, or even South George Apartments. Aurora gearing up to go now. Like we said before, a tough purchase on the circle to handle. Do they have the grip strength to make it through? Can they push themselves through this area of the map?
The south border of the buildings that 4 Thrives currently hold isn't really super protected. They don't have an immediate buffer, and maybe that's going to play well for them. Leaving this area first is going to draw the attention of Aurora, of Furia. So for 4 Thrives, playing with their south pair, it's a little bit tricky. Meanwhile, over on the east side, this is that position you were talking about being so annoying. It's the Gaming Stars. Ulf try and give them the slip around the east edge, but they've already lost 1.
I think for Ulf, what they wanted to do here is try and wrap up through this location, potentially send further north, and they're like, well, why don't we just play Radio Tower, right? We could try and pick up that spot. What you don't expect is a team to be already posted up here. Like, this is a very cool setup coming through from Gaming Stars, where they understand the geometry, they understand the map, and how this circle will force you into this location. And it's just 3 eliminations for them. That's what they're looking for.
Should be indeed. Ketch worried about the backstop. In the meantime, we hop over to another push. It's Aurora and Furia not quite able to make the impact that they wanted from that eastern side. Aurora able to rush them from the south, and now with all 4 players alive, maybe that's going to change, because Ayala, we see what he can do with his shotgun. It looked pretty before. It's a little bit more dire now, but he's already opened up for 2, and Furia are on 5 eliminations, looking to keep themselves going on the top of these tables.
But Pandem coming in from behind here, looking to find some more shots over that way. Doc says no as Leon's does go down. And now 4 Thrives also see this spot on the map. Ayala, 24 karat gold, S12K in hand.
Big west shift on this circle again. Blank keeps a lot of the water in. It is really nasty. And now this southwest compound is so important for 4 Thrives. They're onto a winner potentially here if they can keep their nerves nice and cool. It's what the desk was talking about yet again, right? These guys, they're so smart. They know what's up. 4 Thrives do need to be able to lose a rondo and then come back strong. This is their opportunity.
I think they looked a little bit more comfortable on the stage today too. This is going to be the litmus test for it. Good nade from top. Doc and Top. Kind of a legendary duo in the game at the moment on side for this squad. All the way back from APG. Bozy will find a knock over towards Sleepy as well. But if we look over towards the northeast side of the map, goodness me, BTR, Boom, Aura, as well as Flash, all have to fight off against one another.
It is starting to pop off. Aura now down to 2 players. They try and move their way south. A difficult approach for them on that angle. The nade still getting cooked on this compound. Trying to find their way in, but Ayala and Silence are putting all assaults to bed. Just not quite easy enough to make their way up. Ooh, a nasty little crash coming on through. I think that might be Aura crashing into Ulf, and I think Ulf have just been able to win that.
They hold on.
Pretty handily, nicely found, keeping all 3 players alive as well.
Nice nade, goes between them. Doc goes down. Ayala will take a knock as well. Silence looks to finish and can do it, but Pandem looking to make their entry now.
With 1 player going on for it. It's Silence to hold, but there is Goat Team helping out. He steals the point for them as well. Able to hold just a little bit longer. 2 players now, they hop the window. What are you doing? Silence is all too ready for that. And Panda now with 1 player on the outside. They have been sent dizzy with an off angle.
The DPS making a comeback, it seems, here for Silence. And he's not going to stay quiet here for long. Looks to go loud on this one. Last player moves up. Silence has to hold here. Ayala's still down. Wasn't able to get the res. Goes round the corner and will finish it. Once again, Furia opens up with a legendary comeback from the start of the game from Ayala versus S2G. Now through to Pandem.
Up to 10 eliminations to Furia, but we're on board with BTR. 4 of their players alive, and they are racking up the knocks over towards Geeke. A nade on the bounce. Doesn't look super hot, but in comes a third party from Boom. It looks like the Indonesians have a problem with Geeke.
Yummy.
Sent their way.
That is not tasty at all. Razy looking to move around the side, but it's off angles all day, every day here for every team inside of the lobby. Another goes down. Geeke's upstairs. Boom might have bitten off more than they can chew.
Now 1 player left for Boom. It's El Barrel trying to get his teammates back on in. Geeke trying to keep their heads down as much as they can. Ragnarok surviving or looking to either way. And now with 1 player on the top floor, Arena are moving in on the high ground. More nades, more damage going to pour on through. And Bigatron look to take control and keep it.
Molotov in, and they will burn away the hopes of Boom of getting into this match any further. BTR looking good once again. 6 elims on this game. Looking to make up from that bad rondo.
Another nade in. They're trying to get rid of Ragnarok now. You might have been quiet, but we know where the mouse is hiding. And the nade from Razak blast them out of the match.
It's a 1-2 punch. Same setup, 2 different buildings. BTR make it look easy. Flash though. Really strong squad with 3 players still up on this ridge side towards the east. 7-2-1. They're surviving. One thing they're insanely good at. OZ will find catch, and now we're just down to Aaron. Can't count this guy out just yet, though. This is the man, the 1v4 BTR earlier on in the tournament.
It's right on the edge of this circle, Blank. Doesn't quite have the same sort of position. And BTR taking on. For Furia, this is brilliant, right? With Aura going down, not really getting anything done here. They've got 10 eliminations. Any single placement point, any single extra elimination that they find is going to be great. But he's on a mad dash right now. And yeah, okay, he will fall. But they do get that placement point, which puts them 14 points in the lead already in match 2.
I mean, 37 on match 2 is an absolute banger of a game. Like, this is the type of scoreline you see come match 3. Maybe even match 4, to be honest.
You need back-to-backs or something like it.
We saw even, yes, on survival stage, teams not being able to get 37 points over 6 matches.
That is really quite the impact they've had. And the fact that they were able to get 10 eliminations out of the situation they were in is pretty incredible stuff. But they will go no further here, and we're going to have
they don't know.
Winner in match number 2. I think someone knows now because Aaron is taking a hefty punch back and forth. Somehow the ankle's not getting clipped. Go team, actually. Okay, helping out, and a nade from Aaron flushes out Hazaifa.
He stepped up, he kept quiet. Still 4 nades left remaining for any push that might come anytime soon. Black back up on his feet. 4 thrives. They needed this one. They were in a good spot towards the beginning, but haven't been able to quite convert here. Like you say, Aaron right on the edge of the circle, nowhere to go either. Wondering how many smokes he has left remaining to try and make this push, but do you think that Ulf might be going down pretty soon? Not a terrible match, though. Not a terrible match.
Goat team again in a pretty solid spot. Well, I say solid. It's on the beach, right? So they've got a little bit of cover.
Oh, it is now.
Okay, it's a really solid spot. That is a hell of a shift out to the west side. But can they hold it? They couldn't on Rondo. They had that central pillar to play around. This time, it's a lot more linear.
Smokes did get dropped here, but they are starting to run out. The mist starting to wane for Aaron. Might be exposed real soon. Quickly tucks himself back in, but got the longest road to go. An opener towards GOAT, though, John.
Okay, potential inroad here. BTR, they want to try and sweep the beach clean. As GOAT team need an answer. Not quite finding that first knock. They roll up with 3 players to handle. Looks like they're good for 1 and 2 as well. The off angles need to put in the work, need to do the business, and they do desperately want to find these knocks and flushes over towards BTR, but they're starting to hide, and there's third-party angles that they've got to worry about too.
Axel gets taken down on the back line. E-Arena looking to backfill on this one. It is resible here for BTR to get players back up again. What a horrific area of the map to play. This might just be going earlier than we thought. Aaron moves up, but Flash needs to move. 7-2-1 will find him on the cross. 4 Thrives, they get themselves in, and GOAT's position is manhandled by the lobby.
Goodness me, they've only got 1 elimination for it as well, Blank. It's the second game in a row that this has happened to them. They will fall down entirely, and their west side position looked mighty, but it was just a little bit too open, and teams took brilliant advantage of it. Now, we're left in a situation where only E-Arena are a 4-player team on the north side. Then look at a march down. Team Flash still trying to get stuck in, but it's only Win left. Not going to mean that he's going to be out of it just yet, although will fall finally. A shutdown, and Team Flash go out.
E-Arena starting to sweep now, looking for more and more players. They've got a healthy squad. Schweppes moves in, scouts out BTR's spot. They are still struggling, and the rest of E-Arena is recalled to the position. Razak, last left alive. It's not happening for them, and now E-Arena trying to end the game early.
But 4 Thrives have had much more time to get entrenched onto this position. E-Arena don't want a slice of it, and they will head back to the east side of the road. I mean, get rid of 7-2-1. They have more info on that. They're ready for it. 7-2-1 maybe a little bit slow to get up and backfill onto E-Arena. That's seemingly what they were worried about. But this hillside back under control for E-Arena.
Instant wrap back from E-Arena. Very, very nice stuff. Heads up plays coming through from this team. Look to go for a 2-2 split now. Just about saw the forehead there from Falak before he ducked back into cover. But they've got info on it, and that's the main thing. Good nade will take down the first over towards Alaku. Tourniquet opens up with a big one.
2 more players on the spot there for 7-2-1, of course, with only 3 players remaining. IQ not going to be able to land the shots, and Schweppes actually moving all the way in. Another nade from Joker takes Rehan down and gets the flush as well. And now just 1 player left standing. He's going to have to go out to the open blank. Schweppes already sweeping through with a lovely little rotate out on wide. Will go down though. He's still got a little bit more life left in him. And a nade from 4 Thrives might just change the tune. But that leaves the arena on 3. And 4 Thrives now with 12 nades.
4 Thrives with the entire armory at their back. 12 nades, 3 smokes, 3 mollies. They're good to go. E-Arena lost that advantage they had with the 1 extra player. So Tourniquet has to hit some banger shots now. Balak exposed for just a second, but not too long.
A nade. Oh, it doesn't quite clip Joker. Maybe a second later and it would have done. He was rolling forwards there. Another on spot, and Falak has yet to go for the heal. Has to drop down and look for it. Joker with a really nice angle, but they don't have the zone.
Norman tries to go for the shots over the top side there. Very ambitious play from him, but if he hit them, would have probably sparked the arena into action, because they have been roaming. They have been roving over this map so far.
A lot of ammo in the tank here for E-Arena, but again, this road crossing is so treacherous. There is really not a lot to play around. They just about have, I mean, they've got a crate to use as cover potentially. But 4 Thrives, they're playing up on the beachhead. They have got a lot of terrain cover, a lot of open, broad angles for E-Arena to worry about. If Mormon could find IQ, that is when E-Arena could go.
Mormon waiting now for a moment to strike. Then these players, it's small dips, divots that are keeping 4 Thrives alive here, but E-Arena start to move in. They're putting the pedal to the metal.
In they go immediately, and the nade doesn't quite get the job done. IQ has the backup. They're moving in at 4 Thrives, have a linear fight to approach, and the arena are going low. The spray down the bounce on the nade, doesn't get the re-knock, and now it's just Mormon. They tried to line up 4 Thrives, but it was all too much. And T24 now, they've got the bead on him, they've got the circle, and Mormon without a chance in this match.
Balak moving forward, scouting out the spot, but I don't think they've got anything left, and it's a crazy nade from IQ to finish the game. Pakistan takes a chicken dinner here in the grand finals.
With their backs to the water, they come up for a breath of fresh air, and that is exactly what they needed to find. Off the back of a soggy rondo, they emerge from the ocean and find themselves A powerful chicken dinner on that west side.
Regaining momentum for probably the first time in this tournament for Four Thrives. A lot of times it's been scrappy here and there, but for Four Thrives to come off a bad rondo into a chicken dinner, they are going to be beaming.
Absolutely. Beautiful stuff to come on through. The close down, I thought eArena might have had the right idea there, right? Try and isolate IQ, but the response from Four Thrives was immediate. They were on spot, they were on tempo, they were not nervous.
Yeah, they were very, very zippy here. But Four Thrives, what a win for them. Furia currently on 37. Who can take it for the rest of the day?
I felt the ground shake a little bit, boys, because I know the entire country of Pakistan is roaring with applause after Four Thrives get their first chicken dinner in the grand finals.
I was asking how that team will bounce back, and boy, did they showcase they can finally bounce back after a bad rondo. They had a questionable play sending Husaifa to Aaron. He ended up backfiring, but the team collected themselves and switched it up and fully sent it to a player of GOAT on the southwest of the circle. That pretty much secured them the win, especially with the way that they were just being more aggressive, more aware, scouting a lot more. This is what I want to see out of Four Thrives going on.
As you said, it was a mistake sending Husaifa to the solo of Ulf, and you know what? The redemption arc after that is crazy from Four Thrives, looking incredible. And it was really not an easy circle to be. It was down to individual gunplay. It was going to make the difference between an eArena chicken dinner or a Four Thrives win. And in this case, those nades in particular from IQ, when they were coming in with a vehicle, oh, the timing on that was beautiful.
That one right there. IQ was the main factor for that fight. Just having that off angle, and it was going to become a fight between him or Mormon for a second. And IQ, he was ready whenever that push came.
I mean, looking at this replay, Falak was just keeping 7-2-1 and eArena in check. Those nades, sure, didn't get maybe as much damage as he was expecting. He was keeping everyone hidden behind those rocks, those trees, and those vehicles to try and just survive. So sure, maybe didn't get as many in as we were hoping for, but Falak was definitely a massive presence in this game. And at the end, the self-nade, because of course, you want to deny that point away from the Pakistani team.
Oh man, just a perfect amount of disruption there from Falak. I mean, what a way to finish things out. That drive up for eArena, whoa, was that crazy? But Falak with 5 eliminations leading the charge for his squad. You know this team is pumped up.
Not only do we need to see that aggressiveness, this is the performances that we need to see out of Four Thrives as well when it comes down to Falak, the star player, the player that everybody is making sure that he actually performed, wanting him to make sure that he performs. And right now, he's definitely performing, and I love that we're currently sitting next to the Indonesian watch party, because Rosemary, every single time he sees Falak get an elimination, he's like, oh, I'm gonna have to eat my words.
Ayala, MVP of the game for Fury. I mean, he started it off right with a 1v3 technically onto S2G. He got a little bit of help in the third elimination, but he was solo, waiting up in the attic. 2 players pushed right up for S2G. And S2G, I believe, still standing on 0 points on the rankings. And Ayala is the man that made them go right down on that leaderboard.
S2G is currently just waiting for Miramar, but let me tell you something, S2G, if that's going to be the case, it ain't going to be working out here, because it ain't the top 6, it ain't the top 4. You want to be the #1.
S2G getting punished by the S12K right there. I mean, that is the weapon to have a choice. And Ayala just hiding in that warehouse. Boom, surprise. And S2G gets punished for it. As we looked at these rotations here, super, super Western Circle.
Yeah, massive rotation from Bigatron, right? Dropping onto the Eastern Coast, sending it right onto literally the most Western finish you could ever ask for on a Erangel. And they do get actually some good entry points, trying to sweep from the northern side eventually. And eArena had a great compound, and they were just waiting for that fight to happen. But BTR, there were 3 teams involved over there. How the hell do they make it out with as many players as they did?
And for BTR, I was really kind of shocked the way that they decided to just send it to GOAT. because they were going to have to worry about it arena. It was a completely different scenario between BTR there at the north and 4 Tribes on the south of that circle. It wasn't going to end up working out the same way. Luckily for them, we do see that fragging power come out of BTR with those 8 eliminations.
Yep, 12 points for BTR is huge. Another 11 points for Furia is going to be amazing as well. They're going to be definitely leading the charge on the leaderboards here. You know, also at the start of this Airgale match, we had a question, right? Which team was going to drop into Pachinki? And we got the answer here in this game.
Yep, it was none other than Pandem. Yeah. But they weren't really able to do much for it. They tried to, I think it was third party in the fight between Aurora and Furia. Boy, did it end up backfiring though, because Furia actually won it, and it was a player that you were highlighting earlier, Max. None other than Silence.
Yeah, not with the DP28 this time, a shotgun, and really Pandem, this goes to show a little bit of an experience in my opinion, the way they sent it with the leap animation through the window. You're asking to get shot right into the face, and because of that, Furia get so many more points. 37, Hodgix, we're almost reaching 20 average points per game on Rondo, followed up by now an Erangel. Man, Brazil is here to play.
I'm telling you right now, the rest of the lobby needs to be extremely nervous. Out of all the squads, I think you really don't want to be so heavily in first place. It's Furia, because they have hit the smash point not once, but 2 different occasions, right? So when it comes to Furia, they're on top, and they're not going to try to leave it anytime soon.
I mean, real quick, just to highlight how global PUBG Mobile Esports really is right now. You got Brazil, then followed up by MENA, then you got South Asia, then you have SCA, then you have Turkey. The spread of teams so close at the top is crazy, and right now, we have no idea, Seven, which region will be...
Try to get a win, or at least try to get into a top 3 situation, backed up with that aggressiveness and those eliminations that we expect out of that team. If not, right now, with the way those top teams are playing, the gap is just going to keep expanding, and it's not going to be looking good.
They have some really good moments, but at one point, Doc, when they're pushing onto Furia, Doc is staying really far on the back line, and I feel like that is a push that you need every single member to join the fray if you want to come out on top, because Furia, we already saw, right, on Rondo and now on this game, they can get those eliminations. If you take the fight and you're not fully prepared and you do show a bit of weakness, they will clap right back at you. So sure, we know Aurora, one of the best teams out there, you can't afford to disrespect a lobby like this.
Oh, you really can't. I mean, they're in 13th place already, and with Furia almost averaging 20 points a game, things are going to spice it up real quickly. I mean, as good as you are as a squad, we know Aurora could have that 20-point match, but if these teams at the top, like you mentioned, just keep consistent, it's going to be a problem. So we did have an opening in Pachinki, Pandem took it, right? Yep. There is another possible opening if I'm correct, Max, am I right?
Yeah, up north is going to be Severny. We do not have the side of Void, and we do not have X-Force reject right from Africa. So actually, because of the plane, no one could really reach it. If we have a more northern plane, that could be an easy loot truck up for the taking.
And it would be interesting to see maybe some of the other teams that tend to go south. I wonder if...
Aurora.
That's what I'm talking about. Just flip it up.
Drop.
Just flip it up. You usually end up going military. See if you can maybe end up going north, but it is RNG when it comes down to that, because you don't know where the circle is going to end up being.
Double plate, no double.
Oh my gosh.
Not Rondo.
That would be absolute craziness. Well, you know what? Airgale continues to not disappoint with these crazy circles. We had a party at the beach here. I wonder where that next zone is going to go. The crowd here is absolutely intense, folks. We saw that elimination from BTR onto Boom, and the crowd went crazy.
Yeah, we had some really good nades coming out from Boom in general. Really good start also, right? The Rondo chasing down Aurora, even after the recall, getting the entire squad. Boom definitely not deserving to be slept on. They could do a massive bounce back, but here we go at the overall match ranking. And you know, Seven, genuinely, we were talking a lot, all 4th Rise, Rondo team. They've had their 2 wins on Erangel, so I don't believe they're a Rondo team anymore. For me, they are an Erangel team.
And the thing is that we've seen that just based on the data. Every single time we've seen that team at a global tournament, that ends up being the case. And they actually tell you that to the players. When I talk to them, they tell you Rondo tends to be our game, and usually we can't snap ourselves if we do have a bad Rondo. Now, for this squad to start showcasing this, now this is not just the first time. This is the second time, because as you mentioned, this is their 2nd win in Airgale. They were able to do it whenever they were under pressure. What kind of consistency are we going to be seeing out of 4th Rise? What kind of aggressiveness are we going to be seeing out of 4th Rise? Because something that you pointed out to me was that they just seem to still not be quite sure how they want to push on fights and fight those fights. Sometimes they try to be a little bit too over-aggressive, sometimes too passive.
You do feel sometimes they are quite hesitant, but when they're dedicated to a cause, like we saw at the end of that game, man, their dedication is S+ tier, and they are second to none, and that's why they're able to get those wins.
You know, speaking of wins, right, we were talking about in the previous stages Ulf, right, and how they had trouble being able to keep an entire squad up towards the end. When they were able to put up some serious points, but it looks like we're seeing some of that same thing happen here today.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, of course, was able to get insane survival time, insane eliminations, and so does Ketch, because actually looking back at their previous stage, he had a almost 23-minute survival time and an average eliminations of 2.5. Then Scarface, not even one average elimination per game, 16 minutes and 40 seconds survival time, and Soulless, 20-minute survival time, but half an elimination per game. We need to see a team-wide effort if both want to pull off that comeback.
Let's see if they're going to be able to do it here as we get into match number 3, heading into Air Gale once again. As we can see, oh yeah, look at this playing path.
You can make it Severny actually, so actually who's going to be taking it?
You're definitely going to be able to make it Severny. By the way, going back on what you were saying in regards to Ulf, something that I didn't like that Ulf was doing is just not holding their ground, not willing to take a fight early on. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it might have been Gaming Stars that ended up pushing Ulf in Tornado Sirens in that past game. And they just kept pushing them back until the time that it forced them to just fully disengage from the fight. Ulf needs to make sure they use those numbers to try to win a fight, to try to get that confidence.
I feel like sometimes they're just trying to avoid fights to keep their players alive, but sometimes there are skirmishes you just can't really avoid if you want to have an opportunity later on down in this game. We're looking at the drops here.
I think it might. BTR? Is that BTR going to Severny right now? Federalis is very close by, and I don't see anybody else going to be kind of challenging.
They might want to stretch it to Zaki, actually, but why would you go Zaki when you have Severny with a free loot truck?
Yep.
Hey, you got to take it. You got to take those opportunities when you get them. But you know what? It's time for the ultimate opportunity to listen to our incredible casters, John Allen and Blaine.
For an ultimate opportunity, Black. Isn't that very lovely of Hot Jukes to say? Thank you very much. Guys over on the desk, breaking it all down. And of course, yeah, that BTR insertion over to Severny is going to play off with that circle.
And it will, up towards that north side, quite a bit of water in, so likely he's going to head further towards that northern edge of the map anyway. But for BTR, yeah, good spot. I mean, they're dropping between Lipovka and Severny at the moment. Severny being free is just really nice for BTR. Sadly, see a little bit more out of them on the standings. I think they're not doing terribly at the moment. Honestly, 13 points is workable, very, very workable. And the fights we've seen them as well look fairly consistent, but we are playing at this global stage now. I mean, pretty much you could take any one of these teams, and out of the 2 matches we played, we have seen pop-off moments from every single one of them.
Prestige.
Yeah, double goose eggs do be rough, It
is a tough time. Go of it. Taking on board with our previous game chicken dinner winners, 4 Thrives. They are pretty healthy on that 21 points right now, Blank. They are looking to keep that one going. Just south of Pachinki, actually, which is interesting that they're getting closer to it, given that Pandem claimed that zone earlier on. Seems like they won't get too close, though, and Armor's there.
Yeah, with the playing path on the east side, it's always tough to get up towards the western side of the map. So for 4 Thrives, this is mainly about just grabbing some vehicles and then getting on your way. So currently they are moving further over towards that western edge. They might clash with Gaming Stars, though, which is the worrying thing for them. Boom, Otter, playing between apartments as well as Rozok. Terrible spot for both teams to be in terms of rotations towards that northern side. We'll probably wait for stage 2 because we're unsure if this is going to come further down towards the south and just be unconfirmed between both sides of the island, where you've got the north and the south edge that's cut up between that river. TT Project taking a much more safer approach to this one, especially on the playing path. I mean, Kameshki's fine. They can wrap north over Stalbert, try and play in from there.
Project on the north side of Stalbert. Muddy that bit, but if they get on fast, then it may open up as well. Aurora, they drop all the way down late in towards the military base, have yet to make their move. Get across these bridges, and you'd hope fairly quickly to actually see it. He's just doing target practice, don't worry. You'll get some practice on board. Might be more worthwhile though to go and try and find a helmet though as well.
Yeah, potentially. Giving it large. I think for Aurora, right now it's all about just getting as much loot as possible before they head out, because they will definitely need utility later on before they head into this one. Gaming Stars didn't end up clashing with 4 Thrives, they just passed on by. No contest, which is nice to see. 7-2-1 also starting in North Georgia. So they can move over towards that eastern side, but BTR taking a real long split right now, playing over towards the compound that sits on the coastal edge of the northern side of the map, just east of Zaki, and they also control that compound that's on the coastal side, northwest of Stalba. So a lot of place to play. TT Project just helping one another out here, getting the vehicles.
Are you sure they're all roadworthy? A bit of a tap there. Bring everyone under control. Pandem, with their position in Pachinki, should be looted thoroughly now. They take on the loot truck as well. Looks like they want a little bit more before they leave the town. Or rather, maybe they don't want anyone else to get the loot truck, which is probably more reasonable.
Hey, I mean, you always want the loot truck no matter what happens. Very, very good loot on board with it. Level 3s sometimes can be found in here too. But for settings, much more likely. So you already hear Dimsy with the level 3 vest and level 3 helmet.
MG3, I believe. Was that the MG3? Forgotten already. Either way, a lot of loot being funneled over towards Pandem. Now they have to make their route north, though, so they have to put that to the test. This is on board with BTR, who are on this sort of odds 2-2 split that you were talking about, right? 2 players out to the east, 2 players out to the west. That west point did regroup to the north side of Severny, but that other duo yet to fully regroup. But it looks like they might be going for a scouting mission is probably what they were looking for on that.
Yeah, just making no teams actually crossing over the top side of Zaki here. Tops will find Neos from TT Project. Losing one player early, but they've lost Bozy as well. Bozy being a tremendously good player for the team. Coming up clutch over in their group. Crazy moments from him. The rest of the team will be moving out.
I feel like that we aren't seeing the same team flash from survival stage, though, here. I was hoping that maybe they would be able to play that raggedy edge style that took so much control over the rest of the lobby. But
totally different lobby, though. That's the thing.
Absolutely right, and maybe it's just not going to work out here. I don't even feel like they've been trying to go for it, though.
It's hard. I think most of the area towards the center of the map is just taken. Most of the time when they're trying to play out on the edge, it's so difficult after that point to make their way in. They are playing on the edge here. Furia. Igor saved by a reload coming through from Kedge. Those shots felt very much on target.
Climbing there for Furia to stay up as 4. May have been difficult to get that res, actually, if he goes down in that spot. It's too far down the hill. You're in so many sight lines. Was that the player?
Yeah.
It was. Oh, dear. Gaming Stars controlling the bridge crossing over that central island. And you can have all the loot truck you want, but it's not going to matter if you lose your players too early. And that's exactly what happens to Pandem. Gaming Stars looking to camp this one out.
Why not? I think Gaming Stars, they have had a tremendous step up from a team that's relatively unknown in terms of players. Being here on the main stage and just holding their own versus some of these top squads has been very, very nice to see. Even some of the fights that they've been taking, it hasn't felt like they were floundering. A lot of times feeling like they had this really good idea of what they wanted to do next, how they wanted to go about it. I think it's been impressive to see. And look at that spray down. Like, that is a fast vehicle to track.
Nails it. Real nice stuff coming on through. And maybe, after losing another. He's right now into the spray that he just faced down. Maybe worried about the vehicle's tyres getting off there, not super safe, but not too sure on the decision there from Leon to step out that way.
Yeah, maybe Adren first as well, potentially. Circle does move down towards that southwest, so we do have Center Island between the river in play. It's a little bit more leaning towards that northern side, so teams are still pretty happy with their rotation towards the north, but the likes of Gaming Stars, they're very happy to hang out around Boatyard.
Still maintain a lot of pressure from that south side. Yet to see teams really push towards that west edge flank, close towards Ruins, maybe even up towards Everest, but you've got teams who are rotating in late, like Aurora, who have just about come level with Pachinki, and do need to go a little bit further, who could potentially take up a position like that.
4 Thrives inside their building. On the southeast side, we've got some tremendous energy in the arena today, by the way. Nice to have the crowd alongside with us, as always. Yeah, I mean, you're not hitting that. He hit some, but getting the full confirm on it, very unlikely. Save the ammo.
Okay, trying to roll in on the south side of Rozhok, leading the charge with the hovercraft there. Nice little point break for them. Find actually the remnants of Pandem here on the menu. They're going to roll all the way up, and immediately that first shot comes on through. However, it's more than likely that they're going to divert and assume that's a 4-player squad up there.
Well, I think for Geeke, it's just really easy to rotate in with the hovercraft, right? It's a super easy thing to do, get a lot of information. The thing's tanky as all hell, so you can afford just to rock up. Irina takes some shots over towards 7-2-1. 7-2-1 losing players doesn't really worry me too much, though, because I feel like this team plays best as 2.
Sometimes, you just get that little bit more freedom to say, you know what, we're not really playing for the win here. Let's just win these fights, see what we can get. And that can be a pretty fearsome opposition to come up against. Hopefully they can grab some of that power, some of that momentum. But Pandem on the north side of Rozhok, they can stay alive for a little while. Yet. No team's really going to be too much of a danger from the north side just yet. I don't think anyone wants to send into Rozhok. So for me, I think Pandem do have a long time left in this lobby, probably at least 10 minutes.
Okay, Ulf getting into position. Yeah, still is 4. Scarface a little low here, but should be very recoverable. Currently just trying to clear out the northeast side of the lobby. They've got Goat coming in. Flash down towards their southeast, passing by Yaz Bridge. See what they can get done with this. Is a very nice position to hold out teams that are trying to take any of these bridge crossings on the eastern side of the map. But similarly, they don't really have a central spot here, so do worry for Ulf overall.
Approaching it just got tougher for Ulf. Goodness me, that east side is looking so messy. And Blank, Boatyard's looking great right now on that south edge. You've got Aurora as well. Look at that split that they've got at the moment, obviously coming in late towards this circle from that south side. They've got control over so much of this, and they have the pick of the litter when it comes to spots.
Definitely benefits you in a big way here for these squads. For Aurora, they can pick up Castle. They've got an outpost over towards that northwest side. They're fairly certain teams aren't going to be coming over towards them. Furia taking shots as they rotate through Aura. They just need to keep teams at bay around them. So accurate shots are super helpful to divert teams, right? Corral them like sheepdogs.
Trying to make it work. Furia on the road. Looking to be safe, actually, in their pursuit. As we hop over to 4 thrives, and it's okay to go down first as Zypher wins the challenge and sits down for a second. S2G not able to stop him doing what he wants here. Zypher doing bits. 7-2-1 and Goat Team clash too.
7-2-1. Goat Team in position. Rahan pulling off some miracles once again.
Faster stand for them. A nade, that might be the end of them. Doesn't quite get the knock or the flush, which means this res can come through, but they're stepping back into another nade.
No!
Oh, it's looking nasty. And they both go down to it. A long lob on that one. And Focus takes down 7-2-1 in second place.
I mean, for 7-2-1, it's been a lot of living, right? It's been a lot of living from this squad. Kind of playing out a little bit cautiously. Like I said in the past, for 7-2-1, their playstyle is not going to win them a tournament. But it's certainly going to get them up the tables, and this is great experience overall. Silence goes down first. They're playing underneath the bridge here. That nade isn't quite good here from Solus. Needs to get it to dip a little bit more, so he backs up just slightly. That one, well, I don't know what to say about that one.
Not quite as on target, but the fact that Ulf have managed to get here, Blank. Remember, they were all the way out on the east side, on the north of the river. They now have a really good surround on this bridge position. They got one player towards the south, and Solus, I think, is in a lot of danger there. It's likely that he may not see out the entirety of the match, but in this position for now, Ulf have a lot of control.
Well, Solus needs to play that spot. In the meantime, PTR rocking over towards TT Project. TT Project in a little bit of trouble here. One player already down, and now Ephius outside in the blue as BTR looks to move up, and they are surrounding.
Ooh, and they're not quite finding it, and there's just so much pressure to be felt. Zeritz goes down last, and he takes one of them out, but this zone is reservable, but not for much longer, Blank. They're going to have to get in the vehicles and move forwards, and BTR want to stay as 4, and Aura are in the way.
are on a big split. They are looking for any targets that they can find on the northern side. No way this circle drops down towards the south once again, keeps Boatyard in, but centralizes that island.
I think at the moment, I'm looking at Ulf, right? It needs to be a regroup coming through from Eren. I don't think that they can withstand that as a solo in the position that he's in, with Irina there, with the rest of GOAT team there, with Aura, BTR, Aurora all on the north side. I feel like Ulf may need to consolidate.
Ulf definitely need to pull back together here, but how do you get Eren back across towards you? Island finish would be phenomenal here at PMGO. At the grand finals, Ayala though opens up over towards Solus. He was the one protecting them from these players. Hasn't gone down yet though, but how do they pick him up?
And I'm losing another player. They're now down to 1. This is on the exit from Rozhok. They have to shimmy west. Boom, yet to leave. They know there's another player here, which makes it dangerous to try and step out of Rozhok, move towards the hills on the west side of it. But one more player to handle. Ren. Nice nade over the top, does figure out the position of the player, and now 2 players going to roll down and challenge. Won't go this way. That is a nice little cleanup coming through from Boom.
Eren in the meantime cracks Ayala. Will find the shot. BTR get put down on the approach to Aura, like you were saying, and a cross angle coming through from Aurora. Eren started off in a big way here versus Furia. More damage coming through. Scarface needs to hit these nades. Nice shot from Eren from up on top on such low HP. A critical moment. Chief, the backstop there, now down, and Furia's in a spot above her.
Oh, and nades are pouring in from the duo of Ulf, who sit on this side of the river. The drop back, and the nades are coming from all angles. Furia fall, and they are down now with 37 points. Potential for Aura to jump on up, and potential for Ulf to join them.
Ulf is now in an incredibly good spot here. I think they're getting the res off. I think they did just grab it in the midst of all that. He was bleeding out the entire time. Really, really dangerous coming through for Ulf, but they make it happen. And now they have full control over center circle. Oda now looking over towards E-Arena. They're passing on through. 2 teams that need to take control of the north side. They've got GOAT, the Remnant, down towards the south.
They crashing in on the south edge. Boom, trying to make their way in, but it's such a hard wall to come up against here. They crash 2 more after getting the first flush, and will look for the rest of GK. The drop down not going to go his way, as El Beryl still just rolling up these stairs, trying to take the rest of GK with them. They had a scrap with them before, one in through the window. Okay, they're going to slip right past one another there, and it's a bit chaotic on the inside. Boom now down to 1, and GK not getting the answers that they need.
El Beryl with the AKM, still using the 7.62 to his advantage. Takes a fair bit of damage, has to dip back. Last first aid kit for him. Last chance for Boom up against GK.
Steps into the fight once more. Nade down the stairs could be all it takes, but the spray down looks tight. El Beryl not going to walk into it though. Another challenge. The nade starting to run dry, you'd imagine. He's still got the one in the pocket. Where's he going to put it though? I feel like might be a little bit of a waste here. Not going to find anything.
We are getting an island finish.
Oh no.
We are dropping towards the island here. Water abound, surrounding on all sides. You're going to have to pull up the drawbridge here because we've got a moat.
Huge move. EK still struggled to dispatch the final player from Boom. The bounce down the stairs may be enough.
How's he lived that?
Just slipped past it. Just about able to shoulder out the way.
Thrives.
The 4 Thrives are going to rock up into the engagement. It's been nasty up till now, but it's getting harder. Doc helps them out. Oh no, hang on a minute. It's Gaming Stars who are helping them out. IQ and Hazypher both fall. And Boom are still in this one.
For Gaming Stars, you just wonder why we're not aggressing on this. There's a lot of space you can pick up for yourself. Ulf moves over to try and capitalize on the fight happening on that northern side between Aurora as well as E-Arena.
Are really chiming in on this, and E-Arena come out the victors of that fight, but Ulf are looking to move through. They smelt that blood in the water. A little bit more damage would be all it takes if we're back on board with our garage engagement. 4 Thrives with 2, GK with 2 as well. El Beryl just trying to find anything he can. Pokes his nose up the stairs. I mean, that's a real risk. Ragnarok, though, trading nades up and down. El Beryl back to the front room.
El Beryl stuck in the midst of these 2 squads. Somehow the healthiest out of all of them. I don't know how that's happened. AKM all he's got for these close engagements. The nade's close, El Barrel lifted, but remember, no more first aid kits.
Very, very low. The bandage is there, and he will fall down. 4 thrives now into a 2 versus 2. Falak charging forwards first. Geeke on the top floor. They should know that there are still players here. They should know. Doesn't feel like they're acting like it, though, as Goat Team line up an off angle across the river.
Flash, in the meantime, able to silently swim across, scuba gear into action. 4 thrives coming off themselves a chicken dinner. Now looking to push a little bit further here. Good nade should confirm the flush on that one.
Ooh, Falak as well, turning the corner immediately. Waiting on the door frame now. Last player from Geeke and a taken shot from the off angle. Gaming Stars with the assist. And it is another point picked up, coming through for 4 thrives who are looking to charge up the tables, but it's about Ulf right now, Blank. I feel like they are in such a solid spot. It's going to be so tough to deal with them.
They're taking out a lot of the main contenders there as well. With Flash moving across, they're able to take shots towards them with the help of S2G. That's yet another team cleared. For Ulf, they're on 8 eliminations this game. They can push very far up the tables. And for them, this has been a very difficult rotational path to get towards this location. And I think they've handled it fairly magnificently. For Solus as well, took his opportunity, took his task to heart in terms of holding down the guys from Furia. Yes, he gave his life for it, but you've got the likes of Eren who were able to pop off in those moments.
That solo position for Eren was absolutely pivotal, you're right. Being on that open ground, on that off angle, getting rid of Furia from it as well, and a really timely regroup as soon as they went down. The circle does shift right on top of this island again, Blank, so the North duo for Ulf can start to think about regrouping. The great news is that they have so much control over this area, they can just freely move around it in a way that nobody else is going to be able to.
The real issue for Ulf right now is that they want to play on this bridge spot, right? It gives them a lot of cover from a lot of the other teams, but it means you're lacking vision on some of these coastal negotiations, right? These embankments where teams are going to swim underwater, they're going to get close to you, and suddenly there'll be different teams in the midst. So for Ulf, they need to be very aware that this area could get super compact very quickly. And how do they want to deal with that? They know that there's at least 2 teams on the north side. So maybe they deal with that first. They try and create a barricade over towards the northern edge of the circle, try and swipe across. You already see Scarface starting to swim out.
You know what, S2G are off the mark as well with 2 players looking to go pretty deep into this one, and with 1 player on the island. They have more than most can attest to onto this one. Gaming Stars also looking to expand their influence on the south edge. 4 thrives. Unfortunately, they lost those 2 players on the run-up, but they're playing as 2. Have to move once more. Don't get across, but yeah, okay. It was only a matter of time before someone spots them. I'm surprised that Irina hasn't taken shots either. Even as a solo, Mormon will have the ability to just take Goat Team out.
Mormon, yeah, should get some free points off the back of this one, but 4 thrives with a super long shot downrange for Lack. We'll find that. And that puts 4 thrives up into the top 5 here in 2nd place on the leaderboards.
Beautiful stuff. They're looking to charge the top title. With 37 points, Furia, though, still a bit of a distance away. Chicken Dinner would put them over the top there. Falak looking to try and get rid of as many players from Gaming Stars as he can, but it's a very tall order, Blank, and the far side of the bridge is going to start to chime in too, because no one's really starting to control that east flank anymore.
Ulf starting to flex out a little bit. I think they're realizing there isn't any more teams left on that northern edge now. Force goes down, Ketch will pick that one up from a very, very long back line. Nice.
Oh, Falak for the first opener. The shotgun shut down there.
Gaming Stars are injured.
They absolutely are. They're taking a knock from another angle as well. They are starting to suffer. Only 1 player on 2 different points, and S2G have got both sides of this river covered. They've got a player on that boatyard area as well as on the central island. I don't know if they're aware of Yusuf. I think they may well be now. You can see there is a trade back and forth, and now 4 thrives can move along this one until Ulf start to march in.
4 thrives just trying to confirm the points off the back of this. Hamzy G, player with a lot of renown in the game. Now looking to find some more shots, some more points for S2G, because anything counts at this point in time. They've already like 4x their amount of points they had from the beginning of this one.
Real great results compared to what they found before. That circle does take us just off of the south coast as well, which means game starts at the lead. Forthright looking across as well. There's the first on the lineup, getting another knock. Balak looks for more as well, but that's the answer, and that's the worry from Ulf. They can start to move forwards and encircle everybody trying to cross. I don't see anyone but Ulf taking this.
Ulf's been so careful. They've pretty much commandeered the entirety of the northern side of this island. They cleared out everything methodically. Now they know that there is nothing on this northern side. They can completely overwhelm the bank. Forthright does go down at the hands of Ketch, a previous MVP of days gone past, but this man is now working his way up to be back at the top with the best.
S2G up into a second place, but already losing one of them. And this is magnificent stuff coming through from Ulf. With one player left standing, Hamsy's on the far side, does need to cross, doesn't have any way to do so. A big opener onto Eren, may be able to find it, but now position is given away. They know exactly what they're playing against, and there is no way that he's going to be able to find it.
Good shot.
Eren pins him to the back wall there, and Ulf line up a staircase for them to climb those tables nice and fast.
They should be zooming towards the top of the tables there alongside with Fury and the likes of Forthright. That's a big gain for them. We know Ulf can do it. This team is extraordinary in terms of the talent they have on board. Some wild players from across the region of Turkey all coming together as this Turkish super squad. Great to see them actually performing on the main stage.
Absolutely. Forthright as well did very well late into that match blank. They got up into the top 3. I think they had 8 elims as well. I think they pushed past 30 points off the back of that game. So a great result for the Pakistani team, as well as for Ulf, and as well as S2G, right? If nothing else, it was a little momentum builder. If they can keep that going, we know what they can do on Earth.
It's so funny seeing the guys from Ulf, because I remember all these guys in the past. I remember them with very different faces. They're all grown up now, but they're looking to grab the win here at PMGO.
And we get a boatyard bridge finish in match number 3. And one team in particular absolutely dominated it, and it was Ulf.
Oh, the Wolves are better when they hunt in pack. And you know what? Finally, a full team finish 7 from Ulf that we've been asking for pretty much since day 1. And this is it. We finally get that strong finish. And not an easy one too, right? You're playing down under the bridge. And the timing of engaging that fight, especially onto Aurora, that I know you're very adamant about, was beautifully executed.
It really was. The 2-2 split for this squad. We were asking for them to just commit to a fight. We were asking for them to actually just stick to a fight.
Don't doubt yourself.
Yes. Exactly. Use that fragging power that you have. They ended up sending Scarface and Kedge, if I'm not mistaken, to just scout that area when they were fighting, when Aurora was fighting E-Arena, and it worked out wonders because once they ended up clearing that, they just had so much control of the circle.
I just hope this game is going to remind them that they are just a menace, even on the global stage, and that when they have the players, they have that opportunity to get those wins.
Let's take a look here at the final blow, and here's some of those in-game comms from these players.
Eren bana bak, girdim ben. Gidiyor. Nice. Öldü bunlar. Şuraya koşuyorum. Koşuyorum. Kayaya geçiyorum. Geç. Neredeler? Kayanın orada bir yerde. Hayır, kayanın orada bir yerde. Altında kayanın bir yerinde. Sıktı, duydum. Yerin orada. İnfo verme. Bilmiyorum, diğerleri bilmiyorum. Biri kaldı. Sakin ol. Burada. Nerede? Evet, burada aynen. Bak. Nate atıyorum, bak da çıktı. At bakayım. maşallah. Nice.
Nice indeed there. 1-2 finish on the side of Turkey as we're going to see Ulf there with putting up some pretty serious numbers here, Max.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Black was saying earlier, right? It's just like, he remembers those boys back in the day when it was Fireflux. And you know what? The embers of Fireflux are still not fully extinguished because they just get so many big numbers. Aaron in particular,
yes.
and Ketch. And you know what? Finally seeing some good numbers from Solis and Scarface that until this point, 7 were a little bit too silent in my opinion.
Yeah, and I gotta give some props to Aaron too, because the off angle that he was able to get on the players from Fourth Drives, just stopping that momentum that Fourth Drives was having. And on giving props to some players, I gotta give props to Falak. My goodness,
yes.
For him to, at one point, you wanted him to crash into the water. He said, no, I want to go take those fights. I want to win that MVP. And he was able to do just that with those 5 eliminations.
If it was anyone else, I'd like go in the water. But I did indeed, as you said, 7, forgot. We're talking about Falak. So if he can take a fight, chances are he's going to go for it. But sure, Falak is MVP. But the reason why he is MVP is because he was set up by the long-range assistance of T24.
Yep.
T24, you know, compared to the rest of the team, maybe not the main core fragger. You're looking mainly a little bit more at Huzaifa and Falak. But here, he was so important to the success of Fourth Drive. So sure, Falak is here, but the entire team just did so good.
And this goes hand in hand with what I was saying for Fourth Drives after that performance that we had in the previous match, in the first Erangel. And it was none other that Falak needs to start performing. And he did just that. Not only when they were taking the fight between Boom and Geekay, they came out on top. And then for him to just have the awareness to push and actually want the fight with Gaming Stars, they were throwing nades for the longest time. He waited for that Gaming Stars player to just cook that nade, and then he fully sent it. Beautiful play by Falak.
Tell you what, guys, I mean, this has been one crazy match indeed. We have seen pretty interesting things here off the rip. We saw GOAT take out 7-1, and with that, we saw the top 3 teams go out pretty early. That gave a huge opportunity for squads to catch up on the leaderboards.
Well, I like it. It's going to make things a little bit more interesting as you get into the next games today, but with 23 points this time around on the grassy pastures. Going to be really happy about it before Thrives. I wonder, with a strong finish like that, actually, right, so top 3, 8 eliminations, really good game. How high are they going to be on the rankings? Because keep in mind, their record, PMWC last year was top 7. Can they get anything higher than that?
If I'm not mistaken, they're going to be sitting in 2nd place, depending
Really?
on... Yeah, Furia had a pretty healthy lead, and I think with this points, they should go up to that 2nd place. And yeah, Furia getting 0 points. Enough. One thing, though, that we're starting to see, I don't know if you were going to talk about the same thing, but Aura.
Yes, I was going to say,
they're starting to slow down, Max.
Good rondo, and it's been like, kind of going downhill from there on out on Arango in particular. But oh no! It is going to be Furia falling from their throne, and it is going to be Ulf taking it up. Oh my goodness, here going up to 39 points, a 2-point difference, and Fourth Drives also looking so strong, Hot Jukes, on that podium.
Looking super strong. Yeah, he said 2nd player. How about first? Ulf all the way up with 39. Fourth Thrives with 34, looking really good. 7-1 go all the way down to 6. That just goes to show, right? Every single game counts, and then you still got Bigatron there in 8th, 7. But one good game for them, they could really get in the mix.
Yeah, you were talking earlier in regards to 7-1 just going all the way down. It came down because GOAT Focus just threw the most amazing nade that was able to get 2 players, and that was it for 7-1. Now, as we go here towards the 2nd page, some teams I'm going to be looking at, Max, is none other than Aurora. We need to see some kind of reaction for them, because for this squad, I mean, they're able to get the eliminations, but as you can see, 0 placement points. They need to find a way to stay alive longer.
And they had so much potential this game too, macro-wise. They were playing Box Compound to the west, and I was hoping maybe for them to go for a quick rotation down south into Ruins, maybe even enter into Boatyard and backstab Gaming Stars, but here they stood to the mountainside, and clearly things did not work out as intended.
For Aurora, I will have to give them props. I enjoyed the 2-2 splits that they were doing. They were confident 2-2 splits, trying to, especially with what the circle was giving us at that point in Circle 3. They ended up just regrouping in Box Compound, but with that fight on E-Arena, it just took way too long.
And especially Ulf, as you said earlier, right, willing to commit to a fight. They saw there was that kink in the armor, that weakness that was just really showcased by Aurora. They saw that opportunity, sent it, and clearing the west literally just gave them so much presence in the circle to claim that chicken dinner.
With all these teams need to start watching out for the third party. The third party is a big focus right now, and it's going to continue on, so they got to finish out those fights quickly.
That's right. Only one Erangel left to go here today, and then we're going to be heading into Miramar. I know S2G is waiting for that because that is the Miramar team. I mean, they got 6 placement points so far today, and that was just from that last match.
They reacted. They actually got all their points in the last match.
That's true.
They didn't have to wait until Miramar. They ended up getting a total of 9 points, very close to Aurora Gaming. But we just need to start seeing more out of S2G if they actually want to challenge for that championship. You can't just rely on possibly winning back-to-back on Miramar.
Yeah, but round 2 Electric Boogaloo on Miramar, we'll see if it will be enough for S2G. But actually, looking at their Miramars, I think the circle was very nice to them, those games in particular. So sure, they had a miraculous run on the Dusty Dunes, happening twice in a row in the same tournament. Archukes looking pretty unlikely in my opinion.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing is that when you get in this stage, this moment, you gotta be able to step up as soon as you possibly can here. As we go into the final Erangel into today, Max, which team do you think really needs it going into this one?
I need to see a Hora dominating finish. Not even a chicken dinner. I just want to see a strong top 5, top 3, even from the Nepali team, because outside of Rondo, it's been a bit of a slippery slope on Arango in particular. So if they can get a good one today, I'll be even more hopeful heading into day 2 of the finals.
I want to see Bigatron
have
a big game. Not only because of where they currently are on the leaderboard, but also because I want to see this crowd in Indonesia, Jakarta, just go absolutely nuts.
Man, this crowd has been incredible so far, guys. Guys, go get your drinks, get your popcorn ready. We're going to be back with some more PMGO action right after this break.
Drops begin to glow, flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No royal blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Dark arts, black magic, can handle it, can have it. Feel the power, feel the force. We attacking. Dark arts, black magic. One shot go maximum damage. Feel the power, feel the force. We attacking. Feel the power, feel the force. We attacking. Dark arts, black magic. One shot go maximum damage. Feel the power, feel the force. We attacking. Feel the power, feel the force. We attacking.
Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show.
A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No real blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Fire in my mind. Running through the sky. Play more than go. Feel the heat from head to toe. A billion drops begin to glow. Play more than go. The soul is in our control. Play more than go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. Play more. Play more.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 Grand Finals live here in Jakarta, Indonesia. Again, Hot Jukes here with Maxman and the 7WG. We are now at the halfway point here at the start of day number 1. Going into the second half, how are you guys feeling?
Getting intense.
It is.
We don't know who was going to talk there. No, it's getting really spicy. You know what? I am happy that Fiora didn't get any points realistically that game because it makes it more interesting to see who's going to be at the top. But now as you get closer, second half of today, Smash Ruling's going to start to be slightly in view for these teams to see how day 2 is really going to go down.
I'm feeling surprised, honestly. I'm feeling fully surprised because of how some of these teams have been playing. I was generally expecting Aurora to have a much better first half. Let's see how they react on the second half now of day 1 PMGO Season 1 Grand Finals, because that aggressiveness that they've been talking that they wanted to have has been matched with aggressiveness, and it's currently just not doing anything.
Well, you know what? You got to do something, guys, because from PMGO to PMWC at the Esports World Cup, every single match matters. Teams aren't just battling for trophies. They're battling for EWC Club Championship points, global prestige, and so they can put their name at the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile Esports. With EWC set for August 6th to the 16th, guys, mark your calendars. It's going to be one heck of a show, and it's going to be in none other than Paris, France. Max, I know you're hyped for that.
Oh, yeah, can't wait to see how it's going to be going over there. balls won't be there, unfortunately, right? Which is that does suck a little bit, but still is going to be exciting to see who's going to be able to qualify for EWC. And again, when it comes to ECA and SEA, we still don't know which teams will be making it to PMWC. So this event is important not only for the prize pool here, but also for that next stage global event.
Actually, talking about that, I know you know this off the top of your head. Which are the teams? TT Project, right?
TT Project and Vicious. TT Project, if they get top 11 Vicious or out of PMWC, and TT Project will take their place.
TT Project right now currently in 15th place. I mean, top 11 is really not that insane of an ask, but we need to see more out of TT Project because right now, 0 placement points, all their points, which is currently 7, coming from eliminations.
Not the only team actually that has been doing some questionable things in these games. Pandem, right? I really want to talk about Pandem, local team here. They now have Pachinki. You have such a big advantage, right? On Erangel, you get all that loot from the loot truck and a central position to drop onto. But here, they're playing around Rozok, and they have this really, hot tricks to say it, no, bluntly, a very weird split that I just do not understand. And in a lobby like this, it will not work out. In your home region, maybe, but here, teams, they see you weak, they will strike, and they will take you down.
And to be fair, Pandem didn't really have the best performance when it came to Erangel during their group stage. It was that Rondo that was the deciding factor for them, and then they were able to secure just enough points to make sure they ended up being in the top 6. But for Pandem, we need to see a bit of a wake-up call here.
We better do it ASAP, right? That's for sure. I mean, because, guys, we're starting to see some teams really soak up some points. And one team that did that better than anybody in the first 2 matches, 7, was none other than Furia.
Yeah, more like Ayala, because my man was just putting up the place. This game, for Furia, you got your bad game out of the way, right? Especially with the amazing gameplay that we saw out of them early on. What is that? Is that
20?
What was it? I'm guessing that's from group and also today because there ain't no way.
Right? I was like, oh, okay, there we go.
But for 4 Thrives, I mean, if we're actually going to be going on that squad, I have enjoyed the aggressiveness that we've been seeing out of them. Same thing that we were talking in regards to all how we wanted to see them just kind of commit to a fight. Don't lose that many players for 4 Thrives. Just the undecisiveness that we've been seeing in the past, it seems like it's less and less and less.
They're very decisive this game, right? The fact they sent it on that eastern compound outside of Rozok and they committed to it fully. Sure, it didn't work out maybe as fully expected. They do lose 2 players, but 4 Thrives are looking so confident maybe going into this last wrangle.
Hey, well, watch your step, baby. You got to make sure you are ready to go at all times as we get into the final Erangel for day number 1 here in the grand finals. And you can see here, 7, a nice southern plane path.
It is a nice southern plane path. Well, watch where you're going to be going to. I love that. Watch your step. As we were talking about 4 Thrives, as we were talking about Falak, Rosemary just walks in front of us, and he almost ate it.
He almost fell down.
He really did. But hey, you know what? He was able to catch himself right on time. And hopefully we see some of these teams at the bottom catch themselves here, and they better do it quick.
Yeah, Saverni are not going to be in reach, actually, for these teams. So BTR, they did take Saverni earlier, which was a good drop to go for, to get easy access to a loot truck. This time, a little bit harder to reach. And even Yasnai Polyana, that's going to be also a bit of a tough task at hand for the side of Team Flash. So Northern teams have to go for a little bit of an early game journey if they want to make it to their main looting location.
A team that was in 2nd place before that last match, 7-1. How are you going to also be reacting? Same question mark that I was putting up for Furia. What can you do to make sure you don't have back-to-back bad games?
Well, guys, you know what? We got the final Erangel here locked and loaded. The teams are dropping. It's time to drop it like it's hot and take it out over to our casters, John Allen and Blank.
It wouldn't be PMGO Season 1 Grand Final, Blank, without a little bit of a South Plane bar. We are going back west with the circle, though.
Yeah, so we get a really southern playing path, dropping a lot of teams out late over towards the eastern side of the map and on the south side of the map too. And then we head back up northwest. So overall, pretty difficult playing path here. For TT Project, they start off fairly well. E-Arena, 7-2-1. These are all really nice positions to rotate out from. I'd even say Boom in this case too, where they can head over towards Box Compound on the northwest side. Decent spot to be playing in.
More than decent, though, here in the finals. S2G certainly do. They've had a little bit of a rocky start, getting 2 0-point games and then capitalizing quite nicely on a 9-point game. Although I will say, it didn't seem super pretty from S2G. It felt like, obviously, they were helped out with being on that south side of the circle, being able to get those shifts repeatedly in that previous game as a duo. It wasn't really that likely for them to score 9 points, so they did very well to do so. but they need to patch up that early game still.
It's always the case, is that you can't just have salvage games, though. That's never going to get you the title. It's never going to get you the trophy. So for squads here, they do need to get a move on, have themselves a big game. Let's see how far the likes of Four Thrives, Furia, and Ulf can all push themselves this match, because it's all about getting ahead here. If you can get ahead in a big way, it really does create that buffer for you tomorrow, because it is likely that another team's going to get another big match on Rondo, and it might not be you.
And you've got to remember the smash rule as well. You do want to be up the top, potentially in that position to go for a smash victory. The closer you are, obviously the better.
There's also another caveat to that, that the further you go today and the further ahead you are from anyone else, it kind of stops other teams from getting into Smash Zone after match 1. Because Rondo, they can give you a lot of points. Most of the time, that is acceptable to get yourself into the Smash ruling if you're really gunning for it. But let's say E-Arena finished today at around 80 points. Second best is 60. It's not guaranteed that you're going to get more than one team in towards that Smash ruling position. And it's all about keeping teams at bay underneath you going into match 2, match 3 when Smash point is on the line.
Absolutely. I mean, it can really be dangerous. If, for instance, we had the same distribution of the top 3 right now going in towards day 2 with the separations that we're seeing, I think it would be fairly likely that you'd see a Smash victory by match 4 to 5. And potentially even in match 6, where you can have a Smash victory, although it doesn't cut the tournament any shorter, it can still be a Smash victory. And it's also really a huge opportunity for teams who are a little bit behind as well. Because even if you're in the top spot by points, a Smash victory pushes you all the way to the top of the tables no matter what.
It does. That it does. Taking a look at this game, we'll zero back in again. Kind of go through the proceedings as they happen. Right now, we already have Pandem making their way over towards the western side of the map. We've got Geeke coming up short just underneath E-Arena, who started around this location. 7-2-1 starting out very, very well in North Georgia, and likely won't be pressed for quite a bit of time here. But Four Fries making a very, very early exit from the south side of the map around Ferry Pier. Makes sense to me.
Nicely found. Boom, they're leaving from Rossock right now through Boatyard as well. Gaming Stars, they were a pretty terrifying force from that Boatyard position in the last match. This time around, they're pushing in from that south side behind Four Thrives in that quarry area. We'll have to push in on the south or on the west. Luckily, all of these teams are going to be so used to how to navigate this area and how other teams are going to want to play it.
Absolutely. It makes sense. I mean, given the 3 days of tournament we had before this, it's not a lot of time to get your research in, but you did have a lot of time to kind of zero in on a couple of these teams, you know, take a microscope to them, figure out what their rotational paths are, which is why probably was a little bit of a stressful day on that day off between Survival Stage and Grand Finals, because for a lot of the teams and players, they were up till like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. just studying these rotations.
I mean, as they should, right, at this level. Although you do need to make sure you get your sleep, come in looking refreshed and feeling good. I mean, it's better, I would imagine, for teams that qualified in day 1, right? Group A, top 6. Those are the teams that are going to be coming into this one looking freshest. I mean, and maybe that's why Aura did so well over in Rondo, right? They had that length of time to really give it a good go. As we take a look at a head-to-head between 2 of our top teams, you can see some standout players, Ayala and Ketch.
I think the most interesting thing here is the 23 minutes 32 average survival time, which means Ulf's been getting very deep into pretty much every single game today, which I find is kind of surprising. I thought the Fury would be a little bit further up there, but no, not meant to be. Ulf has just been a little bit more consistent. Our top 5 damage dealer, Aaron, is certainly up there, just ahead of Sky by 8 points.
I mean, that in itself is surprising with what Sky was able to do in that first match.
1.7K? Yeah.
It was pretty brutal stuff coming through. Obviously, it feels like those are running totals, right, over the course of the group. I'm not sure about the survival stage, because that would give some players more games than others, so I don't imagine that it includes survival stage.
You'd hope not.
You'd hope not, indeed.
Most teams are making their way in now. And if we're taking a look at this one, we're kind of waiting for stage 2 because this could easily come down towards Everest, in which case Pandem's already got a good setup on this one. Boom, taking quite a bit of damage, and Octa is out in the open. Tops goes for the reload, looks for a little bit more. One shot will do the trick.
I like this position for Team Flash. I think that it's what I said I was missing from them from their survival stages, being a little bit more towards the edge of things and trying to sweep on through. On the north side of everyone, they are currently now the only team who is in the north side of this river, so they will have that sweeping opportunity. Crossing, however, maybe another story. As we're on board with Furia, Fourth Rise are clashing. It's going to be a difficult push across because Aurora are here to play. Falak is down and knocked out. 2 players down now for Fourth Rise. Aurora rinsing them.
Absolutely. The Fourth Rise, they ran through Furia, took a lot of damage there, ran through Aurora, and they took some more shots, so seems to be a tale of 2 tales here for Fourth Rise, where on one hand, we're able to recover after a bad game. On the other hand, we're having bad games.
But then they have another recovery in the next game.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Then it's all up there. Whoa, okay. Team Flash, what do you got to hold this river? This river crossing is going to be so, so important. How do you regroup on this? Do you want to even hold on the river? Send further forwards towards the north, because it's very likely going up there now.
I mean, Team Flash, they're not even going to bother try and hold it. I can't imagine they're just going to try and get deeper into this one. They left a couple of backstops behind, anchors to provide information as things went on through in terms of proceedings. The rest of the team should regroup over towards shooting range eventually, but this is so many squads all rotating in at the same time. You had some teams take a slightly different approach. That's the likes of Boom, BTR, Ulf, S2G, as well as GOAT now rotating on the eastern side, hoping to find a little bit more of an opening over there.
Not too many openings, though, especially when everybody else is trying to move. Team Flash now with their first challenge on the north side, and Horror, Pandem struggling to get down from the top of Everest as well. And into the crates, Geeke able to do so much work against them, and Pandem, once again, down to 2 players fairly early. I am still looking at the north side, Blank, and Team Flash have yet to actually take the engagement with Aura, or BTR, or Boom, indeed.
Through from Geeke, taking down Pandem, like you say. The rest of Pandem, they're stuck on top of Everest, and they've got to make their way down, but as a 2-man, this is a very difficult crossing to take. Fourth Rive's also set up as 2 over towards box compound. Definitely find some eliminations from there. E-Arena has been fairly consistent. You know, there's not been hugely banger games outside of that Erangel. But overall have been looking good. Ulf down by 1 player.
Took a little scrap over on the east side with S2G. We're playing on as 4. And S2G get the priority rotate from the southeast side. Ulf have to wrap around a lot further out to the east, but they will push in close to Bigatron. We did see as well a knock and a flush come through over on towards Gaming Stars from E-Arena. Team Flash, who have had the most mobility of any team in this lobby right now, the most options, they were the only ones north of the river, have still just stayed on this spread, and they haven't found any points for it just yet.
Boom. Moving forward, 14 points. It's not bad. For Pandem, this is kind of scary because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I was speaking to LaFlame last night, RRQ coach, and he was saying that Pandem basically need to get top 9 to make it through to EWC. Boom need to get top 3. Now for Pandem, already not looking great.
I think Max has the stats on that. We'll tune back in with the desk in terms of qualification spots for EWC. Hopefully they can enlighten us. But we are going to refocus.
Ask about it when we pass across.
Yeah, exactly. In our brief moment of interaction, we'll be able to see him, see what we can see. Boom on that northern line already. The circle does crunch in pretty nastily, I think it's safe to say, Blank. Not enough of the south side to prompt a full rotate down to the south. A lot of North George is in there, but a lot of the fields that sit to the north of there as well.
Well, a lot of teams are already coming in from the east. So they're not going to have to worry about those fields for just a little bit. And a lot of teams kind of want to play along that ridge side. I think Aura's already got really good control over that area of the map. BTR is contesting it.
Everybody dashing towards the east point of North George. Fourth Rise, we're having a real tough time. S2G able to pick up another point or 2 on that location, but there's a little crash happening. Geeke with another challenge. It's going to be curtains for Ulf, seemingly. They are taken down now to just 1 player. left alive. They've had a real tough time of it. They will fall. They are out. Furia now with a chance to accelerate into the lead without Fourth Rise or Ulf weighing them down.
That is a surprising result right at the start of the game there. You're 2 out of the top 3 going out in the first 12 minutes of the match. Not a single point to be found. That's going to feel rough because you've just come off such a good game, looking to increase that lead further, but not able to push that momentum through. Very, very sad stuff. But like you say, for the Brazilian squad, they are in prime position to overtake. Unfortunately, they're on the southeast side of the map, very close to Aurora. Pandem, Flash as well, but there comes Silence.
All right, well, they were close to Aurora. I think Aurora are going to try and put as much distance between them and Furia as possible. So Furia have punched a little hole in the southeast side. Team Flash still yet to fully regroup. They are going for it, however, with Pandem actually, as 2, managed to get all the way north there, Blank. Okay, they've found some sort of a path all the way on into this one. But Aura on the north side and BTR as well, who love this slow northern wraparound.
Taking it in their stride right now. With a BTR, they're very aware of this area. This is where they took down RRQ before. Studying this area very, very much so for that little sneak attack over towards them. But BTR does hear the shooting and looks to send the nose in over towards Aura. Remaining members of Pandem, and is Aura ready for this?
Pandem, they're sending off as solos at this point, it feels like, and just trying to find a little cubby hole, try and keep your head down, keep your nose clean if you can. Maybe regroup onto one another if they do find a little opening and crashing into any trees. Luckily, he diverts it. On the slip. East side, Furia and Goat team, Blank, with Team Flash potential to third party. Could be pretty nasty stuff. Ayala not quite able to get the knock, and already a lot of damage done to Furia. The blue zone will ramp up the damage into stage 4 as well. They can't stay in there for long.
Ooh, down towards the southeast edge. Very, very barren area of the map. You've got the ridge side that sits over towards that northwest, though, and if that can be controlled nicely, then Aura has a good game off the back of this. But BTR, the mission becomes all the more important to remove that team from that north side, because then they are in control of that high ground.
Furia trying to jet across the open ground here. Team Flash trying to give them trouble for it, but over to the hill, they've managed to successfully get very, very central here. Furia with a fast dash across. And it's a success for now. That crescent on the east side as well could potentially be a little bit of a launching point for Team Flash. And Furia will have a lot of challenges moving in. Aurora first up to bat, but Horror are going to crunch them in.
Yeah, it's a very wooded area of the map as well. So in terms of sightlines, there are a lot of cheeky positions you can sit behind. Don't always need a vehicle to live this one out towards the end game. Furia made a hell of a send here over towards Aurora. A super important fight for Furia here. For Aurora, they want to get back on the bike.
Got to be worried about the teams to the south as well. For Furia, they may be on broadside if 721 gets any closer. The nades from Aurora doing damage, but have yet to find a knock. That one looks okay. Ooh, not quite bouncing. Chief just about staying alive. The buggy not providing enough cover. Aurora yet to find a proper opening against Furia.
Igor takes a lot of damage, spots Doc on his approach. He swings out to the side and doesn't commit to the spray. Good bait, though, coming through from Furia on the vehicles and where the smokes went down and then diverting away from those locations. Basically wasted a ton of nades from the side of Aurora. Sad thing is, seems like they've got even more.
Ooh, on the west side, Bigatron is starting to eat too much lead from S2G, who have managed to post themselves up on the northern flanks of North George. A nice little split going on there for them. BTR only losing one, though, in that engagement. Furia still just weathering this storm, and Ayala have committed so much to this. Really haven't found the value.
Fury still at a full 4-man. Top. That's a really, really healthy amount of grenades left to work with here. 5 total. Razak will find Solke, so BTR hanging on by a thread currently versus S2G, who were making their way out from the western side apartments of North George.
The arena can chime in from there as well, Blank. On the south side, they could start to join in if S2G start to flag. I don't think there's any way to slow their descent. They need to keep it together.
They down. It looks on target. Another one sent through. Doesn't quite find the damage they were looking for, though, sadly. If PTR could hit those, then maybe it was a different story for them, and that would have been an easy cleanup. But Kamikaze getting a nice little Molotov over the top there. That causes problems.
Stops BTR from fully peaking on this ridgeline. I mean, I don't think they can anyway, given where E-Arena sit, and Aura might also be able to chime in, along with GOAT team in the distance. But now S2G are back into somewhat fighting form. But there's E-Arena. There's that backstab I was so worried about. And one goes down. It's a trade. Two is found, though. And Kamikaze there. Where on earth did that come from? Who just shut out BTR? It seems like everyone immediately turned their attention through. S2G are worried that there's more players in here. He's spraying it down, but they're already gone.
7-2-1 taking shots, and the circle heads southeast once again. What a difficult portion of land to work with. In comes the arena, though. We talked about them before, and they're looking to set up an arena here versus S2G. MG3 does a good amount of work. First player goes down. Kamikaze tries to keep it alive, but will fall in the process. And the arena will dig some graves, one for their own, but mostly for the side of S2G, but now down to just two players. It's a rough proposition to be in. Aurora, in the meantime, have been taking this fight slow and steady versus Furia.
And Furia are bleeding out, bleeding dry, blank. There's only one player now left standing for them. They've already lost the majority of their forces. And over the top, though, Team Flash starting to get involved, trying to take that position and backfill Aurora. They still have to worry about the north side, though, with GOAT and Aura yet to push on in. The last player for Furia falls, and our top three really doesn't budge all that much, Blank. With only 2 points earned, that is the only 2 points for any team in the top three.
The arena want to go a little bit further here. Two players alive, but it looks like things are opening up for teams underneath mainly. For Aura, they're stuck on the northwest edge. How do they make their way out of this?
Another knock over towards the arena and flushed away as well. With 5 elims, they are joining the 30-point club, though, which is a good place to be. Even if they go down here and now, a lot of stragglers still running their way through on the western side, and yet to make their way all the way in. You can march down some of North Georgia and try and play it on that angle. Really interested in what Team Flash are going to be able to do here, Blank. They've been in a really important position for a lot of this game, but they haven't really stepped out of line and gotten involved.
I think Team Flash realizes that they've been flagging today, and now they need sort of a chicken dinner, a couple of eliminations just to get the momentum back on board, just to get the mentality in check. GOAT, though, looks to be a pretty nice grenade down towards Jiggle. The airburst is fantastic, but just hits a little bit too close to the front side of the tree. But now he has very little time to react.
Rest of Horror need to keep him safe. GOAT team yet to find that knock, and actually more preoccupied with Mormon, it seems, to leave our 4th place team down. So nobody pushing too hard towards the top side. We'll have to wait and see. This north edge, though, is going to get engaged upon. That's the third party you've been waiting for. For Team Flash, Top Z needs to hold his nerve. GOAT team looking for that opener, but it's Aurora who gets stuck in first. Ayato now has to hold behind it. Team Flash just losing players left and right. A shoddy roll-up.
It doesn't work out, not at all. Don't account for the angles behind them on that ridge, and I do think it's a bit weird to try and go for that push there, coming through from Team Flash, not clearing that backside angle. I wonder if they thought that the fight hadn't concluded between Aurora and Furia just yet. Hard to say.
Really difficult to say. GOAT team just dodging these nades from Horror, who are playing on this north side, trying to march their way on in. They need to conclude this fight, but there's knocks back over towards Horror as well. There's fights from Boom on the western side of North George as we get our picture-in-picture. Force around the edge, takes down the final player of Horror. And now GOAT team need to put themselves back together, and fast. The circle shrinks northeast.
Northeast, oh my goodness me. Pandem, happy with this one at least. Slow game from them. TT Project also looking to push further up here. They're on the southeast side, all players alive. Geeke also had a pretty cool performance. The rest of Flash moves in, trying to get something done. Spraying randomly through the smoke, looking for something, but GOAT's not having it.
Stubborn as anything. They will fall down. Team Flash not getting the value they needed from that location. 7-2-1 able to win against Boom in the meantime as well on the west points of this circle near North George, trying to leap from those buildings. which is unfortunate, but 7-2-1, I mean, they just keep getting through in these matches. 5 eliminations now. They're the closest to our top block.
They're great at surviving it. At some point, I might just need to say this is a whole new playstyle that just works. 29 points with 5 eliminations, not bad. It's just in the face of some teams, it feels like they do fall over. That's what worries me for that squad. But overall, I mean, it has been a hell of a performance from that team from relatively nowhere. But this is what PMGO is all about. Introducing new teams to the ecosystem, giving them a chance to really show what's happening on the main stage. 7-2-1, make a breakout over towards GOAT. They have the high ground overlook. Quickly focus moves over towards that north side to get a better angle on this.
Yeah, really nice flex out coming through from Focus, as you say, to get that side swipe, really linearize that fight, force them into potentially unfavorable engagements. You can see the nades are pouring in, whilst TT, Project, and Kike on the south side start to get stuck in. That's what he was looking for, the lineup from Focus with the P90. What are you going to do about it? 7-2-1 lose the first. Ayato, though, goes down to a shotgun shell.
Hello.
And it might be a little swift turnaround here. They've lost one, but 7-2-1 have come out swinging. They're up to 7 eliminations now, and all of a sudden, GOAT team looking like a couple of busters down on one player.
Rahan just charged through the smoke like a bull with a shotgun and causes some real big issues there for GOAT team. I mean, Rahan has been a real good player for the squad. Some incredible clutches from this guy and certainly does what's necessary in the moment for this team to actually perform. We're up to 31 points now. Make that 32 with that extra elimination that just came through. Who knows? Maybe a chicken dinner for 7-2-1 at this stage.
I mean, the placements as well, Blank, they are a real big factor. They've added another to their tally. They're up into 3rd place guaranteed. That is a minimum coming through of 5 placement points. I think they might be able to jump into 1st place off of this match if they're going to be able to lock this one down. Even a 2nd place would guarantee it.
I mean,
7-2-1 looking pretty toasty.
If they can confirm a win, I will be much happy about this team because I think so far they've got the consistency outside of the big games, but it's the big games I wanted to see more out of from 7-2-1. And we didn't really see all that much of that in the survival stage. Here, on the other hand, they are gunning for a top 1 spot during this match.
Got a solid amount of control for it as well. Kike with 4 players, but they are penned in. Fortunately, the circle keeps them in. Not so fortunate for 7-2-1, but they are in, and they do have this little ridgeline to play around. I think they've got, well, that vehicle's smoking. Don't know how much mobility 7-2-1 will be able to find.
I mean, Geekay just have a compound, right? I think it's not the greatest, it's not the best compound of all time, but it's certainly a position to play. Late game, they can even use the rooftops to really manhandle some of these squads. Plenty of shots coming through from all the teams. TT Project trying to remain calm on that northeast side, waiting for the best time to strike, and I think they realize they need to let the circle move away from Geekay.
TT Project starting to step forwards. Zerich has been that forward position for them for a while, but this ridge that they sit behind, this little mound that they're using as cover, is going to have to be left, and they're going for it now. Do they crash into Geekay? I feel like that might be a terminal decision. It may be one of the very few options left to them. They're yet to speed up out of it. No knocks seen.
Oh, very quiet. Still quite a few shots been sent back and forth, but not really anything found off the back of it. TT Project grab a vehicle. Neos looking to potentially move swiftly on this next shift, but they are currently outside the circle. Zerich being forced to play off this smoke, and the reason they're playing here is just for the slight bit of high ground that maybe gives them a different angle on this one. Smoke over towards a tree, really nicely played here. Don't think Neos had to move further.
They drop one off, 2 behind the tree. I don't think you can hold enough cover from the sidelines. You have to split off there. And now 2 players left for TT Project, but they are both in the circle, Blank. They are both in this next zone. Geekay, they just let this one come to them.
Both teams of this next one are going to have a very tough push in. Basically, TT Project need a northeast shift. For 7-2-1, they need something heading over towards that northwest side, but more importantly, they need this to pull off from the compound.
Flex out necessary, potentially. Come on through. Oh, southeast side. I think it just about cuts the compound out, Blank.
there is no hardcore for TT Project to work with. So even though this is helpful to them, you look in front of them here, where do they go? They're gonna be one of the last teams to have to move, which is good for them.
Moves forwards. I mean, that airdrop is doing wonders for the forward position, but 721 have to regroup on top of it as well. Alec can start to leverage this angle, and TT Project really can't peek so much right now, which means that his approach was a lot safer. PK a little bit further down the ridgeline, and now the back duo is going to move in to rejoin. The question is, how do they spread out around this, especially once they start getting into nade range?
721 move up. Like you said, this loot crate was phenomenal for them. Creating a forward position, you can push the vehicles onto it, the vehicles explode, but you still got somewhere to play. The sad thing is, it's right on the edge of the circle, but it buys them time, and time is what they need here.
I mean, if you're Geeke, popping someone onto the roof for a little bit might be the opener that you need, but Easy for Bad Boy says, no, I'll do it down and dirty on the ground floor. Gets that first knock over towards 721, who are playing as 3, but a big shot down comes through from Zerich. I thought that was from the nade. It looked a little bit far away, but an opener there. 721 will lose them, and that's what I was looking for. Kevin now up on the roof blank and has huge oversight onto everybody in the fields.
Yeah, that rooftop is so insanely good. You see it utilized so much, but they had to wait a little bit for these teams to have to drop over towards the low ground. Zerich goes down. Now just effect with the MG3. How much further can he go? These nades start to bounce over the top.
Oh, 721 have so much being sent their way. Geeke still have a couple more left in the tank. That one's going to bounce. I don't think it finds it, but effect falls. That is going to put 721, I believe, in the first place spot here, Blank. But the question is, how far can they go in a 2 versus 4? Rayhan needs something special. Malik needs to find it, but they all step on each other. And the nade goes back. Denial.
Denied their points there right at the end. That's very smart coming through from 721. They realize they're quite far ahead, and I respect the strategy at that stage of the game. You realize, you know what, we're not getting anything off the back of this. Let's just go down. If we get maybe 1 or 2 openers there, different story.
And what an ascension coming through from 721. They've just been this sort of quiet dark horse presence on the outside, and this game was a lot louder from them.
For sure, for sure. I think for 721, like I said, what I needed to convince me that this team maybe had a shot towards the top side was a good game like this. A strong game, not one where they got a couple of limbs at the start and then went and hid out somewhere for the later game. Very viable strategy, by the way, but not one that's going to get you enough points to get to the top. If they can have some games like this here and there, might be enough.
May very well be. 721 playing from that North George position, flexing out towards that fight on the north side that was embroiled with so many different teams. I think that was their master stroke to get them late into the game. They control from that terrain later on, and getting a second place to cap it off is brilliant. But Geeke are able to hold that south side compound, let the fights come to them, and Geeke take a chicken dinner.
I don't got time for the messing up gold. If this the Olympics, I'm taking a gold. I'm taking a. If this the LA now, I might just blow. Got a brand new whip with some brand new clothes and a young black dad. Got me feeling whoa.
With the top teams going out early in our final Aaron Gale of the day, that opened the door for so many squads to catch up, and some definitely did, especially for our chicken dinner winners, Geeke.
Well, it's good to see a Saudi Arabia win here. It doesn't happen very often in global finals, right? It is quite rare, and we have yet to secure one global finalist winner. That is from MENA. That's yet to happen, and here the top 3-7. You have 721, and you have Geeke. Whew, looking stacked for that region.
Earlier, it was the Turkish region kind of stepping up in a way where we had 3 Turkish teams in the top 4. This time, 2 MENA teams in the top 3.
Why is it going to be next game?
Well, maybe Indonesia will step up. But for this one, I got to give props to Geeke, especially when they ended up just crashing onto Pandem. I feel like that just gave them so much freedom, Max, to scout everything and to just control the circle.
I'm going to go even a little bit earlier. Before that, they actually try and deny the mountain away from TT Project, and by doing so, they send 3 players to the mountaintop, 1 player, Ragnarok, remaining on the eastern side of George Bowl, and he actually is going to be trying to securing that ridgeline, making sure TT Project can't be overly aggressive, and because of that, as you can see in the replay, TT Project had to go for plan B, which was to try and survive out in the blue. But the self-nade here, asking for his teammate to regroup. They knew they were not going to get it. 2 points denied. That could have a massive impact later on down the line.
Oh, massive impact is what we're going to see for sure. You can see GK here putting up some really solid points. And another team that you were talking about earlier, Seven, right, was from the side of 7-2-1. They were up on top of the leaderboards, slowly slipped down, that you wanted to see something that could finally push them back up, and I think this was the game.
Yeah, when you go from being in the top 2, then to go down to 6th place, you need to see some kind of reaction, and we do end up seeing that reaction from this squad. Now, would I loved to see a win out of them just to kind of push them up even higher? Yeah, it would have been nice, but going to a different team here for GK, this is also a great reaction for this squad because remember, this squad was in 12th place before this match.
Yes.
This should push them up in a big way considering that the top 3 teams were eliminated early as well.
I mean, it's all thanks to Kevin, really, right? The
Kevin.
MVP of the game, and he got himself on top of that rooftop. I don't know if he got there just by doing some insane parkour, or if they used the assist feature, right, to put one of their teammates on the top.
Yeah.
I can see how they got there, but that extra bit of elevation in a flat finish like this is absolutely crazy to get. It gives you such a massive advantage, and in this case, it was enough to leverage that chicken dinner in their favor. Though, a team here that actually did make it really far was the side of TT Project, 4th position in terms of overall points, 9 points, and that's the big storyline right here. 7 looking at it, top 11, they would be making their way into EWC.
Let me put on my glasses for this one. Am I seeing that right in 5th place? Yes, it is.
No way.
Aurora was able to secure some placement points, and in a way, it was super lucky because they ended up doing a wide rotation that you didn't personally like, Max.
It was a bit of a risky one to the east side because they took so long to get there, around ruins, around the side of Rozok and Boatyard, and by doing so, you just don't have any information of where teams are located. And they did it so late that I think they expected, oh, no one's going to be trying to rotate behind us. And then there was Furia, and Furia just completely denied the entry onto the east, and they just tried to survive, and it didn't really work out for the entire squad.
And Furia handicapping them first of all, like with Refresh. But there you go, the overall ranking, Jukes.
What a shift there. Look at that. You got 7-2-1 going all the way up to 40 points, and you got 4T Ulf getting knocked down. And the crazy part is, like, in that last game, both those teams put up goose eggs, Max.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough one, right? But I do love this format for one reason, is that it's going to be close until the very bitter end of these grand finals. Don't have the extra 6 games of day 2. No. We just skipped that entirely. And Mina being number 1, 7-2-1 with a 40 points, looking insane. And doing so without a single chicken dinner. What?
And for Furia now, that's 2 matches where you really haven't been able to perform. We need to see some live again out of them. If not, some of these other teams are going to end up passing them. Aurora moving up. And one that I know we've been keeping track of, Max, is none other than TT Project. They now are in 12th place.
They need to be top 11. Vicious, they're looking like, oh no!
Oh no!
Get a goose egg next game, hopefully, but that's going to be 1 point difference.
Well, you know, one thing that we're going to see them cheering on is S2G, right? Because we're going into Miramar finally. This is their chance to put some serious points on the board. They're pretty far behind.
They're waking up slowly, right? And they are getting back to that kind of glory you saw in the past in their region. Miramar's coming up. Is that going to be enough? We'll have to see. But I want to really quickly pivot on BTR. For me, nothing's happening. They fought S2G. Okay, you're being a bit brutal right now, Stefan. But they were taking a fight versus the side of S2G, and they just crumbled the moment the fight was fully committed to by the side of the Turkish team. BTR, we saw their potential right back in their previous stage.
Yes.
Right now, we have not seen anything near that initial performance.
And, you know, it's really tough to see here. The hometown heroes, we're waiting for them to wake up. There's still 2 matches left to go. Guys, we got to remind you, though, right? We may not have a full day tomorrow because of that Smash ruling.
Exactly. It's going to be really short going into this. But just to highlight my point made earlier, this really is such a global esports, PUBG Mobile esport. You got Americas, you got South Asia, you got Turkey, and now you have Mina. It's time for SEA here, 7, to get a chicken dinner.
And I just have one question for the both of you, okay?
Okay.
Miramar. Are we going to see a back-to-back winner, yes or no?
Oh, that
back-to-back, well, like a team getting 2 wins.
Yeah. Like we did with S2G.
Oh, like, no,
right? The way, Jukes?
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think that we're just seeing, lot of craziness here, right? I mean, it was wild to see so many similar Erangel circles. I think Miramar is going to be totally different, and it's going to be pretty much anyone's game.
Yeah, the way we've been able to see some teams kind of outperform each other, sometimes there's really not that much full consistency. And one team that comes to mind right away is Hora. Where has Hora gone? We really haven't seen that much out of them. This team was able to perform so well, and I mean so well in Rondo, but ever since then, they're just slowly trickling away. They tried to third-party Goat versus Flash, and it backfired to them as Goat was able to actually eliminate them.
Good to see, guys. But you know what? Have y'all seen PUBG Mobile's official socials today? Yeah, because you know what? We are thrilled to announce 2 heavyweights are coming for the Battleground in version 4.5. We're going to see Ferrari collabing with PUBG Mobile, and as well as a collaboration with Spider-Man Brand New Day, which is something I am so stoked to see. Guys, you guys got to make sure that you get in the game and hold up tomorrow. By the way, June 7th, we got a mega reveal coming down the pipeline. So mark your calendar, stay tuned. I'm hearing some rumblings that it's going to be a big one, Max.
Any guesses, Max?
I shall not speak of what I know. No, it's very exciting. Ferrari in the game, right?
Yes!
I'm going to definitely try and get that one for myself. You're going to have Spider-Man. We had Venom a while ago, Spider-Man 2, and it's so cool to see that collab back for the brand new movie. Hopefully some really sick skins are going to be released in the game.
By the way, that Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man collab was so fun in game, right? Actually using those web slingers was crazy.
Yeah, hopefully they'll bring that feature back. It was so fun, right? To get onto all the roofs, like Kevin. Kevin was literally Spider-Man in the game.
Kevin! I love to see it here. Oh, the hype! Look at this! Everybody getting hyped, everybody getting excited as we get into those last 2 matches. And you know what? No time to waste. Let's get it going. We're heading on over into the desert of Miramar.
And what a time for GK to get a win in that last Erangel, because if we based it on what they were able to do in Miramar on their groups, this squad was able to get back-to-back second place. I'm hoping the momentum is going to continue on here for GK.
Oh, that'll be massive for them going into this one. Very excited. But actually, we were talking about Hora earlier. I want to bring it back to Hora. The Nepali team, very strong when it comes to Miramar, especially looking back at South Asia, right? PMGO South Asia doing so good on that Battleground. So we've been saying it 7, they've been slipping a little bit on a angle. This could be their redemption arc about to happen on Miramar.
Now with some of those strong teams, we're going to talk about one that I kind of want to just harper on even more. Forward Thrives. What are you going to be able to do here on this Miramar? You didn't have the best performance in that last match because you were getting caught off guard by Aurora Gaming. You need to be able to bounce back. You cannot let any gaps here. Last 2 games for day 1, and Smash Roll will be into play tomorrow.
Oh, Smash Roll coming up, guys. The pressure is building. Let's heat things up even more in Miramar with our casters, John Allen and Blake.
Taking us over into the desert, match 5 of our 12-match set. Take a look at how our teams are going to fall, how are they going to drop, how are they going to navigate the dusty dunes. A little bit closely embroiled down on the southeast side near Los Leones there for Flash, and I believe that's Gike as well. Could potentially be dangerous, but Los Leones is big enough to maintain at least 2 teams at a south circle.
Picardo, central, 4 thrives, in a good spot overall. It's a nice position to be in for them to start this game out. Aurora, it's not bad, but it does feel disappointing. You know?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think Aurora in 10th place. Be harsh on this squad a little bit right now because they are filled to the brim with absolutely unbelievable players. Then again, it's day 1. Day 1.
They do have a lot more opportunity.
And there is plenty more chance available for them.
So many more goes around the block. And of course, in one day's performance, you can pull off something that's fairly similar to what these other teams have been able to achieve so far as well. With 40 points so far for 7-2-1, they have somehow managed to exceed their expectations. I think more so maybe than... I think they're probably the team that has most exceeded expectations at a global level up until this day, I think it's safe to say. I will sort of wait until the end of the day to sort of fully lock that in, but they have very much been surprising. I think that coming into this tournament, 7-2-1 was nowhere near the conversation of a team that could win.
There were some incredible teams in Uzbekistan, but very different format where we didn't have global teams around the world all coming in. We had very new teams coming in where you could differentiate yourselves in those kind of lobbies. Here it's very hard to. So for 7-2-1, you're right. A really, really standout performance from them. Very impressive stuff. It's an interesting playstyle they go for. Again, I have to compliment the fact that they have such incredible map knowledge. And that's the only way they survive in a lot of these situations. So this team's done their homework. Certainly done their homework.
Paying off now, especially after that last match where our top three didn't move pretty much at all. Looking to try and split off the difference here now, though. EK. Hag on, I believe that is against Flash. Yeah, lose, win. And they have been back to that disappointing performance that we saw from them in Group A. Just about able to squeak through in the final moments, but it's just not coming through. It's just not coming through. We're just not seeing the same sort of accuracy, the same sort of engagements that we saw from them in the survival stages where they were so dominant, Blank. I think it's sort of easy to forget, but they were just so incredibly dominant in those survival stages in basically every scenario you put them in.
Yeah, I think for Flash in particular, incredible squad all round, especially in that survival stage. But like I said, I keep saying it, it's a very different lobby this, different caliber of players you're coming up against. And teams that typically tend to run lobbies don't do as well here, where they just take advantage of the fact that they could just bulldoze through teams, swipe them aside. Not the case. Our analysts right now are enjoying some lovely local food.
Sweet treats.
I am very jealous.
We're sat here, we have to work, and they're out there eating sugary snacks and having a great time.
Exactly.
Joke's on them, though, because we're having a better time. Because we're in this game, right?
Oh,
right?
never mind. Looks like it tastes terrible.
Oh.
So it's all okay for us, after all.
Gotcha. It's going to be... They're looking at us because they're not listening to us right now. They are confused as to why
The first one looked delicious and seemed to be delicious. The second one, the flavor didn't seem to compute with the boys.
It was blue.
It was blue. I think I'm past my stage of blue food. I think I might have enjoyed that when I was like 18 to 20. Not so much. I'm old man
Not
now.
even a blue fizzy pop?
No. No. Not for me.
Blue berries, although they're not technically blue.
Well, like, they're dark blue. I think they're still blue. You're thinking of a very specific Aurora blue.
Yeah, that's true. Aurora blue. Certainly looking pretty blue, or maybe feeling pretty blue on the roster at the moment. As we were highlighting before with Aurora. Definitely looking for a little bit more from them. Our teams have moved in towards the circle, the area north of Chumasara, west of Los Leones. Quite a few teams have packed in quite tightly here, Blank. 3 teams have lost a player, Geeke, Gaming Stars, and Team Flash have all lost one.
Well, you do want to pack in towards Chumasara a lot of times because the space around here isn't always that great. You know, you can play Picardo. It's not likely it's going to end there. For 4 thrives, I respect the decision. They pull far down towards that southwest side straight away. You have to take advantage that you start in Picardo as well as 4 thrives, especially on a circle like this one where you have so much availability to get a decent start on your game. Yeah, you are going to feel the squeeze here, though.
Ulf, they went down a pretty tricky rotate in that last match, but the match before that, they were able to nail it. Jump up there in what used to be first place. Pushed aside. Hopefully on Miramar they can get a little bit more done. Of course, a lot of attention to S2G in this game, as the desk has been talking about, as we've seen from them previously. They got in direct to the grand finals because of a back-to-back chicken dinner here on Miramar. And on this northeast side, they're going to be coming into this circle quite late, Blank. So they definitely need to make some waves to try and jump into this circle and jump into the runnings on these tables.
For S2G, you're right. I mean, this needs to be some serious wave making, right? We need to rock the boat in a big way. But they don't start with a decent circle transition, right? They're coming in from that northeast side. Practically right at the back of the queue here, with Flash playing in Los Leones. As always, we're waiting for stage 2. The classic. the big old shift on stage 2, where it's going to really define how this game goes out. Plenty of areas for it to head towards. Could head towards La Triera, Power Grid, Picardo way. Los Leones would be a fun ending here at Global.
Those urban engagements generally get messy pretty quickly, which is fun to watch. Not so fun if you're trying to bid for one of the top spots here. S2G have moved in on the north side of Los Leones, captaining the hills up there. And actually have a decent lock on the east side rotations. Next circle about to come in though, Blank.
All right, see where it heads to. Down towards the south, actually. Most teams already in position here. You can see a couple of shots ringing off, coming through from BTR. Looking onwards to TT Project, I believe that is, because they're coming in right from Valle de Mar at the moment. But yeah, we are in those foothills though. It's kind of undecided. We have like the open space towards that northern side. You can tuck yourself in towards those sloping hills on the south if you want, but I don't know, man. I think I'd much prefer to be where currently Aurora's playing, dead central.
Might be a little bit more kind. Ulf, they lose a player on the rollout. I feel like S2G potentially have a really important position in terms of controlling all these teams up the north side if they want to rotate down towards the south. Because if you are moving from the north to the south side of this circle, you're not going through Chumacera. You're just not going to do it. Fourth right though, they're in a little bit of a scrap. They've got a little bit of danger on their doorstep, but they're handling it. As Pandem tried to make an entry, but it's not going their way. Can you get Hazaifa back to his feet though? He's crawling back, desperately trying to get into a reservoir position here, but looks like Fourth Rives have managed to marshal their forces nicely. What a timing on that nade. Pandem, they're staying down at the bottom of the tables. This is not good news. On home turf, they have only managed to rack up 3 points in 5 matches.
Yeah, I mean, shut down so easily there. The Fourth Rise looked a little bit bad at the start, but a restabilize like that doesn't happen all that often. Instantaneously identifying the pattern of attack there and dealing with it masterfully. Really good from Fourth Rise.
Nade was perfectly timed. I mean, a little bit of luck there to have pulled the pin already and know that you're going to be on that angle, holding that door, but he knew that it was going to be useful. As soon as he took the pin out, just didn't know quite where and when. The opportunity presented itself to him. GameStar also eliminated. As Horror take them to task fairly cleanly, all things considered. Horror now, they are down 1 player, but on the north side, they can make their way forwards. There's a couple of positions that they could look to take up.
Aurora Gaming currently playing Church right now. Good spot to get some information on from. Very early in the game, especially for how central this is too. S2G finding Falak as he did make a move out from here. First elim for S2G. Team that seems to adore Miramar.
Got a 100% win rate on every Miramar we've seen, Blank, from them. They're basically guaranteed to win. Statistics don't lie.
I mean, your statistics aren't lying. What you're inferring from them maybe is a stretch.
Oh, you know, 100% win rate. They should have just retired there and just kept their 100% win rate, you know? It would have been brilliant. Hard east shift, Blank, as we go to the eastern, the western points of Los Leones, out to the east of Chumacera as well. I actually think that a lot of teams are much happier about this than it may seem at this point. If you get crunched in towards Chumacera, I think that's a much more difficult set of rotates.
Yeah, there's a lot of high ground to play over on that side where you can deny a lot of teams. For instance, if you're on the south side of Chumacera playing towards the silos, it's not always comfortable being the other teams in Chumacera. I do think, though, that Ulf's in trouble. I think when you play central like this, it's not as comfy as you might think it is. A lot of teams coming your way and they don't have a significantly strong position to hold in with 3. Furia making a little wrap, threading the needle right now on the south side, past Boom as well as the Flash.
Not going to get away for free, though. They do manage to get their player into the compound, though, so maybe a little bit more cover is going to be available. Doxy looking to try and line up these shots in through the smoke, but it's just not quite connecting. Furia get across. They are going to be able to res this one. Hopefully patch themselves back together and charge back towards the top spots.
I mean, Furia, like you say, able to get their reset on this one, which is nice. Have to drop a few smokes to make it happen, though, which is a little bit uncomfortable for them. as they're not towards the center of the circle right now. Top's finding a shot through the smoke over towards Ayala. And he's a solo in the front line, which means they immediately need to reset their positions again.
Damage pouring on back. Zeus with an off angle, though. A really clean off angle there. Doesn't stop the player moving forwards, but they can isolate him, right? That is the big danger. He blasts the door if it's hinges as well. He's going to take damage over towards those vehicles to boot. Chief is trying to stop him from peeking too far over, but he's got the cover there. A really nice cover off angle for Team Flash, but oh, okay. I thought he was getting a little bit too big for his boots on that peak.
I mean, all he has to do is take shots over towards the vehicle's tires, and it's going to maroon the guys from Furia in the future. But in comes BTR. Zeus has been quite a loud presence. He's going to go check it out, actually. Seems bold. Yeah, send back.
BTR seemingly a little bit cautious on this, perhaps worried of more angles there, although they should have only been hearing one shot ring out, one person taking shots out from that angle, but the regroup comes in. Flash will keep their 3 players alive, and BTR take up position on that hill out to the west. And you know what? It's kind of okay that they let BTR have that hill, right? Because Furia on that angle, they're still going to get covered off from that side swipe angle, which still splits them up and makes their compound a lot harder to navigate through, as well as give their vehicle angles quite a lot of attempts to burst those tires.
Really, really central circle. No one's bothered by this one. It kind of just resets the flow on the game. Only a couple teams in trouble here, which is TT Project, BTR, Aurora. Where does Aurora want to play off the back of this one? E-Arena also need to get themselves in. But for everyone else, it's super comfortable. There's no real problem here, no real issue. 7-2-1, importantly, as a 4-man down towards the southwest side.
That roadside position as well. For TT Project, that might look quite appetizing with a boom across the road as well. It's really, really tough to make that crossing. BTR, as you said before, one of the teams with more challenge than most right now, moving forwards into this next circle. Looks like they're going to keep trying to swing on that south edge. I don't think this is a terrible idea. They should have spotted that Team Flash have just left their position as well, depending on how well they've scouted that out. Team Flash are actually doing pretty well to get across the road there. I kind of like that road take coming through for Team Flash, but just a pity they only have the 3 players to try and stanchion it up. Otter on the northwest side, trying to slow E-Arena as they wrap through. E-Arena really don't have many options here.
Well, for Flash, they know all the angles they need to cover off from Furia, so setting themselves in front of them is not a bad idea. For the Flash being on 3, now losing even more a little bit here. Very low on 2 of their players, incredibly low in fact, and it's actually Igor to find that.
Off with a chance to hold it off with a Mini 14 on the hip fire, able to dispatch another knock. And now he can fall back. Aurora with all 4 players. E-Arena were forced into this fight by the presence of Otter on the north, and they just can't weather the storm. E-Arena were trying to punch in towards that 30-point bang, but not able to do it any further. They go down, only 2 eliminations. They will fall, and now Aurora have a challenge.
Mini 14 Forte there coming through from top. I mean, this guy has been known for that weapon for such a long time. I just didn't think that he would be using it as his close range weapon as well. Fairly impressive result, but I think Top certainly put the Mini 14 on the map for a lot of players. Definitely used quite a bit in the past on Miramar, but Top just makes it look legendary. TT Project did slowly make their way in, so they still have to cross the road now. Flash similarly took a lot of damage. Igor getting a knock, but no flush. So Flash did reset. Definitely armor is looking a little bit grim there. No compound that they're in either, so no chance at repairs for the time being, or replacements more likely.
Aurora continuing to put pressure on Otter, trying to move on into their northwest side. But what a sit down coming through from Octa. Okay, a headshot and spray down with a scar. That should be fairly easily resable though, so no massive harm done. However, Aurora, their punishment over towards Otter will be diminished because of that angle, as Top needs to get some healing done before he can really start to take those peaks once more.
A really uncomfortable area of the map. I mean, this is just so tumultuous in terms of terrain. You're having just rolling hills, small ridges, defilades all over the place. And we're just going to go straight on top of it again. For Boom, it's a good spot to play. Don't really want to head too much further than where Flash is playing on that north side, just because you're dropping down a little bit. Sort of like fish in a barrel there. So we'll see how this does pan out, but we keep getting these central shifts.
As this east ring of teams, though, that is really going to struggle. Hora trying to make their dash to a position closer to the circle. 2 players in the vehicle, drop one off by the airdrop, and the flames behind the bonnet can't be too comfortable right now. Sky trying to keep himself safe, get it to a slightly better position, maybe protect those tires. In the meantime, TT Project want to move forwards, but 721 have been here for just a little bit too long. They are firm in their hold. Neos will go down to half HP on the bleed out as well. Some is churned back their way, but it's just not going to work out. That is nasty stuff for 721. Launch another nade towards the back line, doesn't quite connect. And there's no answer either.
Smoke's been dropped down as well, just to isolate vision, just making it very difficult to get these nades through the window. And 721 has a very nice setup here. The hand goes very low though, and TT Project slowly continues their march up the hill whilst trying to get players back up on their feet, but Ephius goes down next and Neos will bleed out, and 721's had a very effective hold. The nades are nowhere close. In comes BTR.
They are a little bit split for BTR, but they have managed to find a little bit of a punch through here. Another knock over towards them, but 721 finally lose one. In fact, the last to stand for TT Project, and BTR have managed to get to the doorstep for the time being, but they're only playing 2 here. They haven't fully committed to this engagement. It looks like they want to regroup on towards it. Federal is over the hills. Now they can start to put nades in. Already a knock over towards 721, but these are getting rezzed up, Blank, and soon enough, they will be taken away. A shot over towards TT Project actually gives BTR one of the points there. In effect, now the last to stand, but they've been let away for a while. BTR struggling to get in, and it's a disaster on the hop out. Looks for more, and Razy has to hold his nerve. He's the last of BTR. More players are there, but he gets another.
Everyone's so incredibly low inside the building, including himself. First is good, now looks for a second. 3 players down on the inside. In comes Effect. He looks to finish the job and gets the revenge. And 1 player from BTR survives.
Razy weathers the storm, takes 3 of them out himself. A little assist from Effect at the end there. But that is some stalwart play, but with only 1 player alive. It is going to be tough for BTR to go any further than that. Not going to stop the crowd from getting on their feet, though.
Aurora, 7 elims on the match here, John, so trying to please the audience a little bit here, please the crowd. No fear will go down to S2G, who currently has a 4-man, by the way.
Worry. You've got to worry about S2G on Miramar. It seems like this east side is looking pretty good for them. Boom. Have all 4 players alive as well on their northwest compound, Blank. It's fairly well defended. It's in a really solid spot. The next circle may push them out of favor, but for now, they are very safe. Aurora, similarly, skirting around it, looking pretty good as it goes central again.
Yeah, it's very fine circles so far. Very fair, but we are locking in over towards that location that you can see teams are very much shying away from. Do not want to get near that ditch at all. 4 Thrives on the north side, a team vying for the top side of the table, currently on 38 points, 4 eliminations this game, chasing towards 721, who finished their match here at 43. And you can just see the difference between this survival stage and groups, where it is so tight on the tables in match 5.
Nice and close, and that's the way I like it, you know, Blank. I don't want there to be those massive clear leaders. I want a threat from every angle. That is what Battle Royales are about. Hora do go down. They will lose their final members, as do BTR. Despite a hero play, they will go no further. The placement points haven't even kicked in yet, Blank. We've got quite a few teams, actually, with, well, every single team has 3 or 4 players alive at this stage, so some pretty hefty hits still to be dished out. They've been on 3 for quite a long time. And they're looking to leave Geeke a little bit lower. They've already lost 1. So now, with the loss of Easy for Bad Boy, they're the only team on 2.
Yeah, good stuff from off there. I mean, they need these points desperately. Any points are better than none for them towards that top side table. They just want to stay in contention. just in case they're able to get a big jump up on the tables. Gotta stay close here. So getting up towards like a top 5 for Ulf, very important this game, but a difficult push in for them. And they have a really quite a large task here versus S2G. It's a 3v4, and they're gonna have to give up this high ground potentially to them.
Both teams going to have to move on that northeast side. The Turkish teams both have to try and navigate a similar approach. Got Fourth Rives in the way. Ulf with a big opener over towards S2G, but Fourth Rives are still getting stuck in. This is nasty. 2 knocks over towards Ulf, leaving 1 player alive, but it is Eren. We know what this man can do. Does he have the grit to go for it? 2 knocks back over towards S2G. That looks pretty solid. It goes a little bit long. The first res has come through, and S2G do lose 1 to a flush. Eren's charging in, no fear, and he steps through. Goes for the spray, but doesn't connect on it, and he's taken so low. Has to go for the weapon swap to the attempt to go for it, but Ulf will fall. They do not make it up any higher onto this match and will be denied access to the top spot itself. S2G, so unfortunate that they lost a player on the run up there. With 4 players, it's a different game for them.
Really is. Furia as well as Boom, the 2 other teams with 4 on side. Boom's been playing it very calm over towards the northwest. Go team sending these down. Bozy burning out, but will be able to get the first aid kit off, but that's without the help from top with the Mini 14. Chief steals it though.
Lose another on the knock. Fourth Rives have been holding out this fight in the northeast for a while now. They are ready for it. Lost almost certainly going to go down here. No time for S2G to mount an offensive with their 2 players, Kamikaze and HamZG on the back lines. Cypher able to find that flush. Circle up towards the north side and another nade over towards S2G. I don't think we're seeing the S2G Miramar chicken dinner. It will be locked in, and they don't go far enough, Blank. Fourth Rives, however, they've got a little bit more left to say, despite not having Falak.
Miramar miracles are over for S2G, it seems. The Circle, on the other hand, desperate to have a look at this side of the map. And we will get to have a look at it, and you'll see how grim it is to play. EK under fire now from Boom, trying to thread the nade in. Not as easy as it looks. Octa does not have any nades left to play with.
Boom have to move in. Fourth Rives right now, kind of in a really solid spot, I think. It's Fourth Rives and Aurora, the only 2 teams with positions in this next circle, Blank. I'm interested to see what Furia can do here. They have still got 4 players alive. Very likely they're going to have to push in, and it looks like they're going to go towards the south and sweep through Goat Team potentially, or try and slip that one entirely. However, it's easier said than done, and that's 1, 2, 3 down. Silence the last to go for Furia. A very difficult approach from this western side, and they have found out all about it. Aurora and Goat Team trading off this fight to take the shots over towards Furia. Meanwhile, on the north side, Boom yet to make their move.
Boom doesn't really want to do anything. They've been stuck on the northwest side, and Aurora's just completely lapped them on this one. Good shots coming through from top at distance.
Oh.
Boom swinging past, but Zjol with a double pickup. And this is the Aurora we were looking for.
That is how you pick your feet up. Start marching on. 9 eliminations there. Nades in from Fourth Rives, though, could steal a couple points.
Bang!
Oh, it's huge. And down go. Boom. 11 eliminations for Fourth Rives and for Aurora. Both of these 2 teams looking to make their mark here, but a knock over towards Hazaifa makes it a little bit tougher. Aurora are rolling over the hilltop, and Hazaifa is stranded.
Top on a disgusting dash this game towards the top side of the rankings. Incredible shots from him so far, from the Mini 14, as well as this AUG, which he's been using so masterfully this game. Nades are going out at the moment. Can't quite find anything. Go also pressuring onto their side. Silence waiting underneath. Top will find him. That Thorn's taken out of the side.
Ooh, IQ nearly hitting the drop shot there, but does go low himself, needs to be careful. Healing necessary now. Fourth Rives playing as 2 players as Goat Team maraud around the hilltop now. Top, the only thing standing between Aurora and having a Goat Team cresting that ridgeline behind them. Does mean, though, that it isolates this fight as a 2v2 for Fourth Rives. Reapers goes low. Zjol has to regroup on towards him with the nades coming through from Hazaifa. This is nasty stuff.
Reaper's yet to reload. So low, gets chased down by Huzaifa. Zol now drops the deck, pulls the pin on the grenade. This will have to be a heroic lob on this one. And it goes too far.
Zol now with a challenge top has to fend off Goat Team all on his own. They just don't have the time. They don't have it. And it's 4 Thrives now in a 3 versus 3 to take this one all the way.
4 Thrives looking for their second chicken dinner today. Making their mark on the tables. There was questions about this team performing at the finals. A strong team to be sure, but did they have the guts? Did they have what it takes to be a global champion? They're looking to prove it right now.
Huzaifa doesn't even have a helmet right now. They have been through it. Thick and thin, they need to stick together. Goat Team are a lot closer to the edge of this next circle, Blank. They are maybe on the outside track here, and 4 Thrives could potentially hold them at distance and try and play it that way. See if they can choke the life out rather than go for a full frontal fight, especially when you're on diminished armor. Huzaifa, though, on this close mound, is so ready to step in.
Focus, keeping it locked down. Huzaifa on a critical angle for themselves. It's a little bit of high ground over towards the western side. All that's really playable right now. They do not want to have to move away from it, but the blue will force them. Huzaifa takes a hit at the start. Don't think it dropped him too far beneath 75%. Hopefully he's got stims on board.
Okay, sticking up, there we go. Potentially apply bandages there as well. Get him a little bit more healthy, but in they go. For Goat Team, they are really stuck here. I feel like 4 Thrives have better mobility. You don't need to go for this fight. Huzaifa could potentially give ground. They have more access to the low ground. A Goat Team, a little bit more isolated. They need to punch through. They need to find it open.
Good
but
smoke.
4 Thrives aren't giving them anything. That smoke is going to force Goat Team into an even more unfavorable position. Around the edge of the smoke, they're lining up the spray downs. There's one, there's another, and they are looking for the third. For 4 Thrives, they want this one, and through the smoke he goes. Huzaifa's there, they're clearing it up, and they will find the final nail to blast into the coffin of Goat Team. A second chicken dinner for 4 Thrives.
Looking fantastic, this team. And this is only going to further the momentum from this squad. They're not going to give up too easily going forward now. They can taste it. They can taste the trophy, taste the glory.
Blank, that game will put them quite far in the lead as well. They were at the top of the tables, I think, with about 4 teams remaining just on their elims. They've added 10 placement points on board. They have just distinguished themselves above the rest.
If someone wants a chance at catching them up tomorrow for the smash, then they need to equalize soon.
Absolutely. Goat Team, an unfortunate final moment there for them as well. Getting really crunched in by the cliff face, by that smoke, by that positioning coming through from 4 Thrives, who were able to hold out teams on the northeast, who were able to play their position and play to their strengths. Without Falak for the longest time as well in that game, if there was any doubts that this team could perform and not just rely on one player, that has been proven to be false. 4 Thrives come alive for a second chicken dinner.
Pakistan, stand up, baby, because 4 Thrives get their second chicken dinner for day number 1 of the grand finals. And that, my friends, will rocket launch them all the way to the top of the leaderboards.
I'm not going to lie, in this game, I kind of forgot about 4 Thrives in the center because it felt like that camouflage, and then it came out of nowhere, 7, to get that win at the end.
That's right. I mean, this squad with just 3 players being able to come and clutch in the win. The questions have been, how is Falak gonna perform? What's gonna happen to the team if Falak doesn't perform? Well, guess what? That has been answered in a big way with this match, as Falak was eliminated very early on, and everybody, especially IQ, stepped it up.
I mean, IQ, I know he's an IGL, but is he really? Or is he a fragger right now? Because this guy had some crazy sprays, and especially the grenades were just 10 out of 10 stuff. And this hold in particular versus S2G is what enabled them to go the entire stretch to get that win against the side of Go, because clearing their back just made that transition to the Rich line so much smoother.
And it's how they got to that area too, because they had to rotate and split Ulf and S2G. Two teams, Jukes, that you usually don't want to split in between, but somehow they made it work.
Made it work, and that is how you do it right there. I mean, if you want to become a championship team, you got to be able to make it happen no matter what the situation is. And 4 Thrives in the homeland of Indonesia, having so much success here, Max.
Yeah, clearly doing just so well for themselves, and looking at the elimination spread.
Wow!
8 eliminations for himself. T24 gets 4 and IQ gets 3. Ooh, team-wide effort.
I know I didn't want Falak to win that MVP back in PMGO regional for them. I wanted somebody to like Huzaifa to step it up.
Yeah.
And what a better time for Huzaifa to do just that, securing those 8 eliminations.
Oh, you'll take it to the bank and run.
Yes.
Right now, looking at it. So congratulations to Huzaifa, looking insane. And before this game, they were in top 4.
Yep.
And I believe we've never had 4 Thrives be first place back in PMWC. This could be the first time they could ever be in first place. Will they stay that at the end? We'll see, but in first place in a global finals.
First time a team from Pakistan will be leading a global finals.
Ever.
Unreal. And it's crazy how they've done it here, because they've had a couple 0-point games, guys, right? And they still were able to win 2, but they do it in such extreme fashion. I think that's the formula here, Seven, right? When you get that opportunity to get a win, you have to make it a big one, and 4 Thrives are just proving that is how you do it.
I mean, you definitely do. If we go back to the start of the day, this team ended up in 10th place in Rondo with just 2 eliminations. They were able to bounce back in such a great way with that win in the first Erangel, 9 elims, and then back it up with the 3rd place finish in 8 elims. Then after that, the third Erangel was a little bit sketchy. Not one of the best performances, and for them to just send another statement here again, it's exactly what you want to do, Max.
And to be completely honest, 4 Thrives don't strike me as like the main Miramar team, right, in a lobby like this. Usually you're looking at mainly their Rondo and especially their Wrangle, but no, able to get a win on Miramar is a massive W for this squad. And I feel like when they added, looking actually at some of the rotations, just sweeping the entirety from the side. And actually, you know what? I'm going to stop talking about 4 Thrives because we already said a lot. Aurora?
Yes.
Finally, we're seeing some presence. I mean, Seven, you've been asking for it since the start today, realistically. But top with that Mini 14, just omnipresent in this lobby with that weapon.
Close range, long range, it don't matter range. That's pretty much what it comes down, because they ended up, Aurora, they ended up getting 12 eliminations, 17 points total. That's going to push them up, and now we might start seeing the Aurora we expect to see. A little bit of a light there from Furia, clutching up those 7 points. For BTR on the other side, 4 points is just not going to be cutting it with the way they're currently performing.
And there's only one word I could think of when it comes to Aurora, and that is finally, right? About time they get a big performance in here. S2G, the team we've been talking about all day when it comes to Miramar, they end up putting 5 on the board. They ended up taking out Ulf, I think, in that game, right, Max?
Yes, exactly. There was actually some really good plays from HamCG, but then the Circle a little bit unkind to their position and actually puts them in nade range of 4 Thrives, that by doing so eliminate that team, clear their backs and make that transition a little bit smoother. But I do have to go, as we go on the second page here, transition to talking about Hora. I said earlier, Miramar, Hora for me, I'm very excited for Nepal. But ever since that first game, Hora 7 just fully disappeared.
And it feels like it's been a trend too, but you know what? This is the exciting part. As 4 Thrives is in first place with the 14-point lead.
This is going to be scary. And by the way, looking at 4 Thrives, congratulations being #1 with 60 points total. You do have to keep in mind, they do not have the smash ruling in PMGO South Asia, meaning this, if they do get in a smash ruling situation where they do enter the smash zone, Hot Jukes, they might shake a little bit and struggle to convert that win.
Man, tomorrow's Rondo is going to be so insane. I think the big thing for 4 Thrives here, especially going into this last game, guys, is for them to have such a ridiculous match. And if they do so, they're going to set that threshold so dang high. It's going to be very difficult for another team to reach that smash zone, especially in the first half of tomorrow.
To be fair, though, there is a lot of teams with potential to be able to reach that smash zone. It just comes down to how can 4 Thrives finish this last game on day 1. What kind of lead are they going to be having over the other squads? Because if they have a healthy lead, yes, you're allowed to have a bit of a mulligan, a bad game on Rondo like they've been having so far this tournament. But guess what? On that second game, they can bounce back and get those wins. And they have been getting wins in what map?
Oh, it's been on Orango and Miramar.
Damn right.
Let's go. Actually, I want to say, we saw what happened to Aurora on that first rondo, right? Where they got hot dropped on the solo split player that goes for the recall, which was top. What if a team decides to do that, but to 4 Thrives tomorrow?
I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to be seeing that happen a lot with just multiple teams. Not only Aurora, I think Aurora is definitely going to have to readjust whenever we get to Rondo tomorrow. 4 Thrives, depending on what happens here in this next match, might have to readjust in a big way.
I would even say maybe just skip the hot drop entirely, right? You just need 10
sure.
points in a rondo. You can do that without the hot drop.
And they just showcase that they can actually get points passively without being super crazy, and that's exactly what you want to see. All I know, though, for 4 Thrives, this is the first time you're ever leading at a global event. All those thoughts that get into their head, just brush them away. For everybody in Pakistan supporting this team, your team is in first place, baby. You gotta be feeling good.
Stand up, man. I'll tell you what, the arena is so mixed feelings because we see 4 Thrives win. We see some people erupt. I look over at Rosemary. He's kind of just shaking his head right now.
Yeah.
I think he's just like, I want to get in there so bad, you know?
I'm getting a little bit too excited. Actually, no, 16th place, 4 Thrives. No, they're not going to win.
No, yeah. You're not allowed to talk good about 4 Thrives. But it would be good, right? It would be good to kind of, for Falak to just shut up Rosemary. Imagine after all that talk, after saying Falak is down here, Rosemary is here, Falak ends up winning a global tournament before Rosemary does.
Yeah, Rosemary's right behind us, and they won the game. I was seeing heads shaking over there. He was not happy.
It was a lot of this. It was a lot of...
Oh, no.
just straight. Oh, man. Oh, wow. This is just so crazy as we go into that last match. You know, one team that you predicted to just go crazy here, Max Man, was BTR, right? And they're doing, you know, not the best here so far, but one player I know you really want to talk about is Razy.
Yeah, Razy actually really... What did you say?
Nothing.
No, Razy popping off actually in that fight. There was TT Project, there was 7-2-1. He's able to clutch it with the shotgun, actually outliving those two teams, especially thanks to a little cheeky third party from top with the Mini 14 again. This guy is just always present in the conversation. But Razy doing so good, but Bigatron, where the hell is this team that dominated the group stage? They've just disappeared out of nowhere. They know they can do better. They need to do something now, otherwise smashing tomorrow is just not going to be possible whatsoever for the local Indonesian superstar team.
Where's Bigatron? Where the heck is Pandem, man? Pandem, I mean, just like straight up flash in the pan from their group stage as opposed to now. I mean, no noise at all. We're going into the final match here, guys, right? We're going into Miramar. Looking at the leaderboards, which team do you think, if they got a win right here, right now, would...
Different scenario, especially when they were back in APG. We've seen them do that when it comes down to PMGC. We've seen them do it when it comes down to PMWC. The experience within that team is what got us to say Max and I, Aurora, pretty much instantly.
Yeah, right away, the team that comes to mind, I think, for a majority of the audience back at home. But you know what? Because you said Aurora, I feel like I have to go for another
But you said Aurora, too.
Okay, yeah, but just because, just to have something a bit different. Furia. I would say Furia, because if they do deny that gap that you were hoping 4 Thrives could potentially build in this following game on Miramar, if they can just be up in contention, the Smash ruling is going to be insanely intense tomorrow.
We did have a scenario earlier when we had the top 3 teams out early on, which kind of allowed for that gap to close up. That's what some of those teams towards the bottom are going to be hoping on. Something that we really haven't talked about, that we talked about, especially during the group stages, is when do we start counting people out? Especially because you're wanting to be in that first place. You have teams like Pandem with just 3 points. Pandem, you're absolutely gone out of the picture for me. You have 0 chance in my head that you can actually climb the ladder and end up winning. So I'm not going to be counting them out, and I'm going to be putting them in the list of possible spoiler teams because we know they have the skills, and we know that they can stop some of those top teams from getting good points.
Oh, they might have that evil grin coming on their faces like, we can just ruin everyone's day if we really want it. Looking at some teams on the bottom of the rankings, you have a 40-point difference for the likes of Bigatron and S2T in 12th and 13th place compared to #1 team that is currently 4 Thrives. That is a gap that's so hard to surmount tomorrow. We need to see at least a strong podium with a ton of eliminations if they want to be back in that convo.
Yeah, I think if you're Pandem in particular, and if you're looking to spoil a team, I think that you would really, really want to shut down 4 Thrives here, because if 4 Thrives put a 20-point game up, that'll set the threshold at 80 points, making it so difficult for other teams to smash and giving them such a crazy opportunity. As we go into the final Miramar match for the grand finals here in day #1. Vamos! Let's get it going here, as this playing path and this match is so critical for so many teams.
Pretty Western this time around. Teams like Goat not going to be super happy-chappy about it. Going to have to go for a bit of a stretch over to Puerto Bariso on the southern road. The crowd going a bit crazy right now, getting nice and loud, because really we need to see some more presence from the local Indo teams.
If you're some of those top teams, right, if you're in the top 3, I'm just going to put you in the spot right here, right now, Max. How are you going to be playing this out? Especially if you're 7-1, you have a 17-point gap. Furia, you have a 14-point gap. Are you going to be playing aggressive? Or are you going to be playing passive? From 7-1, I personally want to see aggressiveness, and from Furia, I want to see Giga aggressiveness.
Giga aggression, like on the first game, really. Yes. Hopefully that's what we're going to be seeing from Furia. They showed they can bring the heat, but now it's Miramar. It's even hotter over there on the Dusty Dunes. Maybe they can make it happen. Just a strong top 5, and I would be sold that Furia could be a champion contender tomorrow.
I hope we see it. It's so difficult with all this pressure on. A lot of teams sometimes just decide to kick back and just put some points on the board, but aggression is what makes you rocket launch up those leaderboards. Let's go ahead and take it on over to our casters for the last time in day #1 of the grand finals.
Oh, we've only got one more match here, Blank, and a distinguished difference at the top of the table from 4 Thrives to kick us off as well. That 60-point tally is looking pretty mighty. As they were saying over on the desk as well, the Indo teams here not quite finding their feet. They were talking about which team might shake things up the most. I think if BTR get a win here, the whole stadium might shake.
I think you wouldn't be wrong. I think you wouldn't be wrong. For this game in particular, though, let's take a look at the circle. Heads over towards that western side. 4 Thrives having Picardo here on Miramar has been such a boon for them, especially on the circles that we're getting. Really easy rotational pass for them straight away out of Picardo. Really good loot in Picardo too. Pandem having one player drop over towards Geeke.
Okay, well, immediate drop on a DBS. That's got to feel pretty good, but the Winnie, oh my goodness me. They're going to hunting. Really unsure about that one, as you said. Very, let's say, interesting decision from Pandem. I mean, that's a 3-point decision right there.
I mean, I guess for Pandem, they just realized, you know, they realize just as much as 7 does that this is over. Right? They did not make the cut so far. They need to move further up in the rankings, but 16th place seems like where they're going to keep lying at the moment. 3 points on an entire day would be a tremendously bad result. Like, probably one of the worst we've seen in a long time at a global.
Yeah.
Which is strange for a team that we know isn't bad.
0.5 average on the day, that would be, if they don't find anything else here. And they've already taken a hefty hit from Arena in that area. Maybe a little bit more, the red dot. Does make it tough, but doesn't quite connect. Joker will run out of ammo if he keeps going for it, but he is going to go for it. Why not? Why not?
You miss every shot you don't take, so for Joker, looks to just keep sending it. Furious starting in Montenuevo, equally a good spot alongside with 4 Thrives. We've got 7-2-1 currently in El Pozo. I think the only team in that top 4 that is struggling is probably Ulf, who are over towards the eastern side. If we drop it down one further towards Go Team, they are in Partona. Always a bit of an uncomfortable rotation there for them. Aurora, Chumacera. I think a lot of the interesting teams here are like in fairly decent spots in the circle. Could make for a very, very curious final day here at PMGO.
quite a long wait until we get this this next circle, though, Blank. I feel like we've got a lot of time to settle into this game coming up ahead of us. Not huge rotations necessary from most of our teams now. As you said, it is seemingly fairly chilled out for the time being. I mean, this rotate up the western side coming through from TT Project is probably going to be the most dynamic part of this west side of the circle we'll see for a while. The rotations that I think people are going to be interested in. Bigatron from the northeast side, Sierra Bronca, as well as Boom from the east side, Impala. Potentially as well Geeke in El Azahar.
Geeke actually ends up, because like you say, it's a long rotate. BTR, Toria Armada, also very, very difficult. I think if, like you say, BTR get themselves a win, you know, they shove themselves up to like 40 points if they have a fairly decent game off the back of it. It's definitely doable. Aaron making the sprint. I don't know if he's got his vehicle trapped here or not.
Fine. He's getting his cardio in, you know. No car. Good
no cardio. Yeah.
He's trying to...
That's what I always say.
You do always say that. It's actually quite annoying, especially when it's no relevance to anything. You know, we sit down and Blank's like, no car, good cardio. And I'm like,
yeah, stop that.
I'm eating my dinner. What are you doing?
Cease it.
Goodness me. Plenty of teams looking to eat their dinner here in the final match.
Eating good with chicken dinner, that's for sure.
What sort of chicken? That is the question. That's the question.
Maybe like a teriyaki chicken type of deal. Maybe.
I mean, orange chicken.
Orange chicken,
Big
also
chicken.
good. Yeah, absolutely.
Roast chicken.
Give me a thriving roast chicken.
Old school roast chicken.
Yeah.
Lovely full English. No, not that's the wrong sort of meal, isn't it?
Yeah,
roast
it is.
dinner. That's
Roast dinner. Sunday roast.
Yeah.
Lovely. Don't know how many people actually have that around the world, but I guess I'll find out later when someone messages me saying, what is that?
What on earth is a roast dinner? Well, you take your dinner and you roast it, just like Frenzy's looking to try and roast one of the Fourth Rise players, but you're going to have to get up earlier than that to start cooking. You want to take down Fourth Rise because they are sat atop the table and looking peachy keen for more fights.
A little split at the moment, though, is Fourth Rise. So Zypher, waiting in the wings, does provide information back to the rest of the squad, who are now in vehicles, making their way on over. Pandem, obviously, weakened at this point in time with just 3 players alive.
1 point per player that's alive right now. Sort of thing you might see in match 1 or 2.
Hey.
Not in match 6.
We got to stop. We've got to stop.
They've just done so
Yeah, I
badly.
know.
It is, I mean, it is really very unfortunate. See all 3 of our Indo teams on the back page. They've still got this match to do it. Blank, they've still got an opportunity. And we know in these shorter sets how much things can change, right? We saw massive differences towards the ends of those days where we were playing 6-match sets. We've also now got an entirety of tomorrow for them to try and pick things up, because it definitely does need something to change. Our circle still about a minute away from touching and showing us where stage 2 will be.
So in the meantime, most teams just try and get themselves as central as possible. Play off the back of some of the high grounds, get some information. For Fury and Monte Nuevo, really easy. They're just playing currently a 2-1-1 split. Trying to maintain all edges right now of Monte Nuevo. It is a large city at the end of the day. But they want the options. They want the options that will follow with stage 2. I am just impressed. We have a 33, 36, 37, 37, 42, 43, 46. And then really the only standout is Fourth Rise at 60. But this is a very, very evenly matched lobby.
I mean, we were talking about, you know, bubbles in previous days, right? 6th place bubble, we were talking about getting over that 40-point threshold to feel safe. 4th place bubble, we were talking getting over that 50-point bubble to be safe. It's so much lower here by approximately 5 points sort of a piece in terms of getting to those various positions. And 5 points doesn't sound like a lot, but when you consider that you're talking about 6 or 7 teams needing to have 5 points fewer, you're already ballooning to about 30 to 40 points, about 40, 45 points maybe on these
4 to 5.
That is going to be taken away from the lobby at the top side, which is why it's such a significant metric to look at there, and it is just so tight towards the top.
Because the whole lobby's sponging. We don't have one particular team that's zooming out ahead at the moment. Our lobby is finding those points here and there. Furia get a nice start with this one. The circle does go over towards the western side, hits on Monte Nuevo. So if there's any time to do it for Furia, it would be this game. Right at the end of the day, to match up with 4 Thrives or even overtake them. Remember, it's only 14 points for them. They are not far away from that 60-point mark.
And at the top of the tables as well, you're expecting these bigger games. With this shift out towards Monte Nuevo, everybody on their bikes now. BTR back at the queue on the north side with Arena a little bit ahead of them towards El Pozo. Will have to make their way down. Razy gonna get stuck in here. Hops to the back seat, turning to 8. Just about able to stay alive there, but there was warning shots and more fired over the front bow. Axel wants to repeat that performance, wants to do more damage. Both these two teams diverging from one another though, and may just allow each other to move in on this north edge.
Slip on by here. Tricky decision to make here for BTR. They need the points, but they also understand they need to get further into the circle. For BTR, this rotation is fairly good, considering they're coming from Dora Armada at the start of the game. Over the wrap in quite nicely. They should be able to find themselves a decent position on this western side. And again, this is very much a decision made on the rotate, where we get a western shift on the circle. They decide, okay, let's go western side. Probably a lot more teams coming across from Picado inwards. We might be able to find ourselves a position here. Has forced Arena on the west road, though. So BTR might have a chance at holding them out in the future. 7-2-1, take a position in Monte Nuevo. Another team towards the top here. 3rd place currently. A team that has sort of come out of nowhere.
They have shown themselves capable as well of moving through these later stages of the game. They're standing up there with some of the best of them. Doc taking shots over towards Boom, who at the moment are keeping their heads down. It's only Pandem who have lost a player. We're still at 63 players in the lobby. Next circle is just about to display itself, where we're going down towards the south side of this one, towards La Riera, and that little bit of ground on the north side of Tuba 7.
Very southern shift here, down towards the south side. Like you say, Aurora Gaming get themselves gifted a loot crate from up on high. It's a good start to their game. Furia moving in. La Riera, they have the valley here, but the West Ridge is still in, but probably not for long. BTR trying to take shots over towards Geeke. They are making a bunch of enemies during this game, but they finally will hit their mark with Axel over towards Safji.
This is all the way up on the north side, Blank. You've got Hora out to the west of this engagement to worry about. Geeke, they'd already lost one player as well, so they're not going to turn around and try and fight. They're not going to try and pitch up and take the shots back towards BTR. They're just going to try and get away safely if they can. BTR now going to have to move in their wake past Monte Nuevo, which is a non-trivial direction to have to go. You're worried about teams who are already posted up beyond it, as well as the duo from Geeke, who you've just seen fleeing. Horror are going to clamp down on the east side of it. And for BTR, I think they've got a really tough situation on their hands.
BTR, I don't really know how they play this one out, because the Arena already skipped the queue, basically, to get down towards that south side on that Riera. I mean, they'll also struggle, honestly, in the future. 4 Thrives didn't have to move too far from Picado either. Very, very short, minimal rotation for them. But there is Ulf, Flash, Boom, Pandem, all down towards that south side, and they do have the angles on. Boom brings one in over towards Flash. Just the start of things, though.
Ooh, has to slow down in the party bus, diverts almost immediately. Jubran as well, maybe dropping off here, or are they going to go for the fight? They've drawn the ire of Pandem, which, granted, isn't very fearsome right now, Blank, but still, it's a trouble. It's a problem, potentially, especially with Team Flash and 4 Thrives, as well as S2G lurking in the wings.
Always happen on that final match. Sanju from Boom looking down that way. S2G rocking in from that south side. They just swung by Chumacera. Things start to slow down. Aurora Gaming laughing at the moment. Incredibly good position from them. The desk was saying that things that would shake the top side of the lobby up would be Aurora Gaming getting a win. Bit of a 4 Thrives Aurora Gaming smoothie.
Would be good to see. I mean, they've really ramped up in terms of performance over the course of the day for Aurora. They started off very slow, not having the start that they wanted. So getting a chicken dinner to end things out would be a great confidence booster going into the final day and potentially into those smash zones. Next circle coming through where they're going to stay central. I mean, it's fairly secure no matter what. That east side gets thrown a little bit of a bone, but the road gets harder for BTR on that north side. I mean, they've had a tough time of it so far, but that's going to continue, especially when you consider you've got 721 and TT Project, as well as Furia across the road right next door to them.
Yeah, a lot of difficult approaches right now. BTR, I just don't know how much further they get off the back of this one. It's such a hard rotate. They already made a long journey round the side over towards the northwest and now need to push even further through to the east. 721, like you say, holding that road as well. So once you start to cross, likely you'll get taken shots from them. And then Aura is that arbiter on that northern edge, not letting anyone in from that Driera Valley. 4 Thrives keeping it calm, keeping it quiet. Makes sense. They just want to extend that lead a little bit. They take a bit of a heavy hit right now. One player goes low, but no knocks just yet.
They're going to make their move. BTR trying to navigate Montenuevo, using the buildings as cover, moving fast through. They've got one player out on the off angle. They're slowly going in for this fight, and Malik doesn't quite catch the clip there. The first aid will come on through, but it's spotted on the off angle as Federalis falls first, and BTR may have just found the end of their road into this match and potentially the day. Federalis is the first to fall. Will there be more? Because there is still answers. There is still life left in the home team as Razy looks to clap a shot over their way towards 721, as well as Aura could potentially backstab onto 721's position.
Razak was incredibly low, managed to get the first aid kit off there. Another nade goes forward. He's able to just about luck out of it. They did lose Federalis. Heavy hit to the squad. We already mentioned it, it's just how do they make their way through here? This is such a difficult rotation for BTR. E-Arena may have got the better of it down towards that south side, but they're still dealing with GOAT, who are swirling on that southwest edge, a whirlpool of goats.
Is a really difficult wall to try and get past. Those Ladriera ridgelines, those valleys, notoriously difficult to traverse, to get across laterally. And GOAT team, they have the high ground. E-Arena will suffer there. Tough times indeed. 3 players for BTR on the north in the meantime. Gonna try and push their way in, but still very, very tough. 721 do have Horror now to worry about. A little bit closer to home. Malik goes down first. Horror doing well. Sleepy not quite able to stay standing on this one. Rehan does a lot of damage there. Confirms the flush. Masku not quite connecting either, but Horror have gone very, very low. They started out their day incredibly strong. Blank Sky put up so many eliminations in that first game over on Rondo, but they might close down their day a lot more quietly as 721 look to push them aside.
I mean, Horror's just had really no say-in since that Rondo, and that Rondo indicated an incredible demon of a team from Horror, but they were exercised quite quickly from that match onwards. Sad to see. No Fear likely to go next with Sleepy taking a dirt nap earlier. Masku from 721 looking to push on through, a team that wants more points. They're at the top of the tables currently. Next circle coming through right now, and it's on top of Aurora Gaming.
Oh, that's going to help them out nicely, but the north side is just continuously getting battered by these circle rotations. Everybody trying to march their way forwards and no one having a good time of it. As we take a look at the west edge, this is the last player now from Geeke, who's managed to survive quite a while. Ragnarok hoping that it's not a cataclysmic end for them. Geeke in 7th place, though. Very possible for them to stick it and stay amongst the top contenders, potentially moving into tomorrow. 4 Thrives, however, on that northeast side on 60 points. They're still as 4, and they're moving in relatively uncontested compared to a lot of other teams trying to make their push.
Yeah, 4 Thrives just had no problems from Ricardo to get towards this location. They are passing by 721 into Boom's territory. Flash is behind them, but again, just no one giving them any problems. Good shots from Zerich over towards Ayato. E-Arena's been skirting around this location for a long time, just trying to find an entryway.
Project are the ones to roll up, and Goat Team get a lancer over towards Zerich. They try and roll forwards. TT Project sending over the ridge lines, needing to find more picks off on towards Goat Team. But Ephius goes down first, and Neos needs to bear the pressure, but can't quite stand up. Force pushes him back, and Focus can get rezzed up here. Zerich will get flushed, Neos will get taken down, and they are left on one player standing. Goat Team rally around the position.
4 Thrives, man, they keep going strong right now. It looks like they're not stopping anytime soon as they take out 7-2-1. Ulf lost a player on the southeast side, just struggling to find an entryway. Chief also taking a knock on the player. For Furia, this is a really big deal right now as they start to move on in. They need to remove E-Arena.
Nades. Shotgun shells, Igor able to get the flush. Turney K position known now. Does a lot of damage to Igor, but doesn't get the knock. And forward, Silence marches. Ayala at his back, but Turney K cannot hold out. Joker on the back lines, the last to stand for E-Arena on this western edge. It is a fight for who gets the chance to throw themselves against the rock that is Aurora's position in the middle. And the nades from Joker are not going to connect. Goat Team watching on from a distance, waiting for someone to make a misplay. Maybe they can chime in later on, but Furia not giving them an inch. Silence does back up a little bit into the danger zone, but stays alive for now.
Ulf going down at a critical moment of their tournament journey here. Ketch is out, and that's Ulf down in this game, finishing their run on the first day at 42 points. 7-2-1 finished at 46. 4 Thrives, on the other hand, looks like this team's just getting started.
They have got a brilliant lineup position. The positions out to the east may cause them problems, but right now everyone's content to wait for these teams on the west side to figure things out on their own. S2G is still in this one as well, Blank. They've got 1 elimination so far on the southeast side, but they need to put themselves back to full fighting force, which it looks like they have been able to do here. 4 players now on side from the southeast.
Flash has been so incredibly slow on this northeast edge. Not moving in, and 4 Thrives opens up over towards Boom. Finds a knock and keeps them at bay. Circle goes center. Once again, Aurora just sat out towards that western side. They're currently on a throne, and they're looking to reign over the lobby from this position.
Boom. Wanting to find the res, but S2G not giving them the time to do so. MZ in and amongst it. The nade looks beautiful, but it just misses the knock. How on earth does he defend himself from that? Goodness me. A sliver of HP, but that's huge news for S2G. If he goes down there, that is basically confirmed as a flush. There's no way, really, without just going for a full assault into Boom's position, that they get him back.
Get themselves out of dodge for the time being as Boom scared a little bit over towards this northern side. Starting to worry about it slightly. Send a scout from Sanju that way, but again, Flash is just slowly moving their way over. It is a sluggish pace that Flash is setting this game.
Not the sort of pace you need to be pulling out. On the east side, their last chance for today to earn those points that they so desperately need now in 15th place. Really bringing up the rear when you discount Pandem, and I think at this point most people do. The crash into the middle could potentially be on the cards, but nobody wants to go first. From the ring that sits around Pandem, it's keeping them safe. Furia spotted again, and Aurora picking up more points, or at least attempting to.
This is why the pace has been slow. The Flash has no vehicles, no mobility. They're having to do this on foot at the moment. T24 sending some long-range ordnance over towards game start. Just underneath them, Flash is spotted, and T24 catches him slacking. They're right on the edge.
Further forwards with Zeus and Top Z, both looking to put the pressure in. Win will be able to get the heal off, so Flash are back to fighting form, and T24 has yet to get res there, Blank. So a diminished position for 4 Thrives. They haven't committed for this res. Boom could move over the headland as well, because they do need to get a little bit closer, and they'd love to third party on this engagement. Flash still slow without those vehicles.
I think for 4 Thrives right now, this is giving time for them to get this res through. The 4 Thrives, if they go down early in this game, it is fantastic news for the likes of Furia. 7-2-1, go. as well as Aurora on their chase, just because tomorrow gets a lot easier. Furia is down, actually. Second place, only able to put up 48 points today. 12 points, well, 14 points once again with those 2 extra points added this game for Four Thrives. Ooh, it's going to be rough tomorrow.
Again, that 48-point boundary wouldn't have been considered safe when we were talking about 4th place bubbles in survival stage. The fact that that's the 2nd place position right now, potentially to be leapfrogged by GOAT or maybe Aurora behind them, but still, the fact that that's in 2nd place right now after 6 matches, that's quite incredible. That is a really, really level lobby, with the exception of Four Thrives, who look to stretch their legs more.
It goes down. Flash takes a fair bit of damage there as Boom continues to try and ward them off this position, but Four Thrives just living life to the maximum. Both teams refusing to look at them right now, and they desperately need to.
Ooh, T24 real slick with it there, but not quite able to slip the bullets around the headland. That nade tags the bottom, tags the low ground. The high ground's getting battered as well. Team Flash need to stay up, need to stay alive to push this one across.
Nice.
They've got a distance to go. A Cypher falls first to a nade coming over the top. In the meantime, S2G, they have been blasted back to, I believe, just one and potentially none fairly soon. On the western side, just Hamzy left remaining. Aurora flexing out to deal with it. Ziol has the challenge, but doesn't manage to win it. That's pretty nasty stuff. Top, though, stepped up to the plate. Can he succeed where Ziol could not? No! Hamzy with a twofer on the sidelines will be able to step up in Aurora's position. All of a sudden, gets taken down to 2 players alive.
That's terrible news for Aurora Gaming. This was starting to be a massive match for them. For Four Thrives, Boom, as well as Team Flash have basically taken each other out. Well, I think it's Boom more than anything, trying to force their way down towards Team Flash, who know they need to deal with Four Thrives. But Boom consistently causing issues.
IQ, T24 now with the last player of Team Flash over the ridgeline. Spots the head, T24 wants it. The shotgun doesn't quite land. The heal does go through, but the damage is just too much. Team Flash go down, get eliminated. Four Thrives with 6 eliminations now. GOAT Team with 9 though, although they are flagging on this western edge with 1 player knocked. They need to pick it back up. Aurora, though, fortunately, cut in half by Hamzy from S2G.
For Four Thrives, it's going to be a hell of a lead at the end of this game because they're getting further and further towards that top side. Only Maniac from GameStar over towards this northern edge, and he seems to be spotted by IQ.
T24 has been such a dominant sightline for this roster on this match. It feels like we've seen brilliant things coming through from Hazaifa. IQ as well, now needed to stand with his team, and that is beautifully dispatched around the edge. Another elimination, another team down, more placements on their tally. Blank, it's not just Falak on this team. For Four Thrives, moving into this tournament, a star player, sure, but Hazaifa, T24, and IQ have absolutely proven their mettle.
Absolutely, and Doc goes down to focus. For Four Thrives, you're right, Falak versus Rosemary, all the rest of these things, all centered around Falak. The guy's a great player, insane nades overall, but T24's been lighting the lobby up. IQ's been around since the longest time and is still kicking super strong with the lobby. Hazaifa has brought a whole new bit of magic to the squad, and Four Thrives looking to continue here in this match.
It's only Reefus on the inside now for Aurora. They are not in the zone in this position anyway for Reefus. Does need to start to lob down. And Pandem, by the way, Blank, have been given the freest top 5 game of their entire lives here. Just sat down there, not worried about a thing. Big chillin' right now in the Valley, but they're going to have to leave at some point.
0 points in the game, either. Pandem has played a very slow match. Nice shot from Reefus with the MG3. Underneath, GOAT starts to try and find some shots. Ooh. Another one from Reefus on minimal ammo. He is accurate as anything.
But can they flex out and get that flush? I don't think so. With GOAT Team right there, they can't push in, but they just keep going. Reefus, he's only got 17 rounds left in it though, Blank, and the MG3 may be bled dry here. One more player for GOAT Team on the inside. They've gotten pretty far into this match and will be in contest for the top spot, but in the meantime, Four Thrives get the res. Will Pandem find a chicken dinner here, Blank?
Potentially. At the end of the day, Pandem finding something. Be great for their totals. El Baril will find Moxie, removes that away, and now eliminated. Down to 4 thrives. El Baril, well, as Aurora, desperate for a win here, right at the end, right at the finish line, but versus Pandem, how can they do it? You see that Aurora Gaming so low on ammo, but rocking MG3 and M249, that's one way to go about it. But T24 unleashes upon the likes of Aurora, and they're down in 4th. R4 thrives, looking for the back-to-back, the triple chicken dinner on the day.
El Barrel, low HP. I don't think he's got much left in the tank either. Wait for the peak, the nade up, and Pandem now stepping up to the plate. The deepest they've gone, but IQ finds one, and that is a huge pickup. A 2v2, the nade not going the distance. 4 thrives could potentially take half of the games today with a chicken dinner here. A 2 versus 2 is possible, but IQ's down, and T24 with a 1 versus 1. Weapon swap with the shotgun around his teammate.
He finds it!
He gets it done, and 4 thrives. Do so much, go so far. Is there nothing these guys can't do? At the top of the tables, this is a smash team if I ever did see.
A 3 for today. Incredible stuff from them. 3 chicken dinners, 3 out of the 6. It looks unsurmountable for any of a squad going into tomorrow. Their score count will be so high.
They pushed up. I think they're somewhere around 80 points after this one blank. A marvelous close down for T24, and that is exactly what we were highlighting during that match. It is not just Balak, it is not just Hazaifa, it is every single player on this team that has clutch potential, that has firepower, that has the gonads to take this home. These guys, they are the pride of Pakistan, and they should be standing tall right now.
Incredible stuff from this team, and they had their eyes on this trophy. 4 thrives have the drive, and can they take the dive into the cash money prize tomorrow?
Chicken dinners on the side of 4 thrives. Are you kidding me? 4 thrives domination here in Jakarta, Indonesia for the grand finals.
Living up to their name, they're thriving in this lobby. What is going on? The Pakistani Super Squad is just destroying everyone they encounter. But one thing in this game in particular, it was not a 4-man finish, right? They went down to 2 very early on. It was just IQ and T24, but 7. We were looking the way they were playing. That synergy, that communication from that duo, it felt like a full team.
This has been the best duo we have seen so far in PMGO Season 1. T24 and IQ, the way you guys were pushing some of these squads, it was like you didn't give a damn. The confidence was at an all-time high. And honestly, the way that they set up those fights, you had one going to the right, you had one going to the left, but they were always pushing at the same time. One thing that we've been talking about some of their squads where they end up throwing is when they just go one by one. T24 and IQ, we're not doing that.
Oh, look at this fight versus Flash. This is exactly what we're talking about. They're peaking at the same time. If one player fails, the other one is there to be as a backup, and it works out beautifully. They're looking on another squad. Reefus with the MG3. I'm loving it. This guy was a threat for everyone around him. It was 4 thrives. It was a side of GOAT. Didn't quite work out because of the circle, but so many big names they hold. They needed to perform, and you know what? They did exactly that on good old Miramar.
Woo! T24 with that 9 damage, 999. Look at all those numbers, though. 4 thrives. This is what I was saying this before this last match. If they crush this game, the smash point tomorrow is going to be so crazy, and they did it. They did it.
They did it again. Huzaifa was our MVP earlier. Right now, it's the other ones. And I really want to give you props here, Seven, because you were talking about this team that Falak is great, but we need to see the other players rise up right next to Falak. this is happening right now, but on the biggest stage imaginable.
And the thing is, as we have been seeing this team grow before our eyes. If we really take a step back, Max, remember when it was just Falak? And then at one point, Naki did end up performing. And I'm talking about way back in PMWC when we saw him almost clutch up against Alpha 7.
And then
at times we saw T24 stepped up, and then IQ started not just becoming the IGL, he started to become the fragger. And now you have even more backup with Husaifa, but as you can tell right there, the match MVP.
One more damage, and it would have been so satisfying.
I kind of like that one
I think
better.
that's even better.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool number. You flip it.
He's teasing a discount.
Oh, that's a good deal right there. That's a really good deal. Really happy with the overall side of 4Thrive. And looking at the overall story of this team, right? You're looking in this tournament in particular for PMGO Season 1. Back in Group A, Group of Death, looking a bit shaky, not too confident. Big improvements coming on through in the survival stage. And now all of that knowledge has been used to its full potential. They went full Goku mode. All of the power is coming their way. And you know what? 3 wins on a day? From a Pakistani team, this has never happened in PUBG Mobile esports history.
I can't wait to see what that overall ranking looks like.
It's gonna be crazy, man.
How big of the lead are they gonna have?
Hey,
a healthy
let's
one.
put it this way. Too big. Too dang big. That is for sure, guys. As we take a look at some of the rotations from this last match, man, at this point, guys, I don't know who's going to stop this team. They got Rondo coming up tomorrow. They have so much room to work with. They are set up perfectly for these grand finals.
I got an answer for you.
Okay, give it to me.
And it's 2 teams that I had in my top 3 coming into this PMGO. And if there is a team that's going to be possibly able to stop them, it's going to be none other than Aurora. And you have seen Aurora already being able to step up their gameplay. Yes, they were surprised with what happened in Rondo, but I mean, 4Thrives adding 22 points, Aurora adding only those 10s. Yes, I can't wait to see what that overall ranking looks like, but if there was one team that could stop them, in my eyes, Max, it's Aurora.
I would agree. Usually we say they like to troll on day 1.
Yes.
There's no 3 days, so they just trolled on the first half of the day, right? They were 12th position, and ever since that next Orangle, right, the last Orangle of today, they've been significantly improving, stepping up to the plate, so it's really good to see Mongolia back on board. And Reefus, we hyped up this guy, his storyline, saving the day, smashing it out back in PMGO ECA with that 1v4 grenade onto Vicious. And again here with the MG3, he was doing some big damage in this lobby. So Aurora's looking great, but Reefus in particular, and then top with a Mini 14, that duo is looking mental.
It's wild because you're right. I mean, 10 points, that's a great game, right? A 2-day tournament, they're putting up consistent placements, which is great. It's just 4Thrives are going insane. I don't know what else we can say about it. Looking at the other half of the leaderboards, Furia with 2 points. Definitely needs to step. Oh! Oh my goodness! 4Thrives, 82 points!
This might be the biggest lead we have ever seen going into the final day of a global event. 33 points from 4Thrives. So now that the Smash roll is set, tomorrow to enter the Smash zone, 4Thrives needs to get to 92 points. They could win this championship, the PUBG Mobile Season 1 in Indonesia, Jakarta, in just 2 games tomorrow, and nobody's even close to them.
You remove their placement points, they're still on the podium.
Dude.
Few eliminations alone, tied with the likes of Aurora.
Let's be real, guys. There ain't nobody reaching the Smash zone tomorrow besides them. Like, what are the chances?
Rondo
in match 5?
I mean,
I don't know about
the
that.
Rondo will decide the fate of the rest of the day, for sure.
Especially with some of the squads that we saw earlier in the day. Remember, Hora at one point performed really, really well in Rondo. You could get a 30-point game in Rondo.
It is going to be the lifeline for these teams. If that Rondo goes well, if you're on this page and you get good Rondo, you can maybe do something. If your Rondo falls flat on its face, game over. That #1 spot is just not happening for you.
And if we're being honest, we've seen teams being able to win back-to-back. Remember S2G. Now today, 4Thrives getting 3 wins. Honestly, this is unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. It's a 33-point lead. That puts the Smash Zone 43 points ahead of second place. So in order for any other team to reach it, they're going to have to go crazy.
Okay, just to end the Fourth Rise podcast now, because we've been talking about them, rambling on about Fourth Rise for the last 10 minutes.
For a reason.
Also, for a reason.
Makes sense.
TT Project in 14th position, right?
Yes.
We said it, top 11. If they want to take the spot of Vicious for EWC, PMWC, they need to make it. And so far, it's just not been a TT Project kind of day.
Man, it's been a tough day for so many squads there. Furia started off so strong. They've been slipping down little by little. What do you think has been the struggle for Furia later in this tournament?
Not being able to win those fights. That's
Fourth Rise is
honestly what it comes down to. We saw the kind of aggressiveness that Furia was able to provide at the beginning of the day. We saw Ayala being able to be aggressive and honestly put up one of the best performances that I think I've ever seen him put up at a global event on day one in the first couple of matches.
Yeah.
We need to see that again. You see Fourth Thrives, you see what these players are doing. It's not just one player, it's multiple players. If Furia wants to be able to do something to even catch up, everybody in that team needs to step it up.
Clearly, as you said, the fragging power is there. Every single player has that clutch potential. But the thing is, I think they're way too reliant on that fragging power. We're not seeing some smart macro rotations, right, coming out from this team. If we see that happening, they could use that fighting potential to maybe convert a win. But it's been a bit rough.
Well, one team and one player in particular we definitely want to hear from is our local squad, BTR. The crowd is so hyped for them. Let's go ahead and take it over to the stage to hear from good old BTR.
Hello everyone, I'm with BTR's Axel here, and before we close everything up, we're going to have a quick chat together. Jadi Axel, halo. Teman-teman semuanya, kita sedang bersama Axel. Jadi sebelum kita closing untuk hari ini, kita bakalan ngobrol-ngobrol sebentar bersama Axel ya. So, Axel, with the Smash Rule coming into play, will there be some special plans for tomorrow? Jadi kan besok bakalan ada Smash Rule. Ada nggak sih plan-plan atau rencana-rencana spesial yang bakalan dilakuin sama BTR untuk esok hari?
Buat Smash Rule nggak ada bedanya sih. Mungkin di akhir doang kita perlu lebih ngitung poinnya. Kayak di akhir-akhir match. Yeah.
So actually there's not gonna be any different kind of plans for tomorrow for BTRs. Maybe we are going to have a really serious look into the end of the games, maybe after Rondo and maybe towards the very end of the day. So Axel, with Rondo being in the first map in the rotation, do you think BTR's play style can capitalize the advantage? Jadi kan besok map yang pertama di Smash Roll itu adalah Rondo ya. Nah, kamu pikir nggak sih kalau misalnya BTR punya playstyle itu bisa untuk mengambil kesempatan tersebut gitu untuk bermain di Rondo di awal-awal?
Kalau menurut pribadi sih bisa banget karena kayak Rondo itu map yang paling kita tunggu-tunggu, terus kita ngerti cara maininnya. Cuma ya semoga besok kita bisa lebih baik lah dari Rondo tadi.
Well, we are the team that can actually capitalize in Rondo because we play Rondo a lot and we know Rondo a lot. So yeah, actually Rondo is actually one of the map that we've been waiting for to play. So we are looking forward to play Rondo before tomorrow. I mean, for the first map of the day. So, lastly, any final words for the fans and audience supporting here as loud as possible for all day. Jadi ada nggak pesan-pesan yang mau kamu sampaikan kepada fans-fans yang dari awal sampai akhir itu support BTR?
Buat fans-fans Big Troopers, baik yang dari rumah maupun yang nonton ke venue. Yang pertama kami minta maaf karena hari ini hasil kami kurang dan sangat tidak memuaskan. Dan kami janji besok kami akan jadi BTR yang kalian kenal lah.
So for all of the fans that is supporting here at the venue live or watching out there at the home, we are so sorry that we can't really deliver what you are expecting from us for today, and hopefully tomorrow we will do better than this. And yeah, we hope to play better for tomorrow, and hopefully you guys can support us for as long as you can for tomorrow especially. Jadi terima kasih banyak ya Axel. Good luck untuk
Ya,
besok.
makasih.
Good luck for tomorrow. And now I'm going to toss it back to the desk to close everything up. Thank you.
Oh, man, he did not look happy. I'll tell you that. We'll talk about that in a second, though, as, of course, we got to talk about our daily MVP. And that is going to be on the side of GOAT.
Yeah, really big surprise, but they are in second place, right, without a single chicken dinner, meaning the fragging power, the eliminations were definitely there, and he is able to just dominate in this lobby. And an average survival time, very good imitation. Yep. Well done, Hodgix. 25 minutes survival time is insanely high in this kind of environment for global stage. And Focus, especially looking back at PMGO ECA, one of the best long-range players, and you know what? He's able to do that properly here on the international stage.
And if GOAT wants to have any chance tomorrow at reaching the Pakistani Kings, he needs to make sure that that aggressiveness stays there, because that is the second place squad.
Oh, I like this graphic right here. It shows the race to smash, and you can see where that smash point is held. 92 total points, guys. 92.
So I mean, if you're GOAT, you're 43 points away from a smash.
So basically, all these teams need to double their points.
So you know what?
If not more.
Let me just run. Okay. Hot Jukes, I think you might be right.
Okay, all right, thank you, right? Because I was looking at those numbers, and I'm like, how is it possible for someone to smash? And you know what? You are correct. It will take something magical. It'll take a team in Rondo going absolute crazy and then winning the next chicken dinner, and also hoping that Four Thrives doesn't get 10 points in those first two games and then winning some other random match.
This is why I slightly disagree. I feel like if you're in the top 5 and you do get a strong Rondo, I'm talking podium with a high amount of eliminations, I think you are still in that race. But look in our grand finals race to MVP. Focus is up there. You've got T24, you've got IQ, and you've got Falak. And I'm telling you, I'm pretty sure Huzaifa is not far behind.
Yeah, and going back to what I was saying with Furia, I mean, perfect example of why I keep bringing up Ayala. He was the standout player for that squad. If Furia wants to have a chance of even catching up Four Thrives tomorrow, they need to continue to have that performance of Ayala, but other players need to step it up. I want to see Silence. I want him to be a little bit more consistent.
Man.
Actually, the last time we've had an IGL be MVP in IQ, right, it was Doc. PMWC, PMGO of last year in Uzbekistan. IQ could be taking up that flame from Doc himself.
Possible. It is totally possible here. I mean, it's just been a crazy day overall. I know we've been hyping up Four Thrives, and reasonably so, because an average of 13 points a game at this stage in Indonesia, with all the craziness between Falak and Rosemary, it's just, it's ridiculous to see.
Absolute cinema.
I don't know. For anybody that still thinks that Falak is down here and Rosemary is here, that is completely gone. And trust me, I used to be one of those people that be like, okay, Falak needs to do a lot more. Today, the performance at Four Thrives as a team, the performance out of Falak, it's now the opposite.
Oh.
Rosemary's here. Falak is here.
I agree. What else can you say? The numbers speak for themselves, literally, right?
Exactly. Who's playing right now? Who's in first place? Where's Rosemary?
Who's doing the watch
Where's
party?
Alter Ego?
The thing
We're gonna get clipped so hard.
I know. But the crazy part, and the reason why it's reasonable to say that, is because it's not just the fact that they're in first place, right? But they're in first place. Like, I'm talking about by a lot. So it just goes to show that, yeah, I mean, Falak and the rest of his squad, I mean, Pakistan on top.
The dominance. Yep. The dominance that they have showcased today.
Yeah, just to keep in mind, just a quick little history recap when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports for the region of Pakistan. They've only made it to a global finals twice. It was Four Thrives back in PMWC 2025 of last year in Saudi Arabia, and now this is the second time they participate. Out of 2 finals participation for Pakistan, one of those is an actual first place trophy heading their way. Boy, that region, that team is just going to make such a massive name for themselves. Everyone will know the name that is Four Thrives.
We have been talking about them for a very long time for a reason, because we saw the potential that this squad had. And they're showcasing it here perfectly, especially with the addition of Huzaifa. I know there's a lot of jokes about Naki being the 5th player or content creator, but boy, there couldn't have been a better roster change for that squad, and it's showcasing perfectly.
And I mean, speaking of perfect, guys, what a way to end the show. Of course, we got to give a big thank you to the Infinix GT50 Pro with real liquid cooling. If you guys want a game at 120 FPS and play like these bad boys on stage, that is the device to get. So, guys, a day one to remember, without a doubt. Any final thoughts before we go into tomorrow, last day?
Yeah, if your fourth thrives, keep on that pedal to the metal, baby. Do not let down. Keep the confidence that you had. And most of all, keep that amazing synergy that was showcased perfectly here in this last match.
I'm not going to talk about anyone off the top because I don't want to get in trouble. But I'm going to say I'm also excited for the collab announcement tomorrow, right? We'll see what's going to be happening on the 7th. So tomorrow is going to be absolute peak PUBG Mobile Esports.
Absolutely. Guys, what a show it has been. Thank you so much for watching. Tomorrow, last day of the grand finals. We'll crown a champion. Heck, it might be done over soon. Only 2 matches and 4 thrives can win it. But that is it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We will see ya tomorrow.